Hello, everybody. Hello.
Wow. What's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing well. Happy Thursday. Oh my gosh, it's the day that
The
Adam has
day.
been waiting for. He's so
Yes.
excited. Oh my God.
Well, look, I like Cash Patel. I see Cash Patel as a good thing. I think you see Cash
Disgusting.
Patel as a bad thing. So it is good
Disgusting.
because it creates drama on the show. There's conflict.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, did you watch any of the Kennedy stuff yesterday? It actually there was some of it that was pretty good. I was surprised. So,
I
but it's
I just can't
painful. I
I
can't. Yeah, I
can't
know.
listen to
I can.
can't listen to it. Yeah.
I can handle maybe a minute and a half of Kennedy before I just want to shoot myself.
I
So
know,
it's
I know.
like,
So no, the answer to your question, no, I didn't listen to a single clip. I don't know what
right.
was said. I don't know what was discussed. So I'm assuming he's just gonna get in. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal.
Now, can
But
AI fix his voice? Can they just do the whole hearing with
ooh.
Kennedy having a normal voice so
That
like
would be
you and I can
interesting.
listen to it and enjoy the content?
That'd be nice. Yeah, that'd
Yeah.
be nice.
Well, I guess.
Um,
Yeah. Okay. So let's. What you got anything to say about Cash Patel before we jump in?
um, oh, it's funny because I was re-listening to parts of his book, and right in the beginning of the book, he's like, I didn't think that real evil like in the movies existed until I found out and started working against the evil Democrat deep state operatives.
Right.
And he says that, and I'm like, and then he immediately goes into how he was a public defender for drug cartel members and was also trying to get um, Islamic terrorists working for like ISIS thrown in jail when he was on the other side. And I was like, okay, you were like involved with drug cart, like protect, like public defending drug cartel members, and you were involved in prosecuting terrorists trying to blow up places. And you're like, but I didn't know real evil until I met the Democrat. I was
Well,
like,
look,
what the fuck
he
is he
he
talking
said he
about?
separated them out though. He said the Democratic deep state operatives as opposed to the Democratic non-deep state officers.
No, no, no.
So
But I'm just
those are the
saying,
good ones.
I'm just saying the idea that you're like, how do you have a career where you're literally putting terrorists in jail and you're like, but the deeps, I never knew real evil existed. That's not real evil. Drug cartel, drug smugglers, and terrorists is not real evil, but the deep
Well,
state, that's the
look,
real
you
evil.
expect a serial killer to break into your house and murder you. You
Uh huh.
don't expect your best friend to do it. So
Okay.
that is the difference.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that the serial killer, even if I expect it, I would expect him, I'd say he's really evil. I would say that's a real evil right there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but real evil is your best friend turning on
The
you,
guy
becoming the
tried to
serial
blow up.
killer.
He in the book he talks
Oh
about the
my
guy that
God.
was
This
trying
is so basic,
trying
Sitch.
to
This is
blow up the
so
mall.
basic. This is so, which is
No,
worse? Which is worse, your best friend killing you or some random dude killing you?
no, no,
Which
no.
is
What?
worse? Which is more morally
Obviously, your
repugnant?
best friend killing you would be worse. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God. It's so easy.
Wait a minute. Hold
It's
on.
so easy.
Hold on. This is you're being silly. You're being very silly here.
You're the
Okay.
one being silly.
No,
What are
no,
you
no, no, no.
talking about?
You we would all describe the terrorist plot he talks about. This is the story he talks about where he's like the evil right-wing Southern Texas judge was mean to me because I wasn't wearing a suit. Okay, which by the
Hmm.
way, Cash is completely right about. That guy was being a total piece of shit. But that case was a case where they were trying to stop someone supposedly who was planning to blow up malls.
Yes.
Okay, public malls, like that just random people are walking around, and it's just weird to me that you're like, I didn't know real evil. I'm not going to include the guy who's literally trying to kill hundreds, if not thousands, of people just minding their own business in department stores. I didn't know real evil till I met the deep state. Like that's just give me a break, really. That guy's not real evil. That guy's a psychopath.
Which is more evil, the guy, the psychopathic guy, or a corrupt government that's going to do the same types of things as the psychopathic guy?
It's not a question. You keep trying to do this like
Is corrupt
hierarchy.
government evil?
Of course it is.
Okay, that's
But
scary. That
hold on.
frightens people a lot
Wait a
more
minute.
than the
Hold on.
fucking terrorist.
First of all, it necessarily shouldn't. Number one,
What do you
but then
mean? The
number
government that
two,
has the power to incarcerate you, throw you in
number
jail?
okay, number two, this he didn't say like I worked with a lot of evil. I worked to put a lot of evil people in jail. So I was just as surprised to find that level of evilness existed in the government. He doesn't say that. He says I didn't think real evil existed. It's like in the movies until the deep state people. And I'm like, how is blowing up a mall of innocent people not like the real evil? That's how he casts it in the beginning of his book. I'm very surprised that you're like pushing
People
back on this.
people are terrified of corrupt government. When people think of corrupt government, they think of the fucking Nazis who are incarcerating and holocausting their own citizens. That is scarier to most people than some terrorists trying to blow up a mall. They think like the normal state of the world is some terrorist is going to try to
I mean,
blow
if
up a
Cash
mall.
thinks that the Biden administration was Nazis trying to put people in concentration camps, that's insane.
Well, look, that's the extreme version of the corrupt government, but that's why people are afraid of the corrupt
I'm not saying
government
people,
because
no,
they
but
think that's where it
okay,
leads.
again, for like, again. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be worried about corrupt government. I'm saying corrupt government isn't evil and it's a real threat. It's a real concern. I'm just saying it seems to me to be insanely partisan, insanely biased that you're going to pretend like the terrorists trying to kill hundreds of innocent people is not real evil.
Which is
but the corrupt Democrat government is the real evil. That's just weird to me. To frame it that way.
Which is worse, terrorism?
You keep saying it's not a question of which is worse. It's not a question of which is worse.
For me, which is worse, corrupt government or terrorism?
It depends what the corrupt government's doing, doesn't it?
Okay. That's a no comment. You don't want to answer.
No. It's wait, hold on. If you say what's worse, a terrorist who's going to kill 100 people or a corrupt government?
That's the question. Yes.
Where a government official is stealing, steals like $1 million from tax money, which is worse. I'd say, well, the guy killing hundreds of people is worse than stealing $1 million from tax money, right?
Okay.
That's why I say it depends on what you mean by corrupt government. That could be a lot of things.
Right. Yes.
If you say corrupt government, like, well, they're going to start holocausting people. Well, obviously that's worse than the guy blowing up a mall.
Okay. It's just funny to me because the person that can, like, the corrupt government can be doing one thing one day and something completely different the next. That's why it's such an omnipresent danger. That's why people generally are more afraid of corrupt government than some sort of terrorist event, which may be a one-off.
This is all, you're all just, this is nothing to do with what I said or what he said. Again, he doesn't say, I worked and put really evil people away, and I was surprised to find that level of evilness or a level of evilness in the government. He said, I didn't think evil, fantasy evil existed until the deep state.
Right.
Okay. Yes. And to me, that's fucking psychotic or weird if you're going to say that the guy's planning to blow up malls is not fantasy comic book villain evil.
And to me, it's weird that you would not think corrupt government is evil. Just categorically.
Did I ever say that ever in this entire conversation or my entire life?
Well, he in the book is saying corrupt government is evil, and you're saying no, that's crazy.
I said that in this conversation.
Right.
I didn't say that. I said the exact opposite of that.
The comment is that he's never seen the kind of evil that he's seen when he witnessed corrupt government. And you are making the argument that he didn't see evil, that the terrorism is evil and that the corrupt government is not that level of evil.
No, he says very specifically, I'll try to see if I can find exact quote, but he says very specifically, because I don't know if Audible has transcripts. He says very specifically, like, I didn't think like real fantasy movie villains existed or real movie evil existed until, I
saw corrupt government. Yes. Most people agree with that statement.
Okay. To me, I just think it's weird. The guy who tried to help put, bombers in jail is like, I didn't see real evil until the government. It's just a weird comment. Just a weird comment. I didn't know it was going to spawn like a 10-minute argument.
Yeah, but it's an opinion. It's completely an opinion.
And
you're saying, look, he's wrong to have the opinion that corrupt government is evil. That's basically what your argument is.
I've never. Who am I talking to? I don't understand. I don't know how many times I have to say that. That's not like, I don't think
so. What are you saying? Make it explicit. Okay. Come on, just say it. What are you saying?
I will say this last time, and then we can never talk about this again because I don't know why you can't. I don't know why you're like literally incapable of understanding what I'm saying. Okay, you can say that you think that there's a threat to government being evil that's worse than an individual lone terrorist. That's fine. You can say that, and there's truth to that claim. What I said was, by framing it like you've never interacted or seen evil in your life until you meet the quote deep state is nonsensical when you've literally worked to A, be a public defender for drug cartels, which is evil, and B, tried to put fucking terrorists who are trying to kill people in jail. And if you don't categorize that in your mind as fucking evil, that's bizarre to me. I understand that you can say, well, the threat of government corruption could be worse, but that has nothing to do with what I said or what his statement was.
What
and the
you
whole
just
point of
said,
him putting that in
hold
the
on,
book.
stop. What you just said is that the cartels, the drug runners are more evil than the evil, corrupt government. That's basically what you just said.
I literally said, I said potentially the government corruption could be eviler. So I don't know how you even came to that conclusion.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, we can move on.
Anyways, that was bizarre.
Yeah, because look, you're just denying exactly what you're saying. It is bizarre.
I feel like
you're like you're like, you don't understand what I'm saying, and then you go on and you say the exact same thing, the fucking exact same thing.
Okay.
And then you're like, what I'm saying is not what I'm saying.
Okay. I can see the direction that this stream is going to go already. This is very interesting to me. But
well, I don't understand why you can't just like say it simple. Like say it in one sentence. Why do you have to say it in like 15 sentences?
I will say it in one sentence.
There you go.
Okay. It's weird to me that someone who's had a life involved with drug cartels and literal fucking terrorists doesn't acknowledge that those people are evil and only acknowledges that the deep state government is evil. That's weird to me.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And that seems like a complete misreading of Kash Patel. I think Kash Patel, if you asked him directly, are drug runners evil? He would say yes. Are criminals evil? Are violent criminals evil? He would say yes, of course they are. So I don't know why you're making this seem like he wouldn't say that. Do you actually believe that he doesn't believe those people are evil?
Let me ask you. Okay. If there was,
do you honestly believe he doesn't think that those people are evil? Tell me that.
No, I know. I do think he believes.
He does believe they're evil. Okay.
I think he framed it that way because the whole book is framed in a massively partisan, biased way. That's why he frames it that way. Like, let me ask you a question. If John Bolton or someone who worked in the Trump administration who we knew like worked to try to kill terrorists and stop drug cartel people, right? And they worked in the Trump administration. And if they start their book and they say, I never knew real evil until I worked for the Donald Trump administration.
You're arguing your interpretation of the book. My interpretation is completely different. Let's move on. Okay. Look, we disagree on the interpretation of the book.
Gaslight here. It's like,
no, you are the one gaslighting. You are the one saying that Kash Patel doesn't believe that drug cartels are evil, which is just insane. Totally insane.
Okay. I literally never said that. I never said that. I said, I don't understand how I could say.
You just did. Oh my God. You just did say that.
I just
I literally
just said wait, do we have to literally bring up the own stream to watch together? I just said 20 seconds ago that I do think he does think they're evil.
I know.
What are you talking about?
Yes, after we did the back and forth on the introduction of the book, after you set up the difference between the corrupt government and the cartels, which in the example that you gave implies that Kash Patel doesn't think that they're evil. That's the difference. That you're saying that he doesn't think they're evil by implication.
I didn't even get to my point of why I thought he was bringing that up because we couldn't even agree on the beginning part of it. And then you couldn't even let me get. And then once I couldn't even get to why I thought he was bringing it up, which I said was I think it was biased. The whole thing is just to be biased to be like, oh my God, look how evil the left is. You ignored all that and said, well, no, you're saying he doesn't think that the drug cartels and the terrorists are evil, which I never fucking said.
Right. Anyway, let's move on. What do you think?
Okay.
Give to the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, you may proceed.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jesse Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to New York, as the senator pointed out, where I was born, and we were raised in a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children. That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time, in the 70s and 80s, the Indian way. But we would soon learn the American way. These values have shaped and been the driving force of my career in 16 years of government service. Protecting the rights of the Constitution is of the utmost importance to me and has been every single time I've taken that oath of office. The recent terrorist attacks.
Do you believe that?
What?
Do you believe that?
Do I believe what?
When he says
I
that,
wasn't
do you
listening.
believe it or do you? Oh, you're not listening to the hearing?
I was just getting back from going to the bathroom.
Oh my God. We're listening to Kash Patel's. Look, we obviously have a huge disagreement over Kash Patel. You're not even listening to the
I heard this
hearing.
part. Listen,
Okay.
you don't have to be so incredibly hostile. Okay. I heard this. I heard the first like 30 minutes of this. What did he just specifically say that you were asking me about?
Here, we'll just play it again.
In a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children. That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time, in the 70s and 80s, the Indian way. But we would soon learn the American way. These values have shaped and been the driving force of my career in 16 years of government service. Protecting the rights of the Constitution is of the utmost importance to me and has been every single time I've taken that oath of office.
That.
No, I don't believe that. No.
Okay, there we go.
Obviously,
That's
I
what I
don't
want to
believe
get
that.
into.
Yes.
You think he's lying there?
I don't know if he's lying or if it's just his worldview is so biased in one direction that he could think he's protecting the Constitution by doing whatever the fuck Donald Trump wants and, destroying the evil people that stand against Donald Trump. Or he could know it's bullshit and he's going to do it anyway. I mean,
So
I can't read his mind.
You think he's just a yes man for Donald Trump? Like anything Donald Trump tells him. If Donald Trump says kill a bunch of people, he's going to go do it.
I would hope not to that extreme.
Oh, okay.
But I've never seen him ever seemingly at any point say anything that'd be counter to anything Trump or that worldview would push. I haven't seen him say anything different. I've seen zero difference.
If Donald Trump asks him to investigate someone on no evidence, do you think he will do it?
Yes.
Okay.
The recent terrorist attacks in New Orleans tragically claimed the lives of 14 innocent Americans and serve as a stark reminder that our national security is at threat, both internally and externally. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice, where I served, play a pivotal role in securing our freedoms and our safeties for American citizens. If confirmed as the next FBI director, I will remain focused on the FBI's core mission. That is to investigate fully wherever there is a constitutional factual basis to do so, and to never make a prosecutorial decision that is solely the providence of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General. For the first
So he's saying right there that he's not going to investigate unless there's evidence.
Yeah, obviously that's what he's gonna say.
Right. So he's lying there.
Yeah, I'd say so probably.
first 8 years after law school, I served as a public defender, first for Miami-Dade County and later for the Southern District of Florida. During that time, I represented some pretty awful human beings charged with some pretty heinous crimes.
Maybe even evil. Who knows?
Maybe, yeah, look, maybe even. Maybe even.
Look, but he didn't come out and say they're evil, Sitch. So
You're right.
You know,
Well, I don't
maybe.
know. I guess the
might
deep
think
state's
they're-
worse.
And
Yeah,
some of them, I assume, are good people.
exactly.
I learned there was the core value that has been enshrined in me since, that due process must be provided without bias to all Americans. And if we cannot provide due process to the worst, then there can be no due process for anyone, and our constitutional republic fails. But I battled on that hill for that due process. I would later serve in the Obama Justice Department as a terrorism prosecutor in the National Security Division, where we successfully contributed to the prosecutions of terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and others. I was honored to receive the 2017 Assistant Attorney General's Award from Loretta Lynch for my work in helping the Ugandans bring members of Al-Shabaab to justice for murdering 74 innocent people, including an American. I would also receive
Not evil though.
the Human Intelligence Award from the intelligence community for related work on that mission. My experiences at the National Security Division and would later be followed by my experiences on the National Security Council as Senior Director for Counterterrorism, and later as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence responsible for the production, creation, and promulgation of the Presidential Daily Briefing, our nation's most sensitive classified information and secrets to protect our country. My time in National Guard was my top mission priority, not politics. And that is my love of this country to protect our laws and our way of life. And it was no different. If there's any ever corruption, I have been the first to call it out. And I will continue to call out corruption in government service because it is a privilege to serve this nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So his whole shtick is going. He's mad about the government going after innocent people. So I can't imagine a world where Trump says, "Oh, go after this person. There's nothing on them." But I guess he could convince himself that they are guilty, even though they don't have anything on them. But I just that's a tall order. I think he would see that as government corruption.
Well, I mean,
So-
he believes that January 6th was some sort of inside FBI job. So
is that in here?
yeah, people ask him quotes about it, and he says like, I don't remember, right? And then I went and I found the quote, and we'll talk about it because we skipped it. There's the opening statement from the Republican, the opening statement from the Democrat, and they do hit him over. They do attack Kash Patel with a quote dishonestly. The Democrats do. And multiple people do, where they make reference to him saying the cowards in uniform on January 6th. And the Democrats,
they totally take him out of context.
and the Democrats try to say that he meant the police officers that were defending the Capitol, which isn't what he meant. He was talking about, and I haven't had time to fact check this claim, so I don't know about this, but there's this claim that Kash makes to Steve Bannon in a podcast where he says that there was some call at some point in time on January 6th, eventually, that was for the National Guard.
Yeah, to bring the
whomever.
National Guard in. He's
Right,
calling
to
out the
come in.
higher ups that failed to bring in the National
Right.
Guard.
And
Yeah.
that the Secretary of the Army or whatever the guy's position is, he didn't do it for some reason, or he dragged his feet in doing it for some reason.
For political
And-
reason, yeah.
Right, which I don't really understand the
It's an
logic that
accusation.
I don't really understand the logic that Kash is arguing, but whatever, he makes this argument, this guy dragged his feet to do this. And that's who he meant was a coward in uniform. And so that is completely, dishonest and weaselly and gross and disgusting for the Democrats to try to throw that accusation at Kash for that. But in the same token, in that conversation with Steve Bannon and in the conversation with Tim Pool, which gets brought up in this, he does talk about that he thinks January 6th was, the feds, did January 6th as some kind of inside job, that they were putting people in the crowd to rile them up and get them inside the Capitol and blah, 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 all this other stuff. And so if that's your worldview and you say, okay, go after these people, they're involved in, that stuff. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's very easy for anyone to just be like, oh, well, this person's a bad person. They're part of the conspiracy against Trump. They're part of the conspiracy against the United States government, whatever rationale you want to put forward.
What is the evidence he has that January 6th is an inside job?
Well, when he was
Does he talk
to,
about that in his book?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I only knew about this because because they brought up the Tim Pool clip and I listened to like the 10-minute segment around it earlier. And his big evidence for that is he has two pieces of evidence. Like he brings up the Tim Pool. I don't know if he has more. The first is that when they asked, I forget her name, when they asked someone like, was there any any FBI confidential informants or assets that were on the ground in the crowd January 6th, and they said, I don't know, or no comment or something, right? As opposed to saying no. And the second, well, first of all, regarding that, it's really weird because like I don't think people know what confidential informants are. Like people think confidential informants are FBI agents who are like moles that are inserted into areas. That's not what a confidential informant is. It's someone
people. Yes,
yeah, just a person
for information.
Who's usually involved in that activity, and either because they have a change of heart or because they want money or because the FBI is coercing them, they give information to the FBI.
Yes, yeah.
And so that doesn't like
they're
that's
not
what's
on
weird
the
about
FBI
it.
payroll for like a regular salary or anything.
Right, right. And there's very often, this actually happens a lot, where there's some confidential informant who goes around and does something illegal, and then the FBI kind of tries to like, they don't want to talk about it because it looks
source. Yeah.
It looks embarrassing to them that they're like, they were trusting some source who's out there committing crimes. It probably has legal ramifications because if they use confidential informant's testimony in other cases, it calls into question the legitimacy of their testimony. There's lots of reasons why the FBI is very like embarrassed and doesn't like to talk about that stuff. But so that was his one piece of evidence, which I thought like, okay, that's like no evidence. And then the second piece of evidence he has is Ray Epps, which to me is like,
please. I was going to say, please.
Which is me is like,
not Ray Epps.
It's Ray Epps, which to me is retarded because he says, Ray Epps is on the FBI's most wanted list, and then he gets off of it.
Disappears. Yeah.
And he disappears, and he says there's only two ways that happens. He says it's a Tim Pool. There's only two ways that happens. They die, or the FBI is like paying them. And I was like, what? Like, okay, there's another.
Or they investigate him and find out that he's innocent and not involved.
Exactly. Yeah. I was like, how does that not go on the list there? So.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe you forgot it.
Okay.
Outside of this committee, and some people on this committee have accused you of promoting the QAnon movement. My colleagues have already asked your future boss, Mr. Bondi, many questions about this. I think it's easy to see these attacks for what they are, guilt by association. Are you a follower or promoter of QAnon?
No, Senator. In fact, I have publicly, including in the interviews provided to this committee, rejected outright QAnon baseless conspiracy theories or any other baseless conspiracy theories. They must be addressed head on with the truth, and I will continue to do that. And I will always continue to support Americans who support law enforcement, our military, and want a secure border.
Okay, so that smear put down pretty readily there. The QAnon smear is regular on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Over the past 4 years, the FBI and Justice Department have weaponized law enforcement towards partisan ends. This has affected you personally. You, along with even members of my staff, were the victims of FBI overreach when they secretly subpoenaed your records during the investigation into Crossfire Hurricane. Inspector General Horowitz of Justice Department was right to say actions like this have a quote, unquote, chilling effect on whistleblowers. How do you intend to make sure that this kind of misconduct never happens again?
Senator, this may be one of the scenarios that most uniquely qualifies me to take command at the FBI. Having been the victim of government overreach and a weaponized system of justice and law enforcement, I know what it feels like to have the full weight of the United States government barreling down on you. And as the Biden Inspector General determined those activities by the FBI and DOJ were wholly improper and not predicated upon law and facts. I will ensure, if confirmed, that no American is subjected to that kind of torment, to that kind of cost, financially and personally. And most importantly, I will make sure that no American is subjected to death threats like I was, and subjected to moving their residences like I was, because of government overreach, because of leaks of information about my personal status. If confirmed as FBI director, Mr. Chairman, you have my commitment that no one in this country will feel that pain.
So this is the context of his evil comments. He's basically saying real evil is the people that came after me. So by comparison to some terrorist or drug runner in South America, it seems pale by comparison.
Yeah, man.
Which I mean, I think most people agree with. Like, the evil that's on my ass is much harsher than any other terrible evil in the world.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's his thought process. I don't think that's necessarily the correct way to think about it. I mean, if someone's coming after me, I wouldn't be like, well, you know, the people that committed the Rwanda genocide are not so evil because it didn't affect me personally.
I agree. Obviously, that's a rational way to look at it, but I understand most people are more concerned with the evil that's threatening them than they are with the evil halfway around the world in some foreign country. Yeah. So that's a context of him setting up the evil in the beginning of the book. He's like being dramatic. He's like, look, I've seen terrible evil, but then the evil that came for me is like really bad, way worse than any of that evil. And if you saw that evil in your life coming after you, you would think the same thing. And I do think most people agree. They're like, that's fucked up. Most people are more afraid of the government coming after them than they are some genocide in Sudan.
Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I woke up this morning to National Public Radio, and they had an item on there about what has happened to those who were given blanket clemency by President Trump. One of these individuals was a man named Matthew Huddle. Are you familiar with him?
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Matthew Huddle.
If you could remind me, Senator.
Well, I was reminded again this morning. He's a man who's been found guilty of numerous crimes. The one described this morning was the outrageous situation where he beat his 3-year-old child to a point where the poor kid couldn't even sit down for a week. Mr. Huddle was one of the demonstrators who came to the Capitol on January 6th. He was incarcerated and charged with, and pled guilty to crimes that he had committed, violence against police officers. After he was released by President Trump, he returned to his home state of Indiana. A few days later, he was stopped on the road, pulled a gun on a policeman. The policeman, sheriff's deputy, turned, shot, and killed him. This is not the only instance of a person who received President Trump's clemency committing another crime. Peter Schwartz was mentioned this morning on the radio. 38 criminal convictions, 38. He'd been sentenced to 14 years in prison. He was released because of the president's unconditional clemency, which was given to him as well. So I guess my question is this. Was President Donald Trump wrong to give blanket clemency to the January 6th defendants?
Thank you, Ranking Member. A couple of things on that. One, the power of the presidential pardon is just that, the president.
Well, I concede he has the authority. I'm asking, was he wrong to do it?
And as we discussed in our private meeting, Senator, I have always rejected any violence against law enforcement, and I have, including in that group, is specifically addressed any violence against law enforcement on January 6th, and I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
So do you think that America is safer because these 1,600 people have been given an opportunity to come out of serving their sentences and live in our communities again?
Senator, I have not looked at all 1,600 individual cases. I have always advocated for imprisoning those that cause harm to our law enforcement and civilian communities. I also believe America is not safer because President Biden's commutation of a man who murdered 2 FBI agents, Agent Kohler's and Williams' family, deserve better than to have the man that point blank range fired a shotgun into their heads and murdered them released from prison. So it goes both ways.
Leonard Pelletier was in prison for 45 years. He's 80 years old, and he was sentenced to home confinement. So he's not free, as you might have just suggested.
He killed 2 FBI agents.
That's true, he did, and he went to prison for it and should have. My question to you, though, is do you think America is safer because President Trump issued these pardons to 1,600 of these criminal defendants, many of whom violently assaulted our police in the Capitol?
Senator, America will be safe when we don't have 200,000 drug overdoses in 2 years. America will be safe when we don't have 50 homicides in a day.
So you just won't answer the question.
I'm
going to say, I don't think we're safer. Matthew Huddle was sent back to Indiana. I don't think we're safer with Peter Schwartz. I could go through a long list of individuals, some of who are wanted in states, members of this committee. Let me move to another topic if I can. Tell me about your J6 choir. What is that?
Well, it's not my choir. It's simply a recording that was utilized to raise funds for families in need of nonviolent offenders.
Who sings on this recording?
I don't know, Senator.
What did you have to do with it?
Simply to raise funds to assist families of nonviolent offenders whose kids needed college education payments and whose rent needed being paid.
My understanding is that the performers on this J6 choir were the rioters who are in prison.
I'm not aware of that, sir. I didn't have anything to do with the recording.
You weren't aware of who made the recording?
No, Senator.
That's interesting. Did you receive any money for selling copies of that music or that recording?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You do have a foundation, though, do you not?
I'm very proud of the Kash Foundation and the $1.3 million we've given to families in need across this country, including active duty service members, police officers, putting kids in college, and helping people in disaster relief areas rebuild their homes and their communities.
1&0 LLC, are you familiar with that?
Sorry?
1&0 LLC?
I believe, Senator, you're referring to the LLC that one of the individuals has his private business with.
Is it part of the Kash Foundation in any way?
Only in that one of the members of the board has that LLC for his outside business.
Andrew Allis?
I believe that's his name, yes.
Yes. Do you know how much was paid to him from your charitable work?
Yes, like any other charity, we had to go out and fundraise, something I'm sure every member of this committee is familiar with. And we use digital marketing campaigns. And I believe we paid a digital marketing company through 1&0 $250,000 to raise $500,000, which we gave away to families in need, like when hurricanes struck Florida, Texas, and North Carolina.
We will be going through the details of your foundation and the expenditures with the questions for record that the chairman has mentioned.
I look forward to
a chance to answer those under oath. Mr. Patel, you frequently associated with and sometimes praised extremist figures with well-documented histories of racism, anti-Semitism, conspiracies, and the like. In September of 2023, you appeared with Laura Loomer at an event promoting your book, this one here. You shared a photo of yourself and Loomer in which you held her book and she held yours.
Oh my God, they have the photo right there. Look at that.
I mean, that
Guilty.
should be automatic, dismissal, right?
Of course.
Being in a photo with Laura Loomer.
Yeah, look, he's promoting her book right now.
Doesn't she look like some kind of like ageless demon? Like you just imagine in a movie, you'd see like a bunch of pictures of Laura Loomer. Someone's like looking through an old archive and they're like, look, here she is in like 1920.
She's a saw puppet.
Oh, that's right. She's Jigsaw, yeah.
What's that saw puppet called?
Jigsaw.
Jigsaw. Yeah, she's Jigsaw.
Just a few months before this event, Ms. Loomer posted on X that the September 11 terrorist attacks were, quote, an inside job.
Why is she not screaming that he smells like curry since she's standing so close?
That's right. Oh my God, that's right.
Who was she going after with the curry comments? I can't remember.
It was Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah, Kamala Harris. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, she doesn't seem to be afraid of him. What's going on here?
What
Selective racism.
What you didn't see is like right before the picture was taken, she like leaned over and she's like she's like sniffing Cash. She's like,
Make
okay,
sure
he
it's safe.
doesn't smell like curry. I guess it's okay to take a picture.
Terrible.
Around that time, she accused Florida's First Lady, Casey.
We should say the context. We don't know what we're talking about.
Okay.
Laura Loomer made some comment that if Kamala Harris won the election, that the White House would smell like curry and would be run like a Indian call center.
Yes. Yeah.
So
People called her out, said it was very racist. So
yeah, well, especially since JD Vance's wife is Indian, it's kind of like, oh, geez,
I know. Yeah.
catching strays there.
I think that's why they cut her off from the Trump administration. So.
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Casey DeSantis of exaggerating her cancer diagnosis to gain voter sympathy. A number of my Republican colleagues on this committee have criticized Ms. Loomer's extremism. One of my colleagues described her as a, quote, crazy conspiracy theorist who regularly utters disgusting garbage. Another called her really toxic. Given all this, why did you associate with Ms. Loomer?
Senator, as you can see, I took a photograph with an individual who showed up at a book event. I don't believe I'm guilty by association, and I certainly don't believe that an individual who is the first minority to serve as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence for this country is a racist in any way, and I detest any conjecture to the contrary.
Are you familiar with a Stu Peters? Does that name ring a bell?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Not off the top of my head.
He made 8 separate appearances on his podcast. He promoted outrageous conspiracy theories and worked with
I will always continue to fight for, Senator.
Oh, there's something skipped there, didn't it?
Yeah, what was that? Did you see that?
I don't know. Like their live stream went down?
separate appearances on his podcast. He promoted outrageous conspiracy theories and worked with
I will always continue to.
Huh. Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, I remember his answer was essentially, he said, I've done thousands of podcast / public appearances or something. That was his response to why he didn't know this guy, even though he had been on 8 of his podcasts.
To fight for, Senator.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. We'll eventually talk about the FBI. That's the job you're up here for, right? Have you ever been subject to racism as an individual?
Unfortunately, Senator, yes. I don't want to get into those details with my family here.
Oh, let's get into a few of them. Tell me about it.
Well, if you look at the record from January 6th,
Is this, are you ready?
I got it. I'm all set.
You ready?
I'm going to try to bleep this.
Okay, so Kash Patel is going to say the N word, so we're
Right.
going to try to somehow avoid hearing that on stream. I mean, you could probably just try to skip past this. Like,
Oh, I'm just going to mute it. I'll just mute it.
Okay.
where I testified before that committee, because of my personal information being released by Congress, I was subjected to a direct and significant threat on my life. And I put that information in the record. I had to move. In that threat,
Go ahead.
I was called a detestable, and I'll apologize if I don't get it all right, but it's in the record, a detestable sand nigger who had no right being in this country.
Oh my God, I missed
You
it.
should go back.
Oh, it's impossible for him to miss it. He's like, just the lead up to this.
Don't back
crank-
it up.
The
Look,
crank up to this. I'm like, okay, it's so easy. It's like the easiest thing. I was like, should I skip forward now? It was like impossible for him to miss this.
Oh, well. Oh, well.
Oh my God.
You should go back to where you came from. You belong with your terrorist home friends. That's what was sent to me. That's just a piece of it. But that's nothing compared to what the men and women in law enforcement face every day. And that's why they have my support.
Okay. Growing up, were you subject to racism?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I think the reason you're here has a lot to do with your work on Crossfire Hurricane. Are you familiar with that FBI operation?
I am, Senator.
So Senator Durbin mentioned the church report and the history of abuse, but he failed to mention Crossfire Hurricane. He failed to mention the Horowitz report. Wonder why? If you're waiting for these guys over here to figure that out, you're going to die waiting. So this is the Nunes memo. You work for Mr. Nunes over on the
Sorry?
House side? David Nunes?
Sorry?
Are you familiar with this memo by the Foreign Intelligence Service Act abuses
Yes.
the Department of Justice?
Absolutely.
Did you help write this memo?
I did as a staffer.
Okay, I'm going to put this in the record.
Thank you.
In this memo, you kind of dissected the abuses of Crossfire Hurricane, right?
I did, Senator.
And the Mueller investigation. So the Crossfire Hurricane investigators, two of them were Strzok and Page. Are you familiar with them?
I am, Senator.
Okay, it was opened up on July the 31st, 2016. And here's what Strzok said. And damn, this feels momentous because this matters. The other one did too, but that was to ensure we didn't F something up. This matters because this matters. So super glad to be on this voyage with you. That's to Page. And Page responds a couple of months later, he's not ever going to be president, right? Talking about Trump. Strzok, no, he won't. We'll stop it. Is it fair to say that the people in charge of investigating Crossfire Hurricane hated Trump's guts?
Well, you don't have to take my word for it. That statement, along with the statements from the sources.
Are
during that
those days
operations.
over in the FBI, you hope?
Well, if they're not, they will be.
Okay, good. You know who Carter Page was?
I do, Senator.
Do you know that the FBI secured warrants against him on 4 different occasions?
Yes, Senator.
Do you know that the information that they relied upon came from the Steele dossier?
I do.
Was it you that were able to find out that the Steele dossier was a bunch of crap?
Yes, Senator. We followed the money and we exposed the fraud that was the Steele dossier.
And the primary subsource was Igor Danchenko, right?
That's correct, Senator.
And he was actually a Russian analyst.
That's right.
Are you aware that in January he told the FBI that
Seems kind of like he's just feeding him lines. Seems like this
Yeah,
is
I mean,
just
that's-
an act, a script.
Right. When you watch these confirmation hearings very often, whatever the home team side is, they'll just say, look at some amazing thing you did, or look at some horrible thing the other side did, right?
Yeah.
And then they go, yes, of course, look,
Senator
Totally
Graham
horrible.
is a Republican.
totally terrible, yeah.
let's see, what did he tell the FBI? Still had no proof to support the statements.
Like the thing he's talking about is, if you guys all recall, was the critique, which was completely valid, was that when the FBI, in order for them to do surveillance on someone, get a FISA on someone, they can get the original warrant, but in order to keep re-upping it, they need to show to the court, to a judge, that they have some new piece of information or some new justification, like after the original thing expires, to show that it's like worth doing. And so when they had the original warrant application on Carter Page, which I think even in the Nunes memo and Kash Patel would argue that it seemed somewhat valid. When they kept re-upping it, they had to show like alternate sources of information or something, and they were pointing to news articles and other things. But it turned out that really all those news articles and all those other sources of information were really from Christopher Steele, who was the guy that wrote the Steele dossier in the first place. So it wasn't really a new source of information. It was just the same source of information
Right.
repeating itself, essentially. And so it was wrong for the FBI to re-up it. It was, now, it's been a while. I
And
don't remember.
What was the warrant
if
for? What was the actual warrant for that they kept
the
re-upping?
warrant was for, so Carter Page was someone that Trump had in his administration. I forget, or like in his transition team or something.
Yes.
Before he became president. I don't remember what the exact position was. And it raised some red flags because Carter Page, the Russian government tried to, and this is uncontested. The Russian government tried to turn Carter Page into some kind of Russian asset. And then after they interacted with him, they decided that he didn't know anything worth cultivating. So they gave up on it. And then a few years later, is when Trump taps him. And so people thought, well, that's weird. And so that combined with the Steele dossier, which had all the accusations about Trump, that combined with George Papadopoulos, who somehow knew that Russia hacked Hillary's emails a month before the public knew, like that's like they're like, oh, we should surveil Carter Page to make sure the Russians didn't go back and decide, oh, maybe we will cultivate him as a Russian asset. And so that's what they were surveilling Carter Page for.
Right. Yes.
And
So
then
they were using the same Steele dossier information to re-up the FISA warrant to continually investigate
they
Carter
used
Page.
the news article. It was like a Yahoo News article about Carter Page to re-up it, but then it turned out Christopher Steele was the source of the Yahoo News article.
Right. Yeah. So they're using the
So
same source,
right.
but as they're investigating Carter Page, they're also investigating Trump because Trump is interacting with Carter Page, right?
Well, that was the accusation. The accusation was that by surveilling Carter Page, they had some ability or potential ability to catch Trump.
Yeah, whenever
somehow.
he talked to Carter Page.
Right, because he'd be talking to Carter Page.
Yes.
Now, to my knowledge, I don't believe that's ever been shown to be the case because when they wiretapped Carter Page was after Trump had already thrown him off the campaign. So I don't know if I've never seen anyone actually show that any Trump communication with Carter Page actually ever got picked up by the FBI or anything. So they're really arguing just the potential threat of that, essentially.
Right.
But with the Steele dossier and the Yahoo News article, I don't know if anyone ever showed or figured out whether the FBI, because this was a contentious thing. Did the FBI know that he was the source for the Yahoo News article? Because I think there was something about, I could be mistaken because it's been a long time. This is all like from 2016. There was something about whether Steele lied to the FBI about him being the source of the Yahoo News article. And it had something to do with, because there was around that time period is when the FBI stopped considering Steele a trustworthy source of information. So it was unclear whether they knew and they intentionally lied that information to the FISA court, or they were just caught flat-footed because they were just, incompetent, I guess, and they didn't realize that Steele was double dipping.
Then it was just talk. The primary subsource explained to the FBI that his information came from word of mouth and hearsay, conversations he had with friends over beers, and some of the information were statements he heard made in jest. And he told the FBI this in January of 2017. And they got 2 more warrants after that.
That's correct.
Are you aware that the FBI had volumes of information that the Steele dossier was a bunch of bullshit and nobody ever told anybody at the top?
I am, sir. We exposed.
Or they lied about being told.
That's correct.
So are you aware of the fact that the FISA court rebuked the FBI? Are you aware of the fact that an FBI lawyer went to jail because he misled the court by manipulating a email from the CIA?
I am.
Do you believe that Crossfire Hurricane was one of the most disgusting episodes?
It is annoying because, the whole Steele dossier thing is it's so annoying when people bring it up in these contexts because, well, I agree.
Because
it's
there was
definitely
true
important.
stuff in it.
Right. Yeah. It's important
I knew
that
you were going to say that.
you talk about that, Hillary Clinton helped fund it and stuff. And I think that's all, you need to provide the context. And if the FBI didn't provide that context to the FISA court or to whatever legal body that they're interacting with, then obviously those people should be held accountable for that. You can't hide information. You have to have everything be in the correct context. But again, there's 12 accusations, as you said. I said a million times, there's 12 accusations in the Steele dossier. At least half of them turned out to be true. And so when people just go, oh, Steele dossier, all fake, because the only thing anyone ever remembers from the Steele dossier is the P-tape.
Well, if there's evidence, though, from other sources that are confirming that it's a fact, why can't they just use the other source? Why do they have to turn to the Steele dossier? Why can't we just throw the Steele dossier away?
Well, I think they didn't know. We could now, but that was the thing, is the Steele dossier was just the opening to look into those 12 or 10 accusations, and then they found other sources that would back up, half of them, and then they didn't find anything to back up the other half.
Right, so use the other source.
Right.
Just assume the Steele dossier. I mean, maybe the Steele dossier just made it up and got lucky.
Well, I mean, they're very, I don't know how you make up, that, Eric Prince had a secret meeting in the Seychelles Islands, by just chance. And it's oh, he actually did.
Well, if there's a specific location, that's...
Right. So it's they obviously, they were based on something. He had some information from some sources, and some of it turned out to be true.
Right, yeah.
But I mean, I think that actually probably happens somewhat frequently where you have some source, maybe for malicious purposes, maybe just because they want money, who will, they know something, and like maybe those some things they know is like not enough, right? So they'll like add in some more salacious stuff to like get you interested.
Of
And then when you write the
course.
report, you
That's
include
the
like,
hook.
yeah. And then when you write the report, they include all the accusations.
In FBI history of a corrupt investigation led by corrupt people who wanted to take Donald Trump down.
Yes, sir.
You think that's why you're in this chair today, to fix that?
I think that's a big part of the
Without
reason.
Crossfire Hurricane, this guy wouldn't be
He
here.
didn't even let him finish.
Yeah. That's,
And my friends
So
on the
weird.
other side, like pulling teeth.
That's funny.
The Horowitz investigation, the inspector general labeled this fraudulent at its core, mismanaged at its core, running stop signs. At every turn, they went forward when they should have stopped. The Durham report said it was obviously politically motivated. FBI agents were telling anybody and everybody that would listen, this is not reliable, this is not trustworthy, but they plowed on. And because of you and Trey Gowdy and others, we now know about this. Everybody who signed the warrant under questioning by me said if they knew then what they know now, they wouldn't sign the warrant. Comey said that. Yates said that. Rosenstein said that. The reason you're here is because most of the public,
I mean, all those people are just deep state actors, so you can't really trust anything they say.
Are they really? Those are the good ones. What are you
Nope.
talking about?
Comey's the most evil deep stater,
Oh, you're
swamp
right.
creature of all
big
time.
he's big on the list, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's high up there.
Yeah, I mean, him saying that if he knew the correct information when signing the warrant, oh my god, evil.
What are they going to uncover on Mark Esper? That's what I want to know.
That's the real question.
Oh my god, Mark Esper's so gonna get it.
You know what's funny? He has a book that I downloaded from Audible.
Yeah,
curious
look,
to
I was
listen to
looking at his book too. I was thinking I might read that book.
I was curious to listen to the part about the whole Nigerian situation because I think that's where the claim comes from, is from his book. I don't know if it was reported before then.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's in another book too, but by some other guy, but I can't remember who it is.
Because like I did hear before this, I did listen to the part in Cash's book. I mean, he talks about it for like 10 seconds. Like he doesn't really give any details. He's just like, yeah, Mark Esper was like being a jerk. So I said, do it. And I was like, well, can we get some more details here? Like what's going on?
almost every Republican believes that the FBI has been used continuously in a political fashion, ignoring evidence, making up evidence, lying to get Donald Trump. And when it came to the Hunter Biden laptop, they told every social media outlet in October 2020, oh, that's Russian disinformation. That was BS too.
I mean, that's a lie. That never actually happened, but okay.
Right before the election, the FBI intervened.
They did sign a letter suggesting that Russian misinformation was coming down the pipe.
No. He said, wait a minute. Those people weren't in the government. Those were ex-government officials.
No, of course they were. Yeah.
Yeah,
What,
but he said
they were government officials.
He said government officials. Anyway, hold on. I misheard.
Oh, that's Russian disinformation to get Donald Trump. And when it came to the Hunter Biden laptop, they told every social media outlet in October 2020.
We said they.
Right. Okay.
They being the government. Yeah. That's not true.
Well, I mean,
he's conflating two things. So he's conflating that like at the beginning of the year or like a year ago, they're like, hey, last election, there was the Hillary, Russia hacked Hillary's emails and linked them. This election, we anticipate some, similar situation where there could be another Russian hack. There could be some Russian disinformation thing. So like, be aware, like a year from now during election times. And they're like, okay. And then that's when the laptop story comes out. And then they asked the FBI, they said, or at least this is what Twitter did. I don't know what happened on Facebook. With Twitter, which was still Twitter at the time, they said, hey, is this actually legit? And FBI agent said yes. And they said, oh, no comment. Right. So that somehow gets twisted around into, well, they told, they said it wasn't. It's like, well, that's not really what they said.
When he said they, he's talking about the people at TDS, though. And that is not a lie. That is factually correct.
I believe he was talking about he's saying people in the government, though. He's
Yeah,
making
with
it sound
TDS.
like,
He
right,
says
but he's making it sound like the FBI on October, when the laptop came out, picked up the phone and called Twitter or Facebook and said, it's Russian disinformation. And that's not true. That did not actually happen.
Right. I mean, we would have to go all the way back to the beginning of the thread to see who the they is in this particular statement. So, but I don't want to go back.
Okay.
Oh, that's Russian disinformation. That was BS too. Right before the election, the FBI intervened.
Okay, he pretty clearly says that's the FBI.
Shut
Yes.
reporting on the Hunter laptop down as being Russian misinformation, according to Zuckerberg. Do you promise all of us?
So Zuckerberg said the FBI came in and talked to them. Well, actually, I think Zuckerberg asked the FBI, and the FBI said no comment. You're muted or off. I don't know.
I am muted. Yeah, that's my understanding, is that's Zuckerberg. FBI did not tell Zuckerberg that it was fake. I don't think
Right.
that ever happened.
He said no comment.
Yeah.
And he sent him a copy of the ex-FBI agents, the 20 people that said Russian disinformation
There you
was
go.
coming down the list.
There
He's
you
like,
go.
no comment on this, but you might find this article useful.
No, they said the FBI, when Mark Zuckerberg asked, he said, like, is this real? They said no comment. And then they pushed forward a little drawing, and there's a drawing of like Mark Zuckerberg like falling out a window. They're like, no comment. And they like stared into his little, his dead lizard eyes. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened.
That's when he took up mixed martial arts.
Yeah,
He's like, these
he's like,
guys
I
are
gotta-
fucking dangerous.
You're
Holy
right.
shit.
He's like, I got to make sure that when the government agents come for me, I know how.
He's like, I've seen evil on
Yes.
Facebook, but
There
I've
you-
never seen this kind of evil.
No, he's like, Mark Zuckerberg's like, listen, I've seen evil every day I look in the mirror, okay, but never this form of evil
Yeah.
from the government.
True.
Those days are over at the FBI.
Yes, Senator, they are.
Are you proud of what you did to find all that?
Absolutely.
You think that's why you're here today, is to make sure that never happens again?
The American people deserve just that.
Thank you.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Patel.
This schmuck. Holy shit. He's just got a schmuck look all over his face. You think this guy's running for president, Sitch? You think this guy believes he belongs in the White House?
His name is White House. Obviously, this guy needs to be a president, okay?
Right. President White House. huh?
President White House.
It's too on the nose. That's too fucking simulation.
Okay, May, you
This
could
guy.
be right. You could be right.
I remember January 6th. Colleagues
I was in my closet crying like a little bitch.
No, that was AOC.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
running through our halls to flee the mob, colleagues shouting that rioters should be shot, us returning to our constitutional business through hallways cleared for us by automatic weapons carrying SWAT teams.
Oh, my God. Who is calling for the rioters to be shot? That's crazy. Name names, Mr. White House.
It
Who
was-
called
it
for
was-
that?
was Pence.
That's pretty crazy.
Pence was like, mow them down, shoot all those motherfuckers.
Exactly.
Baka, baka, baka.
None of you, none of us, said those violent rioters should be pardoned. A Republican colleague said such pardons would be hard to believe, even absurd. Your former colleague J.D. Vance said the violent rioters should not be pardoned. Even Jim Jordan said pardons would, and I quote, focus on all the people who didn't commit any violence. Well, Trump pardoned all of them. And there's a lesson in that. Every time you think Trump would never go that far, rethink that. We all seem to agree that violence against police is unacceptable, yet more than 600 people who physically attacked Capitol Police officers were just put back on the street, part of a 1,500-person personal Trump army, now out there with people who have proven themselves willing to do violence on Trump's call. In only 10 days, some are already back committing crimes. We've also tried as a committee together to address the dangers of illicit drug sales over the internet, and I assume we're all against murder for hire. But Trump also just pardoned a dark web operator sentenced to life in prison for trafficking illegal drugs online and accused of soliciting murders for hire.
It's just a platform. 230 protections. Come on.
That's the Silk Road guy.
Yes, exactly. Although he was probably selling some shit himself. Let's be clear here, right?
He actually.
I mean, why did he set it up if he wasn't selling shit?
Well, you know, it's funny because a lot of people were. Because I didn't know. I don't know a lot about this Silk Road guy. And I remember when I was Twitter, I was like, I don't know about this guy. Like, I don't understand why he's being pardoned if he created this platform that was expressly designed to sell, drugs and other illegal things. And people were like, should AT&T, the phone company, be held responsible if someone calls someone to commit a crime? And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Like the phone company is not designed to elicit the sales of these materials of like something like illegal. Like that's not the point of the phone company. They're like, well, how do you know that this guy, created this for illegal purposes? And I say, well, looking at his own words, he'll want to design some sort of online marketplace where people could sell things anonymously, untraceably. And the way in which he first promoted the platform was by selling drugs onto himself. Right. And he said, hey, look, I could sell drugs on this. You want to buy drugs from me, right? Like, here's your drugs.
Oh, did he really? I didn't know he sold drugs.
They were shrooms, which I think should be legal, but that was the first thing he did, was to sell drugs on the platform to get people to sign up for it. So the concept that that the Silk Road guy didn't understand like the point of this, it was just a coincidence, is kind of absurd to me.
Trump evidently made a campaign promise to the libertarians that he would pardon the guy. So he was keeping his campaign promise, but that campaign promise wasn't widely publicized. So I don't know how that happened.
It is really weird. Yeah. I don't know why. Like, it's very strange to me. Now, I don't know. Maybe he served it because I think he'd been in jail for like 10 years.
Yeah, 23 years, I think he served.
Oh, it was 23 years. I'd be fine with 23 years is, well, I don't think it was 23 years, but whatever.
They
it
gave
was.
Him like 2 lifetime sentences.
Right. Yeah. And you can make the argument, like, if it's true, I don't think it was ever adjudicated in court whether he actually hired the hitman or not. If he did, and that was adjudicated in court and they found him guilty of it, then I'd say, yes, throw him in jail forever. If that's not really been adjudicated and it's just the drug stuff, okay, I'd say 20 years. If that's the case, that's fine.
Right? Oh, he hired hitmen? That's a little sketchy.
No, the accusation, that was an accusation, but I don't think when he went to jail, that was never part of, to my understanding, could be wrong. My understanding is that was never proven,
so they didn't investigate it.
Investigated fully. Right. So that would be, because I think the accusation was that he tried to hire hitmen. The hitmen he tried to hire were really
FBI agents. Yeah.
Like FBI agents or something to that effect, because they were already investigating him at the time.
There's a documentary on it. I've never seen the documentary though, but it is kind of a fascinating story.
But it is strange to me, and it's just the way that I feel about it is that people make all these principled arguments about the thing, and it's like, well, I don't think, I'm skeptical of the principled arguments about the whole Silk Road thing. I think it's just because there are people that think that drugs should be legal. Because if I'm assuming that if they were selling something that everyone thought should be illegal, I don't think they would defend him. Like if everyone was selling, CP on that website, I don't think people would be like,
oh, of course not.
Yeah, like, oh, well, he just created the platform and didn't enforce any sort of, guidelines on it whatsoever. So it's totally fine. And I'm like, okay, well, if they're selling some crazy shit on there, would you be in favor of that? Just from some principle perspective, I'm skeptical.
Yeah, fuck that.
Now, to his benefit, because I actually looked into this, he did not allow the sale of CP on Silk Road.
Did they? Okay.
He did not. No, and it's kind of funny because I was curious, because I was like, if he did, I'd be like 100% like, throw this guy away forever. And I looked into it, and he didn't. And because what happened is once he got arrested, there was some guy that created Silk Road #2 Now that guy did allow that
Oh
sale of
my
that material,
God.
and apparently he had like a bunch himself, so he just seemed like a horrible, like,
Fuck.
degenerate himself, and that's probably why he created the platform.
Oh my God. So they should have just kept the original
The
Silk
first
Road
one.
guy. I know.
Right, they're like,
Jeez,
oh,
let the
drugs are-
drugs go.
Drugs are less bad than CP, so.
No. Try to do some good in the world and you just
Well,
fuck
I don't
it
know
up.
if I'd
Yeah.
say that's doing good in the world, but okay.
No, I mean taking out the first guy and letting the second guy come in.
Oh, right. I see what you're
Obviously,
saying.
that's
Yeah,
fucking
right.
evil. Yeah.
You're correct, yeah.
Those pardons, as Mr. Patel has said, are a mistake, but they are also a signal that we are entering a strange and dangerous time. That is the context for today's hearing. Warnings that the FBI could become Trump's enforcer, use the powers of law enforcement to stifle speech and dissent, punish political rivals of either party, and hand out free passes, get out of jail free cards to violent supporters are warnings we should heed. Here are some warnings of this nominee's Trump administration colleagues. Former Attorney General Bill Barr said, "This nominee has virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency," end quote. "And we would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau." That's for the deputy position. Former CIA Director Gina Haspel was reported threatening to resign rather than have this nominee serve under her. John Bolton, Trump's former national security advisor, said, "I didn't think he was qualified. I was forced to hire him." Trump's deputy national security advisor, the nominee's former supervisor, said, "His ideas are ludicrous. He's absolutely unqualified for this job. He's untrustworthy. And it's an absolute disgrace to even consider an individual of this nature." That's from Republican appointees who worked with him.
I don't give a fuck about other people's opinions. So all this is appeal to authority. I can't stand this shit.
Well, I mean, it depends whether you trust that person's opinion or not. If you
Yeah,
don't,
but I
then
don't
you
know enough about any of these people. He's just fucking name dropping.
Well, he's trying to, yeah. I mean, I agree partially because he's saying like, look, all these Trump people, think he sucks, so
Yeah.
that means something. But then all those people, I mean, that's not going to be persuasive to the Trump people because Trump hates all those people too, anyway. Now, so
Yeah. Bunch of corrupt bureaucrats hate him.
this is
Of
I'm
course,
looking
because
this
he's
up.
going after them.
I'm looking this up, and this is weird, and I am curious if this comes up in the hearing, because if you remember in the beginning of the hearing, this is where you're trying to believe him saying the N-word. He said that the Department of Justice spied on him. So to some, I don't know if he said illegal or moral or whatever, but the Department of Justice spied on him in some bad fashion, right? And then you were saying like this is why he, doesn't like the deep state because they went after him personally, right?
Right.
And I was like, okay, like what is the story there? Because that would be pretty insane. Because at first I was like, well, that'd be pretty insane if the Department of Justice went after him, the FBI went after him while he's investigating Crossfire Hurricane. But then I also was like, wait a minute. Trump was the president when he was Crossfire Hurricane. So would the accusation be that the DOJ under Trump was investigating Kash Patel while Kash Patel is investigating the Crossfire Hurricane? So I was trying to find articles about this. And I don't know about, like, I'm curious because I've only found one article about this. And they say that the Justice Department that he's talking about in 2017, when it was trying to get phone records on Kash Patel and got emails from Kash Patel, they weren't doing it to protect Trump. I mean, sorry. Yeah, they weren't doing it to attack Trump. They were doing it to protect Trump. And then I found the actual press release from the Inspector General, and they're saying that the DOJ under Trump was investigating some sort of government leaks to the Washington Post, and they investigated a bunch of people, including Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell. So they're investigating, Shifty Schiff and the Democrats, and they were also investigating Kash Patel. And so it was the people trying to protect Trump, the deep state trying to protect Trump, that was investigating Kash Patel. That wasn't the Democrats.
And what were they investigating Kash Patel for?
they're trying to see, for some reason, I guess they wondering if he was the source of these leaks to the Washington Post.
Interesting. Was it Shifty Shift? Did they come to some conclusion? Who was the leaker?
I don't know if they can. I didn't. It's a long report, so I don't know if they got to the conclusion of who was the actual
Steve
leaker.
Bannon, the guy they weren't even looking at.
It was probably Steve Bannon. Yes.
Yeah, everyone thinks Steve Bannon was the leaker. So
Yeah.
and he wasn't even being investigated. Look at that. Crazy.
And here's what this nominee himself has said about using his office to prosecute journalists. We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. We're gonna come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that a correct quotation, Mr. Patel?
Hell yeah.
Senator, that's a partial quotation.
But it's correct.
In part.
Regarding his publication,
Hold on. Let me go back to that. Let me hear that quote.
Mr. Patel, just in government, about using his office to prosecute journalists. We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. We're gonna come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that a correct quotation, Mr. Patel?
Senator, that's a partial quotation.
But it's correct.
In part.
The in part is him saying, we're going to go after you if you're corrupt. If there's evidence that you're corrupt, we're going to go after you. That's what he's saying the senator's leaving
Why doesn't
out.
he say he does this? But the part that I saw about this, which is like very bizarre, is he never explains himself. Like, what is,
Right.
yeah, like, but you're right. Cause like maybe he says something immediately after that, that like provides a broader context that you go, oh, that's fair. But I don't know because he doesn't tell us.
Yeah. He might be under orders to say as little as necessary.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's a very bad order. Whoever would order you to do such a thing.
Well, they're trying to get him through, obviously. They know, right now, they know if they have the votes or not, which makes me think they do have the votes. So if you're going to win anyway, regardless of what you say, it seems pretty obvious people are going to say as little as possible.
Well, I don't know how much they, like, normally I would think that what you're saying is true, that they would know beforehand, but considering they had the whole Pete Hegseth debacle, where they had to wake up JD Vance in the middle of the night to come break that tie, split the vote here, like that makes me question their ability to accurately figure this out before.
Well,
the
I'm
hearing.
sure that they had the plan A and the plan B where they both end up winning with Pete Hegseth. And obviously they had to go with plan B, waking up JD Vance, because they lost somebody flipped.
Right, but what I
So-
mean is, I would have guessed that if they had anticipated that, they would have had JD Vance at the ready, because they've been like, oh, it's going to be
It's like the
very
middle of the
close,
night, right? And
Yeah.
the Democrats pulled some stalling tactic to drag it out.
No,
so
what
that
I mean
they
is, like,
could
if
do
they
some
thought-
fundraising.
What I mean is, if they had thought beforehand that it was going to be close, that they would have had Vance at the ready, because they're like, well, we're like touch and go here, so we might need you. So that's why I'm just saying I'm skeptical, is like how well they know how people are going to vote in advance.
Look, actually, everyone probably was in on the delay for fundraising. The Republicans were probably fundraising. Oh my God, can you believe what the Democrats did, stalling on Pete Hegseth? And
Send
the
us money.
Democrats, yeah, exactly. And the Democrats are like, oh, I can't believe that the Republicans are going to nominate Pete Hegseth. Like they get the 24-hour fundraising window. Well, they both go
Right.
to their constituents and just make it rain donor money, right? Smaller donations
Maybe
is what they're
that-
playing here.
That could be.
You
So-
watch the Matt Gaetz thing with Bill Maher, right?
Oh my God.
That's
Holy-
fascinating. Maybe we'll talk about that next
Yeah.
week, because it was
But,
fascinating. Yeah.
It is interesting. But so I haven't found the full clip yet, but I found an article that gave a little bit more context. It says, after Trump said in December he would nominate Patel to lead the FBI, comments Patel made in 2023 to Steve Bannon resurfaced in his podcast. He said, quote, "We will follow the facts and law and go to courts of law and correct these justices and lawyers who have been prosecuting these cases based on politics. We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections."
Okay.
So that can obviously go either way depending on how you see the situation, or depending on what, quote, evidence they have for such claims.
But he's probably, I mean, this quote is from his book, right? Or is that
No,
what
he
you
said
read?
this to Steve Bannon in some podcast.
Oh, okay. That's what he's talking about?
Yes, that's the quote.
Okay.
Regarding his publication of his enemies list, Mr. Patel proclaimed, "The manhunt starts tomorrow," and reposted a video depicting him taking a chainsaw to his political enemies. Is that you, Kash Patel, reposting that at the top of that page?
Senator, I had nothing to do with the creation of that meme.
Is that you reposting it, was my question.
And that's me at the top.
You said FBI.
I'm trying to see. Okay, I can't. Not a good view of the meme there, but
Yeah, but it does look like there's a little retweet at the top, like he
Yeah,
reposted it. So
right. So remember, so how you feeling on the whole? Is Trump going to go after people?
I mean, I wouldn't bet money against it at this point. I mean, I'm trying to
Right.
be optimistic here. He's got some social pressure on him saying that he's not going to do it, right? He's making a big to-do about how he's not going to do it. So, but I mean, he could be saying, I'm not going to do it. Kash Patel's going to do it. Right.
Okay. Yeah, see, every time he said it, he like said under his breath. Like,
Look,
"Oh,
I
bro."
don't, this is politics, man. People
Right.
lie. People go back on their word all the time. So I don't want you to think I'm Pollyanna about it. I'm trying to be optimistic. And more than anything, I look more at what the incentives are than what people actually say. Because ultimately, the incentives are going to be what drives it. I mean, we had a spicy conversation about foreign aid the other day, and both of us went back and looked at the dictator's handbook on the foreign aid question. And really, the reason why, and he even says in the book, foreign aid is evil, but he says foreign aid is evil because it's basically our politicians buying some policy concession at the expense of people in another country. And so Trump cutting that off, I mean, ultimately the incentive is not for him to cut it off, right? Because Trump wants the policy concession for all his people the same way anyone else does, right?
Right.
So you look at that and you're like, okay, well, foreign aid's going to come back because that's the pressure that's going to be on Trump. So
Well,
you kind of got to look at that.
Yeah. Well, in the book, he says he says foreign aid is bad usually. He does create
Oh
caveats
yeah,
for
he
himself.
does, but very few. He's like 10% of foreign aid probably does some good, but 90% of it's bad.
And and he said that foreign aid to democratic countries is usually good. He was saying that foreign aid to authoritarian countries is usually bad, and he kind of lays out the reasons for why, and it makes sense. And he did give a good, I think, solution to the problem, which is that
he gave a great solution.
Yeah,
yes.
he brings up an interesting problem, which we didn't really talk about the other day, which is that if you give he talks a lot about like Pakistan, you give Pakistan, billions of dollars to go fight ISIS or whomever, some terrorist organization, you're creating this bizarre incentive where they're getting paid to do something. So if they accomplish the goal, they're going to stop
getting paid.
Right? And so he talked about how a lot of these kind of authoritarian countries or these, backwater shithole countries, or whatever you want to call it, whatever disparaging term you want to call it, they'll like kind of half do the thing you want them to do, but they'll never do enough to actually fix the problem. So you keep paying them. And so the solution to that would be to actually, instead of paying them to do something, you say, okay, we're going to pay you when you actually accomplish the goal, right? We're going to put a bunch of money in an escrow account somewhere in Switzerland. And when you actually root out ISIS, then you get, $1 billion, something to that effect. So, which I think makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, because it's a big dollar.
Right.
But I guess whether or not the American people will, I mean, that goes against what the American people will want, right? Obviously, if they're saying we're going to pay $10 billion for this terrorist, the American people are going to be like, what? Oh my fucking God. $10 billion. Are you kidding me?
The thing, it's because the whole point of the guy, the point of the guy's position, or the two guys, I should say, it's written by two guys in the Dictator's Handbook, is they're not against helping other countries or even using money to get other countries to do things that are good for America. They're in favor of that. They just think it's not being done efficiently.
Yeah.
Right. And it's being done in a way that actually harms a lot of other countries, where it seems like Trump, I mean, at least what he's communicating and what his supporters are communicating is that they just don't want to pay money, any foreign aid, because there's the idea is like, well, if we stop spending money on foreign aid, we'll be able to give money to American people. So it's like a completely different thought process. But I think part of the problem with that is very often people don't understand what the point of the foreign aid is.
Right.
And because usually,
well, there's a cover story for it. It's always
right,
to help like crying babies and shit.
Exactly. And I think that's part of the problem, is that it's kind of ironic that I think, it's funny because I was talking to Sammy about this the other day, and she was saying, if the American government was just like open and honest with whatever shady shit they're using the foreign aid money for, maybe people would be more likely to support
people
it.
Might be.
Right. Because you're like, oh, we're giving, $5 million to some country to feed poor people. But in reality, we're giving $5 million because, we need the government to fight some terrorist group, because we have American soldiers that are trying to provide intel in some area to protect, minerals to be sent to chip manufacturers. Like there's some like actual logistical reason like why we're doing it. We're not doing it out of the kindness of our hearts. And if people actually were like, oh, well, that money actually is helping me, buy a cell phone because it's protecting minerals in Africa that are being shipped to, Taiwan to be turned into microchips, maybe people would be more amenable to the, spending that money.
They do a fascinating survey with the United Nations, and the nations that actually join the United Nations, the diplomats end up selling foreign policy to other democratic nations that is at the expense of their own citizens.
Yes.
And just from the survey, they're like, the people who don't get into the United Nations, they have stronger economic development than the people that actually do get into the United Nations, which you would think would be directly opposite, right? You'd think, oh my God, they're joining the international community. Of course they're going to have economic success, right? No, right. It's the other countries basically take advantage of them, right?
Well, I think it wasn't
like burn the people.
It wasn't, I don't think it was because most countries are in the UN. It was a specific council of the UN. I don't remember if it was a Security Council or something, some specific council in the UN that they would, use. Basically the whole point of Dictator's Handbook is they're saying that the more these kind of third world countries comply with first world country agreements and demands, usually they end up worse off because the first world country is, taking them for a ride essentially to their own benefit.
It's the leaders selling out the workers and the lower classes
and the resources of the country.
Yeah, exactly. For their own gain. Yeah. So that's obviously what takes place in an authoritarian regime. So
right. No, but it's just ironic because he kind of makes the exact opposite point that a lot of people because the way that it's being conceptualized right now is I don't want to give foreign aid because we're just giving away American money and getting nothing in return. And in Dictator's Handbook,
we are getting a lot.
Yeah, they're like, no, we're getting a bunch of shit, but it's actually hurting the country. So they're kind of making a left-wing argument against doing it, which is kind of fascinating.
Yes, yeah. But just to bring it back, the incentive, I think, is for Trump to desire whatever policy we're purchasing from these other countries. So they're going to come in eventually and say, well, this foreign aid is buying us this policy. This foreign aid is buying this policy. And I find it hard to believe that Trump is going to be like, I mean, he might, right? He might say, do we really need that policy? And fuck them on the foreign aid. It depends upon what the policy is. So.
I would hope, I would think because Trump is very transactional in his thinking that he'd be amenable to the concept of like, well, we'll condition foreign aid on success as opposed to action.
Oh, that big change that they advocate for in the book. Right. That would be cool.
Now, I've never heard anyone talk about that, so I don't know if that's even being promoted to Trump or to really anyone. I've never heard anyone even mention that besides the people in the Dictator's Handbook. But so we'll see, I guess.
So look and to be clear, like I don't want Trump to go after any innocent people. Like I don't want Trump going after anyone without evidence. I don't want Trump to go on any fishing expeditions. And it's, I think, totally hypocritical of Kash Patel to come out here and say, they've gone out after me with a fishing expedition and that was totally wrong. And then to do the exact same thing about other people. So when I'm saying I'm optimistic about the situation, I'm optimistic because Trump has come out publicly and said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to go after our political rivals, right? Unless overwhelming evidence presents itself, then obviously we're forced to step in. But he's not going to go on any fishing expeditions,
Well,
right?
I mean, they're always going to frame it. I mean, they're obviously going to say,
of course,
like,
look,
you know, we're not going to do the thing unless, you know, they're really bad, right? They're not going to be like, oh yeah, of course we're going to go after them.
so, but you believe that they are going to go, they're on a bunch of fishing expeditions.
Yes.
Okay.
That'd be my guess.
Right. It's hard because if they actually find something on the fishing expedition, obviously they have a lot of plausible deniability. If they go on a fishing expedition and find nothing, then they're like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to be usually what happens in these fishing expeditions is they find something that you can sort of look at in a specific way and say, like, okay, you know,
Payments to a porn star, perhaps.
Right, exactly, like payments to a porn star, perfect, right? Or getting a blowjob in the White House, or, you know, whatever, right? You're gonna find something you can point to, but it's usually not the thing you are looking for. And so
Right.
then you say, well, does that justify it? It's like, maybe, you know, maybe they did something a little wrong here, but
Yeah.
Goose Springsteen for $20 for 20 pounds. Thank you. Says, I think a question of abuse of trust. I imagine if it was proved that the CIA killed JFK, it's worse than if the foreign actor or normal psycho. It's evil of wearing the mantle of virtue while doing the unspeakable. I mean, yeah, obviously, if our own government killed JFK, it would be horrendous. And I agree, it would be worse than if a foreign actor or a random person killed JFK, especially
Right.
if we, you know, cover it up, you know, years later.
But you're honing in on that specific incident.
Right.
Yeah.
Potentially criminal for $20. Hey, Sean. Said Hoover's blackmailing wiretaps in the 40s and 50s, sending death threats to MLK, COINTELPRO, PatCon, Ruby Ridge, Waco, post 9/11 terror investigations, Crossfire Hurricane. The FBI has been evil since Hoover started it. Well, there you go. See how Sean feels about it.
Right. Yeah.
But,
look at this.
The Mongolian leprechaun Superman from Saturn for $20 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, I have an actual serious question this time. Oh, well, listen. We're all
Serious.
surprised here.
We don't take serious
I know.
questions. What are you talking about?
Is it immoral to have preferences and attraction towards Asian women like Japanese and Korean? Also, I have lost all my respect for Destiny in recent years. I don't think there's anything wrong with people having sexual preferences towards some specific aesthetic, whether it be, you know, an ethnic group, you know, women that have a certain body type or shape or whatever. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So.
Yeah, obviously.
Right.
It's a,
I mean,
like, personal taste thing, personal preference.
And I think usually people don't even really know why. Like, you don't make, I don't think, you know, at least from my own experience and talking to other people, you know, people don't walk around with like a conscious, like, I'm going to decide to be attracted to like XYZ individual. Like, that's just what attracts them. They don't really know why, but it does.
Well, no, I think obviously men who are not breastfed, like, they are obsessed with boobs. I mean, like, that's a given.
You
like
think that's it?
all these
You think that's the
bottle-fed
thing?
dudes are
Okay.
like, ah,
There you go.
they didn't get enough
Right.
booby when they were a baby.
Right.
So
No,
they're
there's,
just-
I mean, first of all, it's funny, but I'm sure there's a psychological reason for it. I do find the psychological reasons potentially for people's sexual preferences interesting, but I'm saying I don't think most people know why they have them. It's not like a conscious thing.
right. Well, the
J-Mac.
solution is simple. Just give the baby the booby, okay?
There you go. Just give them. Well, actually, you know, there's a whole thing about how they think, you know, having a vaginal birth and being breastfed is like way better for your health.
For the
in terms
woman's
of
health?
giving you antibody. No, the baby's health.
Oh, yeah. Because there's natural antibodies in breast milk.
Right. Which, because there was a time period. I mean, it was
Where
like
they
a
thought
long
bottle
time ago.
feeding was better. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know like my grandmother, you know, would talk about this where she was fed on the bottle,
Mhm.
and she's like, that was like a point of pride. Like, oh, I was fed in the bottle. You know, this was much better than breast milk. Right.
Was she
'Cause-
obsessed with women's breasts?
Not to my knowledge. I never asked her about it, but you know, but it's because there was a time period, especially in like, I don't know when she was born. Maybe it was like the 30s or 40s. I don't know. There's like a time period from like the 30s to 50s where people were very like, you know, very pro like science, very pro artificial things over natural things.
Of course, yeah. They thought science was going to save the world. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
They leaned into it.
JMac for $30. Thanks so much, Sugar Fart Dad. JMac says, am I wrong for thinking that our FBI director ought to have a deeper voice? Does this make me an
Ooh.
ass? Well, listen, I can't throw stones on that conversation. So I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say you're wrong. How dare you? How dare you? And-
Cash's voice is not bad. I mean, maybe it could be a little bit deeper, but
Right. When you look at him, you don't expect that voice to come out.
really?
Yeah.
Sitch, why?
I don't expect
Are you
the
afraid of Kash Patel?
No, I'm just saying if I look at like people in a lineup, I just wouldn't expect the, cartoon Sitch voice to come out of that
Oh, okay.
that body is what I'm saying. And J Mac also says, look, whenever my wife stepdad cooks curry, I smell like curry for 2 days. You sweat the spices out, but it's worth it because spicy curry is the bomb.
Curry
There
is
you go.
delicious. Yeah.
I don't know,
Very good.
Sam makes curry all the time, but it's like Japanese style, not Indian style, so maybe it's different. There's no like residual odor that we emit from our bodies. So,
Cool.
anyways, okay, let's get back to it.
Agents were responsible for the violence on January 6th, and I quote you here, beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what you said?
That's completely incorrect, and I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
I'll give you.
Of that
Is that
meme,
you reposting it was my question.
and that's me at the top.
You said FBI agents were responsible for the violence on January 6th, and I quote you here, beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what you said?
Ooh.
So
here we
here's
go.
the
We're
let me read-
getting
here's
into
the
it.
here's the Tim Pool says, I like this. It is funny that they're literally holding a giant poster.
It says Tim Pool. I know.
Uh,
Tim's
Tim-
made it.
Tim Pool says, it looks like you have a preponderance of evidence suggesting there may have been federal law enforcement involved in making January 6th happen. And then Cash says, I'll get you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Wow.
Okay. But if you listen to what White House says, people do this very often where someone says something that's bad and then the person like hyperbolizes this statement to make it worse. So then the person can defend themselves against the accusation. So if you listen to what the question was, he says,
You said FBI agents were responsible for the violence on January 6th.
so he said, you said FBI agents were responsible for the violence on January 6th. It's like, well, how do you interpret that? Because if he said that he thinks January 6th was, started by the FBI or something, like you could say, well, I didn't say they started the violence. I just said that they got people to break into the Capitol, right?
Right.
So you can kind of give yourself some wiggle room.
Right. He's spinning a narrative that's much worse here.
Right. But I mean, it's still, first of all, I still think it's pretty bad. And I definitely think that anyone who thinks the FBI did January 6th or has some involvement shouldn't be the head of the FBI.
And I quote you here, beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what you said?
That's completely incorrect, and I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
I'll give you an opportunity in writing, but this is my time now.
Have at it.
An Inspector Attorney General investigation found that was false.
I do think that's obnoxious. I mean, it's part of the thing I don't like about these confirmation hearings is that because they're all so limited for time, it's like usually people just throwing out sort of sound bites.
Yep.
And they don't often give the person the opportunity to actually give some sort of response because when them giving the response cuts into the speaker's time. So I wish there was some way they could frame it where it's like, well, if someone's responding to a question, like that doesn't count against the person's time. So you can actually hear some kind of answer. Though Kash is given, I believe, the opportunity to give some sort of statement on this, and I don't remember.
Of course he is. Like the
I don't
next,
think it's
usually
very-
what happens is the next guy
Right.
lets him respond.
But
Yeah.
I don't recall it being a very good answer. So we'll see.
The Republican steps in and is like,
Yeah.
you didn't get a chance to respond to that bad faith attack by my
Right.
colleague over there.
Right.
And you said we should impeach judges who rule against Donald Trump, who are, in your words, political terrorists. When this nominee tries to explain all this away,
Was that on? I'm trying to. I wish the cameraman was so shitty. It looked like it said that was on the trigonometry podcast. I didn't even know he was on trigonometry podcast.
keep one thing in mind. He's testified under oath before a Colorado judge who presided over a Trump case in which he was a witness. And the judge found, and I'm quoting here, he was not a credible witness. His testimony is not only illogical, but completely devoid of any evidence in the record. That's
Another just appealing to some fucking judge who I don't know if he's biased or what the hell. So
Well, that's the problem.
I
Is that,
hate that stuff.
right. That's
It's
the
like
problem is that we don't
bullshit.
know the context, because that could either be something important or it could be something not important, depending on the context of the statement.
Right. Yes.
from a judge. This is a dangerous time, and I ask all my colleagues to consider whether these plain comments by this person and by his own Trump administration colleagues should be given a blind eye, just overlooked, or whether, like the warnings of pardoning violent January 6 offenders, they're warnings to be heeded. There is an unfathomable difference between a seeming facade being constructed around this nominee here today and what he has actually done and said in real life when left to his own devices. Conduct shows character. And if you look at history, you see the danger of security chiefs in authoritarian regimes becoming the tools of political power. The characteristics that they often show are that they are vengeful, that they are grandiose, that they are intemperate, that they are partisan and blindly loyal, and that they are servile.
The thing that bugs me about all these accusations is all of them can be leveled at the Democrats just as easily. So, fucking partisan bullshit on both sides.
And won't say no. I'm afraid that the history of this nominee's conduct raises those warnings. And I yield my 1 second back.
Before Senator Cornyn, you said you'd like to explain something. I forget the point he made.
Here it is. I
can do
told
that
you.
now if
Here we
you
go.
want to.
Did I not fucking nail it?
Yeah.
Obviously. Oh, look, I think Grassley's the chairman, so he's like, I'm not going to let that slide. Fuck
Right.
you.
Right.
Let him respond.
Okay, let's hear.
Simply this, Senator. In the collective, all of those statements are taken out of grotesque context. And anyone that thinks my 16 years of service isn't exemplary on how I would proceed if confirmed as FBI is intentionally putting false information into the public ether and creating more public discourse. The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as a director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
Before I call on Senator,
This is my problem. Is like, you know, we talked the other day about Anthony McKee's Captain America comments, and I was like, well, you know, don't pull out the pitchforks. You know, let him see if he has a statement. Right?
Has it been 48
And
hours?
then-
Has he recanted? I got
and
my
then-
pitchfork ready.
So then he puts out a statement.
Oh, he
and
did.
He did. And I thought it was a pretty shitty statement. And I said this on Twitter. I added it to the thread, my Twitter thread on it. And I had his statement. And I said it was a pretty shitty statement because Anthony McKee doesn't really address the accusation at all. He just says, I'm a proud American and, you know, I wouldn't attack anyone in service of the country, blah, 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 blah. Like, he doesn't like explain like what the fuck up was, right? Like, did he misspeak? Was there some context we didn't understand? Like, so whenever someone says something and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? Why do you say this like sus thing? And they don't actually explain the fuck up. They just kind of give a generic, I'm a proud American or I'm a good person answer. To me, I always say that's a bullshit. Like there's some problem there. Right. And so I don't like with this answer here with Kash is that he's on Tim Pool. And I went and I watched the clip. It's not taken out of context. I went and watched the clip and he's 100%. We talked about in the beginning of the stream. He 100% is promoting the idea that the FBI was involved in making January 6th riot occur. And his two examples are Ray Epps and the informant thing. And that's what he was telling the Tim. So that's not out of context. And to say that's grossly out of context is not true. And I think that's why when he gave him time to explain himself, he doesn't answer specifically. He just gives this sort of like, I'm a proud American serving my country.
Right. I mean, it would be a lot to go into the context. So,
well, he can't go in the context because they're saying that
no
he doesn't
time.
want to say in the confirmation hearing, yes, I think the FBI secretly did January 6th to undermine Donald Trump. He does not want to say those words in his confirmation hearing when he's up for the position of running the FBI, because it obviously looks really bad and it'd be very difficult for Republicans to cast their vote for that person.
Right. But he does believe that ultimately.
He does believe that, yeah.
Right.
Mr. Carnan, I'd like to say that we've heard about the January 6th pardons. I think it's important that we remind people at the same time of some pardons by the previous administration. Thomas Sanders, a kidnapper who murdered a 12-year-old girl named Lexus and her mother, Swellen Roberts. Adrian Peeler, a Connecticut drug kingpin who was convicted in the death of an 8-year-old boy and his mother. Leonard Peltier, that's already been referred to, that murdered 2 FBI agents. And even Director Wray, at that time, former Director Wray, said that shouldn't have happened. And Judge Michael Conahan, who took kickbacks for wrongly sending juveniles for profit detention centers, and Alex Saab, who laundered illicit proceeds for narcotics terrorist Nicholas Madero, and was a key connection between Venezuela and Iran, and 5 family members of his own family. President Biden did that. Senator.
Welcome, Mr. Patel. Do you believe America is an exceptional nation?
It's the greatest nation.
Your family
No, I think America sucks. Like, what kind of fucking question is that?
Sitch, do you think he's lying there?
I don't think he's lying.
Okay.
No,
there
and I
he's
said
telling the truth.
I think he's on. I said this with the Elon Musk thing. He does seem. I think he is like rah America. So I don't think he secretly hates America.
Right.
And I will listen. I'll actually defend. I'll defend Kash Patel. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm such a good guy here. I went and I found that quote from the judge that he read off.
Right.
Okay. To try to see, like, well, what is the context of that statement? Is it valid or not? So this is the context. It says, Kash Patel testified on behalf of Trump. Mr. Patel was the former chief of staff to the acting Secretary of Defense in January 6, 2021. Mr. Patel testified that on January 3rd, 2021, then President Trump authorized 10 to 20,000 National Guard forces. He also testified about his experiences with the January 6th Select Committee, including he gave a deposition to the committee. The court finds that Mr. Patel was not a credible witness. His testimony regarding Trump authorizing 10 to 20,000 National Guardsmen is not only illogical, because Trump only had authority over the 2,000 National Guardsmen, but completely devoid of any evidence in the record. Further, his testimony regarding the January 6th committee refusing to release his deposition and refusing his request to speak at a public hearing was refuted by Mr. Heffy, who is a far more credible witness. The court does not give any weight to Mr. Patel's testimony other than the evidence that the January 6th Select Committee interviewed many of Trump's supporters as part of its extensive operation or investigation. So I don't know. I can't speak to whatever the evidence, because it doesn't really say what the evidence was at the time. But what I can speak to this, and why I will defend Kash here, is that we do know, and actually was hidden in the January, or hidden deep within the January 6th Committee report, was that Trump did multiple times reference wanting to give the National Guard 10 or more thousand troops to protect the Capitol on January 6th, because he thought that a bunch of Antifa people were going to attack his supporters on January 6th. So I'm assuming Kash heard that from Trump directly, or heard from someone saying Trump said that, and Trump did say that. So it was wrong. The court was completely wrong to just dismiss that claim.
Because of partisanship. They don't want people to know that.
Right.
They don't want people to believe that Trump actually did that stuff. So
Well, it's because it's what I said about how like someone does something bad and then they want to like hyperbolize it to make it worse. And it's like, because a lot of the people want to promote the idea that Trump intended for a riot to break out on January 6th and intended for people to break in the Capitol, which,
right. And
I mean, to me, not only seems completely illogical and
deploying the National
stupid.
Guard goes against that narrative, though. That's why they
Right.
don't want anyone to think he
Exactly.
ordered the National Guard out. Yeah, exactly. But then to
Exactly,
just
right.
say Kash Patel is not a credible witness,
Right.
just
Right.
dismissing him out of hand is lame.
Yeah.
They went through a lot to get here.
They sure did.
And your life story is, I think, a great example of people pursuing the American dream. Do you believe a large part of what makes America an exceptional nation is the rule of law?
It is one of the fundamental precepts that determines that.
And why is that?
Because without a singular application of a rule of law, we go back to the Uganda that my father fled in Idi Amin.
I believe that the two most important institutions in America to preserve and protect and enforce the rule of law are the FBI and the Department of Justice. And the sort of politicalization that Senator Graham and others have already talked about during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation or project of James Comey at the FBI and the abuse of intelligence tools like Title I of Section 702 are a betrayal of American values and adherence to the rule of law. And I think your biggest task is going to be, along with Pam Bondi at the Office of the Attorney General, is to restore the rule of law to the Department of Justice and the FBI. Are you willing to do that?
Absolutely, Senator.
Without regard to partisan affiliation or politics?
Absolutely.
Do you believe President Trump, as the commander-in-chief, needs access to all of the lawfully available intelligence that can be collected by the American intelligence community in order to inform him so that he can make good judgments as commander-in-chief to assure the safety and security of the American people?
Having been responsible for the collection and predication and promulgation of that intelligence, I firmly believe he and every president must have it.
And so you would not support any impractical or perhaps immaterial or unworkable ways to inhibit the flow of that information to President Trump?
No, I would not.
So let me just ask you, you and I have talked about this a number of times, and this has come up before in a number of different contexts. But as I've always said, I think Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is the most important law that most Americans have never heard of.
Yeah.
But when I was questioning my fellow Texan, John Ratcliffe, who now has been confirmed as the director of the CIA, about this, we talked about some of the reforms that have been made to Section 702 over the years. This has been an ongoing conversation here in Congress. People like my colleague here, Senator Lee, and others have proposed reforms, which I think have gone a long way to help protect the privacy rights of American citizens. But let me just point out some of the improvements that have been made over the years. This is not the same 702 that was in effect during President Trump's first terms. These are a number of things that we did together on a bipartisan basis to make sure that the balance between the national security interests of the American people and the privacy and constitutional rights of American citizens were protected. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Senator, I do.
And I think Senator Tillis, with his typical outstanding graphics, has a wonderful handout which lays all of that out. But one of the things that's come up, and we've discussed this, is the idea that in order to query lawfully collected intelligence under Section 702, that somehow if a U.S. person's name is involved, that a warrant would be required. Now, you're a lawyer who's represented defendants in, as a public defender. You understand that what probable cause is required, what sort of evidence is required to be produced to a judge in order to get a warrant. Do you believe a warrant requirement is a practical and workable or even a necessary element of 702?
If I may just give some context on that, Senator. Having a background not only utilizing FISA and 702 as a national security prosecutor, but as a civilian at JSOC and later as an intelligence official and the Deputy Director of National Intelligence, 702 collection formulates over 45% of the presidential daily briefing that you referred to earlier.
I actually have heard it's as high as 60%, but anyway, it's a lot.
It's a lot. And the issue for me is not with FISA and 702. The issue has been those that have been in government service and abused it in the past. And so we must work with Congress to provide the protections necessary for American citizens. Dealing with these matters, including hostage rescue operations in real time, which we use FISA collection to find and save American hostages, having a warrant requirement to go through that information in real time is just not comportive with the requirement to protect American citizenry. I'm all open to working with Congress on finding a better way forward, but right now, these improvements that you've made go a long way.
Well, and Director Ratcliffe said that he did not believe that, given the context of 702 collection, whether a foreign target communicates with a U.S. person, that there'd be sufficient evidence to go to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court or any other court to demonstrate probable cause. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, just in real time, Senator, excuse me, it's almost impossible to make that function and serve the national no-fail mission.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you point out the lack of trust. Any of these tools can be abused by people who are willing to break the law or abuse these tools or violate the public trust. Director Ratcliffe again used, I thought, a helpful analogy. I'll see if you agree with it. He said the knives in your kitchen have a very useful and beneficial purpose, but they too can be misused do you agree with that?
Absolutely, Senator.
And similarly, do you agree that tools like Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act can be used appropriately to protect national security, but they can also be abused by people who are willing to cross a line they should not cross?
They're both true, and that's why we need to work together to make sure Americans have trust again in these surveillance measures that we utilize to protect our country.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I think you know that I have great respect for the men and women of the FBI, their mission, fidelity, bravery, integrity. I believe they deserve a director who respects our work and sacrifices, and they deserve a director who's focused on their mission. This is not about bingo cards or games. This is not about revenge. This is about the safety of our country and the people that work in the FBI. And the FBI runs on facts, it runs on truth. Truth matters, and without truth, the whole system breaks down. You said that Donald Trump has every right to tell the world that in 2020, 2016, and every other election in between was rigged by our government because they were. Yes or no, did you say that?
I don't have that statement in front of me. But
okay, that was from August 27th, 2023 Thrive Time show. I'll put it on the record. These claims made in that statement were rejected by courts, including by Republican judges. Is that correct?
I don't have enough of the facts in front of me to make that assessment.
I will put that statement on the record, but I think everyone in this committee, including the Republican members, knows that these statements were rejected by courts. You were asked about the police officers in the Capitol who testified in the January 6 hearings, and you accused them of lying. Is that correct or not correct?
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, Joe Pack's podcast, March 2024, we'll put it on the record. I was there. The police officers.
You know, it's annoying because I was trying to find these podcasts. I can't find. She's like mumbling, like the Joe Peck podcast or whatever. I can't find. I don't even know what the fuck. Like I can't find anything about this stuff. So because I do want to see, is there some context? Is she taking the clip? Is the quote out of context or not? Because if she's not taking out of context, obviously it's like fucking horrible. But if she's taking out of context, I want to know what the defense would be. I
Right.
can't actually find any of
Yeah.
these quotes. It is annoying. And you know, even though I was kind of making fun of it, that's why you know I do like that the other guy, at least, you know, they had the guy hold up the big fucking placard with the quote on it, so you know it's easier to check whatever the fuck they're talking about.
Were heroes that day.
Yes.
Did you post on your personal social media account in May of 2024, January 6th, never an insurrection, cowards in uniforms exposed. They broke the chain of command.
I believe you're referencing a post that was shown in part earlier. I don't have it in front of me.
You posted it, and it was on your account, and we will again put that out there once more as we go on. I don't want to lose any more time on this, but every one of these,
I don't think it looks good persuasion-wise if you just say, I don't have it in front of me. Like, I think it looks better if you, even if they cut you off, if you're going to defend yourself and then they cut you off, because then it's like, oh, well, look, he's trying to defend himself and I'm getting cut off. He just, this whole like, I don't have it in front of me. I think that makes you look guilty as fuck.
Well, if you say, though, it sounds like bullshit, but I don't have it in front of me, and then it turns out it isn't bullshit. I think that sounds worse. So
Sure, but I'm saying like I would maybe he just literally doesn't remember any of these fucking things he said. I would hope he have some remembrance of his positions on these issues, that if he doesn't believe it, he'd say that's not my position. You know, that's not what I was saying. Blah 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 blah.
we say all kinds of shit on the show, though. I wouldn't want to be under oath
blah.
and say, look. I mean, they could take all kinds of shit out of context. I'm sure even the most heinous things we've said, but obviously joking around or, you know, it's removed from context. You're like,
Yeah,
oh,
but I think it's a
well,
little
I
difference.
did actually say
I think it's a
that.
little difference when we're, you know, streaming 4 times a week saying a bunch of goofy shit.
Right, but he's gone on, I don't know how many podcasts. It seems like at least 50, right?
Right, but he's saying something that's a belief that he has, right?
Right.
Like if someone said like, Sitch, did you say XYZ? I'd say my position is, you know, like that does not conform with my position. My position is this, right?
That's the right response right there.
That's what I
you
would
could
say.
I'm not sure about the quote. It could be out of context, but my position is this.
Right. That's
Yeah,
what you
that
should.
would be
That
would be the good response. Yes.
there's a record of it and you haven't answered. You promoted a COVID vaccine reversal or detox supplement. One scientist said, I quote, none of these substances in any form would minimize side effects from a COVID-19 vaccine. That is preying on innocent people. Did you perform clinical trials before you made that claim?
I'm not a doctor, so no.
But you did promote this supplement and told people that it would reverse or mitigate the side effects from COVID vaccine.
Did I give people an opportunity to make an independent choice for what's best for their families? Yes.
You did that last year, correct?
I don't have it in front of me again, Senator.
Mr. Patel, the FBI.
That's terrible. That's
He
so
just
bad.
fucking he just triggered the shit out of Sitch. He just completely lost Sitch. This is the Pokemon cookie situation.
The Pokemon cookie
Yeah.
situation. Only
It
worse
is.
because it's medicine.
It is.
Yeah.
It's some sort of supplement. So
Right.
this is
That's
tough
pretty
to
bad.
defend.
That's I remember because I remember
this is not good.
it's funny because when I first heard about Kash Patel, I brought this up. I was like, he sold some sort of supplement on his website that was supposed to undo the vaccine if you were vaccinated.
No way.
And it looked like a total. I was like, I can't remember. It was called something like COVID away or vaccine away, some silly name.
No way.
Yes, I talked about this. You remember? We talked about this
I don't remember any of this.
when it came up, and it looked like a total scam because on the website they had an FAQ section, and they're like, and it was like, how do I know when I've like taken enough of the supplement to reverse the vaccine? And it was like, well, it's hard, you know, there's no test that can actually determine that information. However, you know, this will actually provide protection for further, you know, vaccines or further infections from COVID strain viruses in the future. So you should just take this for the rest of your life.
Oh, that's sad.
I was like, oh God, it's such a fucking scam. it's real. I mean, that's pretty awful. That I just gave people the opportunity to take this sugar pill
To make
get
an
out.
independent assessment on whether or not they wanted to take this fake supplement.
I know. That's pretty bad.
Okay. I put it.
Tackle some of the most.
I put a new poll up. Now people are struggling to change their answer. I said, "Is Kash Patel trustworthy?"
Well, we could do like those debates where it's like in the beginning and then at the end.
Oh yes, yeah.
The comparison. Oh, you know what? YouTube should have that so people can change their poll. It's like a dynamic poll.
Most complex threats that we face: terrorists, hostile foreign powers, violent gangs, fentanyl, criminal organizations. Your mission, though, has been to go after people. I've looked at it. I've read this stuff. Yes or no? When Trump wins, did you say this? When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials for an actual RICO statute violation, for criminally organizing the United States government to break the law to rig presidential elections. Did you say that, yes or no?
Again, Senator, you're reading a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond.
Okay, again, we'll put it on the record. X22
Oh my God.
report
Okay. That doesn't look
podcast
good.
20. That is from, I'll get you the date, about a year ago. One of the names on your list was Bill Barr. Chairman Grassley has called him one of the most capable cabinet officials I've ever been able to vote for. Senator Graham has said, I have nothing but total respect and admiration for the job done by William Barr as Attorney General of the United States. Is Bill Barr on your list of whatever you want to call them, been referred to as an enemies list? You've called them deep state after serving his country as the Attorney General of the United States. Is he on your list because of a personal vendetta?
Well, it's not whatever we want to call it, Senator. With all due respect, it's not an enemies list. That is a total mischaracterization.
I asked you, I actually used the words you used for the list, which was deep state, right? That's what you put at the top.
It is a glossary
against
in
the
the
Attorney
back.
General of the United States. Is it because of a personal vendetta that he's on the list? You're under oath.
I have no personal vendetta against Bill
Okay,
Barr.
he said about you, you would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau. That was actually in writing in his book. He had virtually, about you, no experience that would qualify you to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency, and that your appointment, as noted by Senator Durbin as Deputy Director to the FBI, would happen over his dead body. Is it, yes or no, why you would put him on the list of deep state as a former Attorney General, Trump Attorney General of the United States, because he wouldn't break the law for Donald Trump? Is that why?
Absolutely not.
As you know, he repeatedly told
do
He
like the
answered
question.
that one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why did he answer that question? I do like the question of like, okay, so this guy said that you're an incompetent fucking retard, and he'd rather die than let you take this position. And you put him on the naughty list on your book. Do you have a personal vendetta against him? It's like, I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, he's not going to answer. Yes,
Right.
of course I have a personal vendetta.
I mean, he
against
should.
him.
That'd be. I think he'd get applauded from a lot of MAGA people if he said, "Yeah, fuck that guy."
Everyone hates Bill Barr.
That's sad, but they do. Poor Bill.
repeatedly told the president in no uncertain terms that he did not see evidence of fraud that would have affected the outcome of the election. Did you say in February of 2021 that the election stuff was never my job and I stayed all of it all? I stayed out of that stuff.
Again, I don't know what comment you're referring to, but I'm sure you're reading a piece of something.
You said it on Pushback on a podcast. Is it true, though, that in December of 2020, you reached out to the Trump acting deputy attorney general and asked him to investigate a conspiracy theory claiming that people in Italy had used military technology and satellites to remotely tamper with voting machines in the U.S. and switch votes for Trump from Trump to Biden? Is that true?
What was the date?
That was out of December of 2020.
I was chief of staff to the Department of Defense, so I don't believe that's accurate in any way.
Okay, that came out of testimony before Congress. I will give it to you. Have you referred
How
to
do you feel about that? How do you feel about that accusation?
What was the accusation? I was reading something.
That he he said he didn't remember, didn't think that he said this though, which is interesting because the only one he gave a definitive to was that he made some claim that they were using technology in Italy to change the votes in the 2020 election.
Oh, that's awful if he did make that accusation.
The media as the most powerful enemy of the United States that they have ever seen. Is that right?
Again, you're reading a quote. I take that
Speech
you're
to
reading it accurately.
CPAC 223-24. You said we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens who helped Joe Biden rig the elections. We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that something you said?
That's a partial statement of what I said.
Steve Bannon's podcast. You also said you would put the entire fake news mafia press corps on your list. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
I don't have that in front of me.
Benny Johnson's podcast 821-23. You have said that the FBI.
Well, I mean, it is the fake news mafia, so he should just say, hell yeah, I said I'd put him on the list. Why is he denying that? Nobody likes the fake news mafia.
Well, he's a bitch.
Including today, you said that they remain utterly corrupt. This is an agency with agents who have taken down terrorists, taken down bank robbers, taken down crime. And you wrote that the FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken. Do you know that under Chris Wray's leadership, he took over at a very difficult time, we all know that, appointed by President Trump, that during his tenure, the applications to the FBI has in fact tripled? Do you think people would be applying to that agency like in those numbers if they thought it was so corrupt?
The American public's trust in it is at 40%. That's an all-time low.
Did you?
Of course they're applying because they're like, holy shit, we can do anything at the FBI.
Lol.
All those people are going after their ex-wives. It's so obvious. I don't know why she doesn't see it.
God.
You don't think so? Look, if
I
you
hope not.
knew you had the powers of the FBI to do anything you wanted to, go after anyone you wanted, of course you're going to apply. Come on.
There you go.
It seems obvious that's why the applications have tripled.
Say that the FBI headquarters should be shut down and reopened as a museum of the deep state?
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to go?
That's actually a good fucking quote, okay? Don't punk out. Say yes, hell yeah. And I hope they burn in hell.
Uh-huh.
An extra time?
Let's see, you get a second round. Before I call on Senator Lee.
Could he just answer the question if he said that the FBI headquarters where they investigate cybercrime and terrorism should be shut down and opened as a deep state?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
As a museum. Did he say that the headquarters should be shut down?
Mr. Chair.
I deserve an answer to that question.
I
He
guess
is
it's-
asking to be head of the FBI, and he said that their headquarters should be shut down.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
In his book, he does make the argument that we need the Justice Department. We need all of these institutions. He's not like a burn it all down type. So, which is good, right? You like that part, Sitch?
Well, I mean, obviously you need to have a Justice Department.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, some of these libertarian or anarcho-capitalists, whatever they want to call themselves, are like, no, just get rid of all, privatize the entire justice system.
Well,
right?
I mean, he does not come across as libertarian in anything I've ever heard him talk about or in his book or anything.
No,
I
not
don't
at
think
all.
that's his worldview at all.
Yes. Look, he's sweating, man. He's totally sweating.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Patel, before I go on to Senator Lee?
Simply this. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here in this country. In every theater of war we have, I was on the ground in service of this nation. And any accusations leveled against me that I would somehow put political bias before the Constitution are grotesquely unfair. And I will have you reminded that I have been endorsed by over 300,000 law enforcement officers to become the next director of the FBI. Let's ask them.
Mr. Chairman,
Such political bias. Gonna weigh in.
Obviously, I mean, that's why I keep saying when someone says, "Did you say X?" and you're like, "Let me tell you why I'm an amazing person." That's like, okay, it's just to me, it's always like, okay, this person is full of shit. Right. That's how I interpret these statements. Like, did he say that statement? You're like, because that's the thing that's weird too, is like, why doesn't he just own it? I think he would get a lot of applause from, Trump people if he just said, yeah, because, it's being run by the horrible deep state Biden administration and it needs to be shut down. And under my leadership, I'll fix it. Like, he just say something. Don't just be like, oh, it's out of context. I don't know. It's not in front of me.
Trump has a unique ability to own it that most people do not have, though. So, I mean, I think it would be risky, hugely risky for him to own it. So,
you're right.
I
It
don't
would
know
be
how
risky.
that would. I don't know how that would play out.
But that's what I want. Okay. I want someone who's willing to take risks for this country, Adam.
Well, look, I agree. I wish there was some clarity on it, but it is what it is.
I am quoting his own words from
Like, there's also this kind of attitude that, you're on a podcast and you're saying incendiary, hyperbolic shit. I mean, that stuff Trump does. Like, he's basically modeling Trump's behavior. And now now that it's under the microscope, it's like, oh shit, all that stuff was hyperbole. How do you walk it back?
But that's the exact issue, is that you don't want any president to have an FBI director who's just their toady, so much so that they're just emulating all their behaviors and statements.
Well, he's emulating it because it's effective politically, not necessarily because he's a loyalist or a toady.
Well,
a lot of
he's
people
emulating them because it's
emulate
effective.
his behavior.
It's effective to curry favor with Trump, and it's effective to curry favor with Trump's fans.
Yeah, and it's effective to curry favor with the MAGA base. Yes.
Right. But usually you want someone who's the head of the FBI to not just be some political hack.
Mm-hmm.
Usually that's what you want.
That's the question.
So,
I guess the question is, and this is a question, this is the same critique of Trump, right?
mm-hmm.
People believe that the hyperbole works for Trump. They don't think it's going to stand in his way of being effective. And I think the question people are asking with Kash Patel is that the same kind of thing going on, right? Is the hyperbole just that, and he's able to set it aside at the podcast, or is he actually going to go in and start doing nefarious shit that he shouldn't be doing? That's the question.
Yeah. I mean, that is true, and we don't know the answer to that question. I mean, we also don't know if it is hyperbole.
Right. Yeah.
It could not be hyperbole. You believe all this stuff. I think he does, considering the tone of his book. I mean, maybe his book is all hyperbole.
It doesn't look. It doesn't.
The tone of his book is very, fire and brimstone. These people wronged me. Sort of attitude.
It doesn't sound like he believes that the supplement is going to get rid of your COVID vaccine. Doesn't sound like he honestly believes.
Like that's that's pretty.
Doesn't
shady.
sound like he honestly believes that. Though.
But that's the
sounds
problem.
like he knows that was hyperbole.
But isn't that worse though?
Of course. I mean, in that particular context,
Yes.
it's worse because he's literally selling a supplement that people are ingesting.
Yes.
But in other contexts, I don't think the hyperbole is as bad. So, yeah, hyperbole is like sales, right? And a lot of people, they sell their book. They lie on their resume. They make themselves out to be something bigger than they actually are. So,
I mean, listen, I hope that Kash Patel gets in. I want him to get the nomination. Okay?
Right. Okay.
I want to see what happens.
I know, because it's like
I'm
a
very
drama.
curious. Right, the drama.
This is like
I
a
wanna see.
Shakespearean drama.
I think it'll be a lot of fun to have, a bunch of crazy shit happen.
How many Scaramucci's does he last? That's the question, right?
I don't think he's going to get on Trump's bad side.
Well,
He might get pushed out for doing something shady.
do you think a conversation took place between Kash Patel and Donald Trump where he said, this is my enemies list, or where Trump said, you're going to go after these people and I'm going to nominate you? Based on, well, look,
I don't think it's that, I don't think anyone has a conversation in these circles that specifically.
Right.
Right. But I do think there's
because
a
it's
conversation
too risky.
Because it's too risky. Yes.
I don't know. The things he's done for Donald Trump, I think Donald Trump might trust him that much. But no, Donald Trump doesn't trust anyone, right? Like, just because he trusts him one day doesn't mean he's going to turn on him the next. So you're right. He never has that conversation with Donald Trump. It's all done in
Well, no,
in like
I'm not
winky
saying because
face.
I'm not saying that he's afraid Donald Trump will turn like Selma. I'm just, you never know who's.
No, Trump is afraid Kash Patel will sell him out. That's why you don't have that conversation.
Yes, right,
Yeah.
right, exactly. And from Cash's perspective, who's smart, you never know who's listening to these conversations, who gets word of these conversations. Things are always like, oh, are you gonna uphold the law? Are you gonna, go after the people that are like doing bad things, in America?
Are
Are you
you
gonna go
going to
after the deep state?
these
Right.
corrupt officials?
Yeah, you're gonna go after corrupt officials, right? And he's like, "Oh, of course, Mr. President, of course." And then
Right.
you look at all his statements, you look at his book. I mean, his whole book is all about going after the evil Democrat deep states.
The
So
big question is the probable cause question. Like, we don't want fishing expeditions. You got to have probable cause to investigate. So the question is, what is that probable cause, right? Shifty Schiff seems pretty dishonest. Is that
Right.
probable cause, right? Yeah, and I don't
Probably
think
not.
we'll ever know that stuff. All that stuff has to be inside. So we'll see.
I found the YouTube video where that comment was made. I haven't found that part yet
Mm-hmm.
about the tear down the FBI building. So this is so funny. So he said this a year ago on the Benny Johnson podcast.
Oh my God. It's Benny Johnson.
Benny fucking
Hilarious.
Johnson. Yeah, of
That's
course.
the guy who interviewed Andrew Tate that everyone got pissed at.
Everyone got pissed about, and he totally sucked up the Tate because he has no claims to be Christian, but has absolutely no consistency of
Backbone,
moral values
principles.
or backbone principles. Yeah, but it's funny because I'm looking at the thumbnail. This thumbnail, Amy Klobuchar here, she should have done her homework. She should have had an assistant hold up the picture of the thumbnail for the stream. The picture is now. This is some primo thumbnail. And it's not Cash's fault. Obviously, he has no control over this, but it's just funny. It's got Hunter Biden in handcuffs crying, Joe Biden yelling in anger, and Kash Patel in the front with a smug face saying, "Jail time, bitch."
Oh my God.
And it says Hunter is done. And I'm like, oh, that doesn't look good for your thumbnail. Now that, in retrospect.
That's the Benny Johnson thumbnail.
That's the Benny Johnson. I mean, it's primo. Listen, that's primo clickbait thumbnail. You
Of
gotta give
course,
Benny
yeah.
Johnson credit there.
That's hyperbole, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. We'll see what happens. It's going to be good.
September of 2024. It is his own words. It is not some conspiracy. It is what Mr. Patel actually said himself. Facts matter.
You forget that
Oh my God. She's losing her mind.
you had 3 minutes in the next round to say what you just said.
Okay, I'll say him again.
Okay.
My God. So smug.
Before I call Lee.
Mr. Chair, just parliamentary inquiry, and it was on time. It wasn't disputing any of the debate, but I intend to keep to my 7 minutes, and I appreciate you keeping everyone to it. If we go over, can we have that decrement against the time in the second round? If a member goes over, that was actually 10 minutes, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure that I want to. Sometimes it's faster to get things done here, just letting people shout and than it does to shut them up.
Mr. Chairman, you're a wise man, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's
He doesn't want to
hilarious.
stop the clock for this nonsense.
That's so funny.
She stole 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
Well, because if he agrees to this and he says like yes, any minutes you go over, then that's going to make them
Everyone
fight
is going to go
for
over,
like
yeah.
another 30 minutes on everything. So it's
Yeah,
a terrible
totally.
idea.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, what do you want?
I love this guy. Mr. Chairman, I'm unlike Senator Tillis. I mean, if we're going to start this, I want an extra 3 minutes.
Oh my God. Blackbird.
Blackbird,
Let it-
no! Go
Well,
on.
everyone wants an extra 3 minutes
I
now.
know.
Look what you did, Klobuchar.
Well,
Now, my friend Senator Klobuchar
I'm
went
not-
3 minutes over.
So here what you're saying is the chairman wasn't a very good chairman by not shutting her up. But I've gone through this before. and I think I know how to handle it and get
I
this
think
done.
you're a star-spangled awesome chairman. I just want to say that for the record. But if you're going to let somebody over there go 3 minutes over, I want my extra 3 minutes.
Well, let's see if it's abused by anybody else before we make that decision.
I'm just telling you, I'm going to abuse it.
Well, I'm not going to let you abuse it.
Oh,
You're a good man, Mr. Chairman.
Before I go to
How long did this fucking pissing match
I know.
take?
I know.
Lee, I want to put a record statement in the record from 56 former FBI agents wrote to this committee to support this nominee. Quote, never has the FBI faced such an urgent and compelling need for comprehensive reform as it does today. Mr. Patel has proven he possesses the breadth of experience required to address these challenges.
All 56 of those FBI agents are challenging the wokeness in the FBI. I guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
They're all like, oh my God, that diversity and inclusion meeting was murder. Get Kash Patel in here now.
No, they're all the deep state operatives. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? No, they wouldn't be approving Kash Patel. Kash Patel hates the deep state.
No,
What are you
but it's
talking
yeah,
about?
because they're setting them up to fail. Right?
Oh.
It's all part of the double
Oh,
conspiracy.
I gotcha. It's a planned op.
Yeah.
His leadership, expertise, and vision make him uniquely qualified to guide the FBI through this pivotal moment. For these reasons, we stand in full support of Kash Patel's nomination. Any objection? So ordered. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Patel, while we're talking about your awards, let's talk about the cowards in uniform comment for a moment, can we?
Please.
Would you like to tell us what that was? Put it in context, help the committee understand what that was about.
I think it's important. Thank you, Senator. During that time on January 6th, I was serving as Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense. And days prior, we had received the authorization from the President to issue the National Guard to protect you and your colleagues. But as you know, the law requires a request before the deployment of that guard. That request did not come in until the afternoon of January 6th. Once that request came in, this, unfortunately, as has been confirmed by his own testimony, I believe, the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy, failed to immediately deploy the National Guard and instead took a break to speak to media and make personal phone calls. That endangered the safety of you and your colleagues. And if you look at the Biden Inspector General report, we at the Department of Defense authorized the fastest cold start of the National Guard since World War II and the largest occupation since the American Civil War. And the Biden Justice Department said that we, including myself as Chief of Staff, when it came to the deployment and employment of the National Guard, acted swiftly and without undue delay.
So that's what you were talking about. And that's why you had the reference to the UCMJ. Tell us what that means.
The Uniform Code of Military Justice is for uniform officers who betray the code of justice and also act inappropriately. And I thought any delay to have the National Guard arrive on scene here must be called out, whether it was a fellow Republican or not, especially someone under my auspices running the Department of Defense.
Okay, so moments ago when Senator Durbin displayed a chart with that quote, there was a reference in part of it to the UCMJ. That's what it was referring to.
Yes, sir.
Those were the cowards in uniform. Those people who didn't do what they were supposed to do, and a lot of people were put in danger as a result.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Why did these cowards in uniform drag their feet, Sitch? What happened there?
I don't know, because he doesn't really. I mean, did he? He didn't really explain it, did he? Did I
He
miss
went. He was super hungry. He had to go get a slice of pizza before he deployed the
Because
National Guard.
he says that when the guy got the message, instead of releasing it, he went and did like a press conference or something.
He went to dinner and then
But
he had some shopping to do.
I don't understand the logic, because and maybe it's later. He says that he was doing this because he wanted a job with the Biden administration, which to me, I guess someone has to paint the picture to me, because I'm not sure I understand what the argument is. Because if you want a job with the Biden administration, you'd think you'd want to come out as the cavalry with the National Guard to scoop up all the January 6th protesters like as soon as possible. And so why would you delay that? Like,
Well,
you
they
want to
want
be the big
January
hero.
6th to be as big a horror show as possible.
Yeah, but this already been going
Trump look
on.
terrible.
Yeah, but it's not like this call that he's talking about. It's not like it came on and then they sat around for 4 hours and you know what, like this is already like after all the people had been evacuated from the building, you know, after all the people went into the building, after the famous QAnon shaman picture had already been taken, like all that stuff's already happened by this point.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what further dragging your feet for another 30 minutes or whatever it was. I'm not really sure what that's like, why you would do that for some nefarious purpose. What are you gaining from that action exactly?
Well, you're waiting for something really substantial to happen.
No,
You're
nothing.
waiting for
I
them
mean,
to
what do you mean? Something,
hang Mike Pence.
the most substantial thing has already happened. You had a bunch of protesters break into the Capitol and make Trump look horrible. Like it's already, the thing you wanted has already happened.
Right.
And if
but
it
I
gets
mean,
out that you dragged your
worse things
feet,
could happen, right?
yeah, but if
Like
it
a
gets
bomb
out,
could go off.
yeah, but if it gets out that you dragged your feet, I mean, that's,
And then a bomb went off. Yeah, that's
and then a
pretty
bomb
bad.
went off or something, like, yeah, it's going to make you look 10 billion times worse. That's what I'm saying. I don't really understand what the nefarious motivation is in the circumstance. He doesn't really spell it out.
It's very good to know. I do find it significant that we've heard all kinds of aspersions cast in your direction by people who do not know you, by people who do not share your worldview, by people who do not share your commitment to the Constitution or your commitment to public service. I find it astounding that they're willing to say this amidst such great ignorance, and I find it equally heartening that the 56 former FBI officials who know you best, who have worked with you, who actually know who you are, who actually share your view of the Constitution, of the view that you ought to be a law enforcement agency and not a weapon of political warfare. These are the people who stand by you. Those who cast aspersions don't share those views. Would I be correct in surmising that?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the Fourth Amendment for a moment. The Fourth Amendment tells us that in order for the government to breach your expectation of privacy relative to your person, your home, your papers, if they want to search that, if they want to seize you, they've got to get a warrant. And that warrant has to describe with particularity the persons or places to be searched or to be seized and to connect them up with a showing of probable cause. Now, in the case of FISA 702, we're dealing with a somewhat different universe. Now, moments ago, we heard some discussion about FISA 702, about suddenly we've got a different FISA 702 than what we had when President Trump was last in office. Is that true? Because by my count, FISA 702 has not changed substantively since President Trump was in office last.
That's correct.
Okay. And there was also some back and forth discussion about FISA 702 and the use of it and the fact that in real time, it might not work to get a warrant. This, in my view, misses the point. The concern that the American people have with FISA 702 is not about the real-time collection of communications regarding foreign targets. The concern is that once those communications are stored, you have within them what are referred to as incidentally collected communications of Americans, text messages, emails, recorded phone calls, and so forth. If they want to go in and search for someone, let's say you, if someone wants to go into one of those databases after they've been collected, let's see if you're unwittingly communicating with somebody who, unbeknownst to you, happens to be an agent of a foreign power or otherwise under surveillance under FISA 702. If they wanted to search for you, they wanted to enter your name, your phone number, your email address, or some other personal electronic identifier, would they have to get a warrant to do that under current law?
Under current law, I believe so, Senator.
Under current law, they routinely access that without getting a warrant. In order to access it, they've got their own internal procedures. They're not supposed to use this for light or transient reasons. They're supposed to have a perfectly good reason, and yet we found that on hundreds of thousands of occasions, they have accessed the private communications of Americans, searching for those individual Americans by name, by number, by email address, whatever it is, without a warrant or anything tantamount to it. On occasion, they've even been used for overtly nefarious reasons.
That's fucking crazy. That's totally crazy shit.
Well, that was the accusation of, the Carter Page thing, that, they're going to spy on Carter Page and then collect information on Trump incidentally, right? That's the fear. And even though I don't believe that ever came to pass with Carter Page, the fear of it is a legitimate fear, and that's supposed to be why the FISA courts are supposed to be so strict and severe, and obviously they totally fucked up. Both the courts and the FBI, which was lying or just horribly incompetent in terms of getting that FISA warrant re-upped without actual
they had a
justification.
Right. They had a warrant in the case of Carter Page, but it sounds like here he's saying that they're supposed to get a warrant, but that they don't. In many cases, they just fish around for different people. They use it willy-nilly without any sort of warrant. That's what he's implying.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. And there's probably a specific, because that's what kind of what Kash was talking about earlier. There's some specific, when they say there's a specific terrorist context that they can get information without warrant because of they don't want a time delay or something. So.
Agent deciding to look in on his father because he suspected his father might be having an extramarital affair. On another occasion, an agent...
That's what you were talking about.
I know. Look, I told you. This is exactly... This shit is fucking happening, and it's driving people crazy.
Right,
it's driving people crazy. They've collected this database that basically keeps track of everything, and they've got like a Google set up there. They can just fucking search, find out what's up with you without a warrant.
I think the only way to stop, because I mean, it's obvious anyone's going to engage in this behavior. I think the only way to stop that behavior is you have to put very severe criminal penalties, like start throwing people in jail for this shit.
Or you only have access to that system if you have a warrant. Like you just can't have everyone have access to that system, and it's on the honor system whether or not you have a warrant.
I'm assuming the way, I don't know, but I don't know how you would enforce that, because even if you had to have a system where, say, to sign into the thing, you have to put in some kind of warrant or whatever, like maybe with AI, but currently they plan on the technology that whatever you're going through has some way of knowing whatever you're going through is relevant to the information. And you could just put in whatever case number to get access to it, oh, this is for this case number. But then you look up, your significant other to see if they're having an affair, right?
You're like, there's always ways around it. Holy shit.
No, so that's why I'm saying, I think the way to do it is you just have to put, very strict criminal penalties on people that do this behavior.
The problem is those criminal penalties are going to be rarely enforced. These are law enforcement officers.
We got to make examples of people.
People are going to look the other way. They're going to be like, oh, that guy's got my back. I want to make sure he doesn't.
Well, I mean, we're not talking about police who are in the field who are I'm worried that when I call in, someone's not going to support me. We're talking about someone behind a desk somewhere in the FBI office, right? So.
Yeah, well, sometimes field work overlaps.
And you could have, and I think all these organizations, they do have internal affairs investigators who are detached from all this stuff that don't really have those concerns.
I've seen that movie.
It's a good
Richard
movie.
Gere. Yeah.
Nobody likes the internal affairs people.
Because they perceive them as snitches and backstabbers.
They're snitches, yes.
At people who were thinking about renting an apartment from him to make sure they were upstanding citizens and could be trusted. Are these appropriate uses of FISA 702?
As you alluded to, the FISA court, it's not me deciding it. The FISA court put out a report in 22 or 23 where 255,000 illegal improper queries of American citizens had occurred. 255,000 reasons why the American people don't trust it. And that's what we must work together, Congress and me, if I'm confirmed as FBI director, restore that trust and protect the mission.
Music to my ears, because I've been a U.S. Senator for 14 years. I've been on this committee the entire time. You were the very first FBI director or FBI director nominee who, when I've asked about this, hasn't said, oh, don't worry about it. We'll handle it okay. We've got good people on the inside. We would never breach the trust of the American people. Do you know what? They were lying. I was willing to believe that they thought they were telling the truth, but they were mistaken. But they were lying. Time has told us that they were lying. You will not lie, and that's why I wholeheartedly support you. In the closing seconds that I have, I want to add my dismay and my disgust for the fact that you've been smeared, you've been attacked. You've been associated with racism, with being a Nazi. You are none of those things, sir. Just as your father lived as a racial minority in Uganda, you've been raised as a racial minority in this country, and you've been nothing but a patriot. Your commitment to the Constitution, to the rule of law, and to the American people is remarkable. And I'm honored to know you, to call you my friend, and to give you my vote. Thank you.
Thank you,
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Mr. Patel, to you and your family, congratulations on your nomination. And we had a constructive conversation last week. I appreciate your taking the time. In particular, a conversation about the prosecution of the World Cup bombing in Uganda that took the life of a Delawarean whose family I knew. I found moving. But the role you've been nominated for is central to our security as a nation, central to the protection of our constitutional rights. And I voted to confirm Trump's previous FBI director, Chris Wray. I believe he's lived up to the Bureau's motto of serving with fidelity, bravery, and integrity. And I also think my vote for him and for many of Trump's cabinet in his first term shows I take my constitutional advice and consent role seriously and do not reflexively vote against his nominees. I look at three factors when I assess a nominee: qualifications and experience, policy views and whether they're in the best interest of the American people, and character and capacity to do the job independently where called for. My colleagues have referenced quotes from Attorney General Barr, National Security Advisor Bolton. The FBI is enormous, 38,000 agents, $9 billion budget. I am troubled by your lack of senior law enforcement leadership. We disagree on some important policy views, but the thing that bothers me the most is a whole series of statements you've made in a variety of settings that suggest you would
He took the supplement, man. This guy's pissed.
struggle to be independent from White House direction or control, as has long been the modern history of the FBI. Who does the director of the FBI work for, Mr. Patel?
Senator, thank you for that question. The immediate report for the director of the FBI is into the Office of the Deputy Attorney General. Then that report is taken into the Office of the Attorney General and ultimately the White House and the chain of command there.
So the FBI works for the White House?
No, the FBI is a member of the Department of Justice and has been the long-standing application.
And who does the Department of Justice work for?
They're in the executive branch, as all members do at the White House.
Attorney General Bondi gave a different answer when I asked her the same question, that they work for the Constitution and the American people. President Trump's made clear.
Okay.
Did he get him?
Well, I'm just curious here. Like, I haven't seen this part of the confirmation. That was the most obvious answer he was fishing for. Like, what was that interaction? How did he not know? How did he not get that, like, the most obvious thing in the world, right?
Who did he say he worked for? Pam Bondi and Trump?
He kept saying the White House, the executive branch, because he's asking that, like, he's very specifically asking this question.
Yeah, no.
Are you going to be a toady to Donald Trump, or are you going to serve the American people and the Constitution? It's like the most obvious telegraphed in the world. It's the easiest to answer question. Pam Bondi answers the question right. Why couldn't he answer this question correctly?
Like, can I back it up? I was reading something. Let me get back here.
No, the FBI is a member of the court.
Right, you gotta go back a little.
Senator, thank you for that question. The immediate report for the director of the FBI is into
hold on.
Statements you've made in a variety of settings that suggest you would struggle to be independent from White House direction or control, as has long been the modern history of the FBI. Who does the director of the FBI work for, Mr. Patel?
Senator, thank you for that question. The immediate report for the director of the FBI is into the Office of the Deputy Attorney General. Then that report is taken into the Office of the Attorney General and ultimately the White House and the chain of command there.
So the FBI works for the White House?
No, the FBI is a member of the Department of Justice and has been the long-standing application.
And who does the Department of Justice work for?
They're in the executive branch, as all members do at the White House.
Attorney General Bondi gave a different answer when I asked her the same question.
I mean, I would give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, it just seems
stupid. Like,
well, no, he's saying my boss is Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi's boss is Donald Trump. So,
yeah, but like, you have to be retarded.
Yeah. Look, he sets him up in the beginning. He tells him, "We're worried that you're going to be a lackey for Donald Trump." Like, he totally broadcasts.
He telegraphed the entire thing. He's like,
Yeah.
"I want you to say that you're going to work for the American people," and he's like, "I'm not going to say that."
Yeah, no, it's a fuck up on his part. It totally is.
But it's a weird fuck up. Like, I don't know if he's just incompetent or he doesn't want to answer that question because he does want to signal very strongly to Trump that he's just going to do whatever he says.
Well, look, the correct way to answer that is to, like, answer it exactly the way he did and then go, but ultimately, like keep him, troll him a little bit. Yeah.
Right,
keep him on the hook here.
right.
And then obviously the Justice Department answers directly to Donald Trump and whatever he says. But ultimately, then he can
Right.
spin it around and be like, the American people, the Constitution. Yes, sir.
Yes. It's very strange to me that such an easy telegraph thing totally dropped the ball.
He used incorrect words earlier, and I didn't call it out because I thought, maybe he's just nervous or whatever, but maybe he's not as bright as other people could possibly be in this role. So
Oh, that's not good.
I don't know.
That they work for the Constitution and the American people. President Trump's made clear in public statements he wants to use the FBI to persecute political adversaries. He's publicly said that folks ranging from Liz Cheney to Adam Kinzinger to former Vice President Harris should.
Look, he's going to give him a do-over here.
He already
Totally
gave
gonna
him
give
2
a do-over.
chances and he fucked up. Like that was too interesting too. He didn't he gave him more than 1 chance, which usually the other side's not going to give you. If you fuck up the first answer, you're going to go, I gotcha, right?
Yeah, this makes it sound like he's already confirmed. Because he's like, we can't really destroy the head of the FBI because sooner or later he's going to step into office.
Well, no, I think it's because if like in the beginning of this, the Coons guy, he goes his whole long thing about how he had some nice conversation with him privately beforehand, how he liked the work that he did in the Justice Department beforehand. So it seems like he was trying to be like more amenable to him on a personal level.
He looked into his ex-wife for Mr. Coons. So
There you go. That's the real thing.
thank
yeah.
you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
using the computer to find out what that bitch has been up to.
That's the real reason they're mad at Kash Patel.
Should be investigated and criminally prosecuted. If President Trump were to order you to open an investigation into any of these individuals, let's say Vice President Harris, would you?
Senator, this question speaks directly to my ability to leave political bias and allow independent behavior to be the only guiding light. As a public defender, I learned that in the harshest of arenas. And any law enforcement investigation, if I'm confirmed at the FBI, will only be launched on the following qualification: a factual, articulable, legal basis to do so. The president has said publicly that he will allow the FBI to remain independent, and I have said as much as well.
So if
That's a good answer. It's a
Yeah.
great answer.
It's a good answer. Well, first of all, I don't know if that's true that Trump said that the FBI would be independent. I don't know if that's actually accurate, but why did it have to get dragged out of him after he had these shot, like 2 shots beforehand?
FBI agents brought to you a factual legal basis, predication, and you are about to refer it to a prosecutor, and you get a call from the White House saying, don't proceed. This is a major donor. This is someone close to the president. This is inappropriate. What would you do?
Simple. I think you answered it partially in your question. The line agents, the brick agents who are trained to bring investigations on behalf of the FBI will make that decision-making process, and they will only have my full support so long as it upholds absolutely every value of the Constitution. And that's it.
So your predecessor, I went back and looked, and I asked the same questions of Director Comey and Director Wray. Director Wray, quoting former Attorney General Bell, said, you should be willing to resign if necessary over conduct if you're pressed to engage in it that's unethical, illegal, or unconstitutional. If pressed by the president, would you resign?
Senator, my answer is simply, I would never do anything unconstitutional or unlawful, and I never have in my 16 years of government service.
Would you be willing to resign the post of FBI director if pressed and given no choice but to obey the order or resign?
Senator,
yes.
I will always
Yes.
obey the law.
Does obeying the law require you to, as Attorney General Bell said, as FBI Director Wray said, refuse the order or resign?
I'm not familiar with the extent of the law that you're referring to, but my answer is simple in my 16 years of government service. We will simply follow the law. And I've done that in Obama Justice Department, in Republican Justice Departments, in the Obama military, in Republican civilian capacity. I have never once wavered from my constitutional oath of office.
Mr.
I'm not
Patel,
about
your
to start.
predecessors in this role have been clear that they would be.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me
This
of
is fucking horrible, Sitch.
as in, yeah, it reminds me of when they were talking to the president of what was it, Stanford? Who's that lady that they
Mhm.
raked over the coals because of
The
anti-Semitic
over the
protest?
Palestine protest stuff.
Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Where he kept asking her
It's
like,
not that bad. Come on.
well, no,
Come
you're right. Yeah,
on.
no, you're correct. I'm not saying it's that bad, but I just mean in terms of like the questioning, because it was like the woman was like, is it against the policy?
Yeah, she just doesn't want to answer.
Right. Yeah. Is it against the policy to say, Jews will not replace us, or I forget whatever the fuck the line was, Jews go back home to Europe. And the president was like, ma'am, I will, look at the case and we will look at the policy and I will adjudicate it. He's like, does this violate the policy? I will look at the policy. It's like, okay, that's not what the the question
Yeah, they're not
is,
what they're
right?
asking.
Right.
God, I hope this is just nervousness and not wanting to answer the question because they don't want to optically give the Democrats a win.
Well,
But the correct answer is just yes, I would resign.
yeah. Well, the problem is that there's the theory. There's like a theory that the executive branch and the president has ultimate authority to essentially dictate, whatever the fuck they want in terms of telling other people in executive, command to do anything, including in the FBI. And this is a theory that people in Trump's administration have proposed. And so, if Kash Patel agrees with that theory, he could give this answer and he's not lying, right? Because then he'll say, well, ultimately the president has the authority to tell me who to dictate, right? And so I
Right.
think that's sort of the problem with this sort of wishy-washy answer he's giving.
Right. Yeah, it makes it obviously thrusts it into this gray area that nobody's comfortable with.
Willing to resign if forced or directed to do something unethical or illegal. I'll proceed. One of your past statements that's concerned me, it's both a post on Truth Social and something you said in a podcast, the Sean Morgan report, that your predecessor, Chris Wray, has broken the law. We need to prosecute him. The FBI should go after people like him. And the month before this, in July 2023, you said there should be a criminal referral for FBI Director Wray. If confirmed, are you going to follow through on these previous statements that Director Wray needs to be prosecuted?
Senator, this reminds me of the conversation you and I had, which I greatly appreciated. There is enough violent crime in this country and enough national security threats to this country that the FBI is going to be busy going forward preventing 100,000 overdoses, 100,000 rapes, and 17,000 homicides.
We agree that prosecuting violent crime should be the principal focus of the FBI. What I'm trying to get to, Mr. Patel, is a whole series of very troubling, to me and many other statements you've made about instead using it to pursue those who might be viewed as political opponents.
And as I told you in your office, I have no interest, no desire, and will not, if confirmed, go backwards. There will be no politicization at the FBI. There will be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as the FBI director. I told you that in your office, and I'll tell you that again today.
Thank you for that statement. As the co-chair of the Law Enforcement Caucus with Senator Cornyn, one of the things I've worked hard on.
Because that's the more definitive answer, obviously, people are looking for here. So I think he's going to probably get confirmed. So I guess we'll get to see the answer to that question, whether that holds fast or not. We'll remember.
Oh, shit. Now I got caught.
Don't worry about it.
And I hope to continue being able to work hard on with this administration.
Did he just say hard on?
Partnership between federal, state, and local law enforcement to pursue violent crime. You did say, as my colleague asked, and I look for a longer answer, that you want to close the FBI Bureau's headquarters on day one. How would shutting down the FBI headquarters impact its ability to prosecute violent crime and drug traffickers? How is that possibly a serious proposal, Mr.
Thank you
Patel?
for bringing that up and allowing me to answer. It was to highlight the significantly greater point that I was actually making in that interview, which is well documented over and over again. 38,000 FBI employees, 7,500 FBI employees work in the Washington field office and Hoover building alone. If you increase that aperture just slightly to encompass the National Capital Region, that is 11,000 FBI employees work in the National Capital Region. A third of the workforce for the FBI works in Washington, D.C. I am fully committed to having that workforce go out into the interior of the country, where I live, west of the Mississippi, and work with sheriff's departments and local officers, and having one agent prevent one homicide, and having one agent in Washington prevent one rape. And I will do that over and over and over again, because the American people deserve the resources, not in Washington, D.C., but in the rest of the country.
And Mr. Patel, frankly, if that had been your statement, that would be something that would be defensible. It's the rest of it, saying you're going to turn it into a museum of the deep state, that causes repeated questions and concerns from people like myself. Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Before I call on
I mean, I'm in favor of that policy, obviously. He makes the case that Washington, D.C. is completely left-wing biased. Look, I live in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is obviously completely left-wing biased. So the predominant, most of the employees that work at any particular place are going to be left-wingers. So he's saying that brings bias, unhelpful bias into the FBI. And he suggested moving the headquarter offices to some place that's going to be less biased. I mean, obviously it might be more biased towards conservatives depending upon where it is. But I think the charge of and the goal of avoiding bias is a good one. I assume you agree.
Yeah, the goal is. But the thing that's weird about, well, it's not weird, but the thing that's kind of like, taints all this is that
Do you know why you said the fucking words?
Was before.
Why do you say that?
Well, I'm trying to tell you, is before Trump, the FBI was never perceived as having this like left-wing, pro left-wing bias. It was always the opposite. It was, you had Hoover's going after the commies. Oh, they hate black people. They're selling them drugs. Like, it was always like very like the FBI is like very right-wing slanted. That was always sort of the way. And, that's been sort of perceived. And then
they might have been, though.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm saying they might have been. I don't know. But then suddenly when Trump is president and the FBI is like, well, we want to look into this, Russia connection. I was like, oh my God, must be left-wing bias. I'm like, really? Or maybe it's just the exact same bias they've always had. They don't like, or maybe it completely makes sense that you want to make sure that, Russia doesn't have some crazy connection with Donald Trump. So I don't necessarily buy this idea that just because, the FBI office is in Virginia or DC or wherever it is, that automatically means everyone inside is some sort of left-wing shill and you have to tear down the building because it's all the evil deep state swamp creature that no one has ever been able to, articulate just because they don't, there was, Peter Strzok didn't like Donald Trump and they took him off the case. Right.
Yeah, I mean the argument I'm making is more like, obviously LA was not always super filled with woke people. Like, there was a time 20 years ago, 30 years ago that they didn't have the super radical left-wing bias completely floating around in the ether. Maybe it's a product of social media. So, I mean, that's a completely different charge. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, no, I agree with the concept, but you have the issue of, it's like when yesterday we were watching the video where Abba was talking about Destiny and saying, if Destiny's going around, Destiny wants to be a serious political figure, having serious political conversations, but if he's going around or did go around, a year ago, fucking every woman that came within 5 feet of him, it's like it's going to question his legitimacy for anything he's saying, anything he's doing, any level of seriousness he has. And I think I have a similar problem with Kash Patel, which is that, like, if he's going to spend the last 4 years saying that Democrats are evil, it's all deep state shills, every single person that goes up against Donald Trump is the evil deep stater. Donald Trump is a fucking innocent angel who's never done anything wrong his entire life. Like, and then he says, like, well, there's bias. It's like, okay, I don't trust that person's assessment of the situation. They're not like a person who seemed like they're coming at this from some sort of objective or neutral position.
Yeah, but other people are making the charge. I'm making the charge. I'm saying there was a time when, obviously, look, I ran the Writers Lab in Southern California, and the kinds of jokes that we could make when I started the Writers Lab were much different than the kind of restrictions we had late in the, I ultimately left, right?
Right.
Hollywood obviously made movies that were much more politically incorrect. Now there's like this political correctness that kind of has reared its head, and that's driven by changes in the population. So I'm saying those changes in the population could be mapped on to the FBI
Yeah, I'm saying it's
relatively
possible.
easily.
To be
I
clear.
think the charge
Yeah.
could be made.
No, to be clear. Well, first of all, I don't know enough I understand the concept you're saying. The concept could be true. I don't know specifically about this specific situation, whether it is true. All I'm saying is I would not, even if it is true, hypothetically, I would not trust Kash Patel to be the one who quote fixes the problem. That's all I'm saying.
Would moving the organization out of the place where, it's concentrated far leftists be a solution? That's a solution he suggests. Maybe he's not the person to implement it, but I think the suggestion has some merit.
Well, I guess it would depend where you put it. I don't know.
Right. That's a tough thing, because is our society just polarized to the point where you're going to move it to Houston, right, and it's going to be all right wingers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand the problem though, and look, it is interesting because like now, I mean, Los Angeles is just completely, every interaction is just like far more woke. It's just far left. And it wasn't always like that. Politics weren't always on people's minds like they
Right.
are now. So,
But that's sort of the problem with the entire framing of not just Kash here, but like everything is there's supposed to be a lot of different people in the executive branch and in the government that are supposed to, in theory, be nonpartisan actors.
yes,
And
yeah.
then you have like, so when Trump's president, he does a bunch of things and a bunch of people say, huh, I don't think the president should be doing this or has the authority to do this. And people immediately say, aha, if you don't support Trump, it's because you're partisanly biased against him. Like that's like the only possible explanation. And for some of those people, I'm sure it was. And for some of those people, it probably wasn't. But there's just this blanket condemnation of anyone in the government who ever disagreed with or went against anything Trump did. And so because that's the frame, then when Trump wins again, it's like, well, that means that even though it's supposed to be a bunch of nonpartisan, unbiased people in all these, places in the government, when I was president, since they disagreed with me, even a lot of these people who were lifelong Republicans, even a lot of these people that I literally put in places of power, they're all super biased deep state Democrats. So that gives me the right, the validity to put, all my own, politically biased people in all these positions. And that's the framing of this entire, conversation.
Yeah, I don't see the desire to put completely biased partisans in as replacements. I don't really see the conflict in that way. And I'm talking just separating Trump completely out of it. There is just this political bias that you see that's just it's like it's in the air, it's in the ether. People seem to be
that's why I'm like
hyper political.
I agree with the concept you're saying completely, but what I'm like the whole environment. But what I'm saying, I agree with that. So I already agree with that completely. But what I'm saying is, you can't remove whoever the actor is who's supposed to be adjudicating and adjudicating the movement or adjudicating whether the institution is biased. You can't remove that from the equation because that is going to be entirely based on who you trust. If this was some sort of like, if AOC is president and she's like, we need to move the FBI office because I think it's biased, I'm not going to fucking trust her, judgment and what the fuck she's going to move it because she's so politically biased in the other direction.
Right. And you see Kash Patel is politically biased in the same way as AOC. You think he's just going to fill it up with Trump brown nosers? Yeah.
Like when Kash has spent the last 4 years going on, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, all these other podcasts, basically saying every single thing, a Trump supporter want to hear. January 6th was an inside job. It was caused by the FBI. All the deep state people are, going after, we're all bad people went after Trump. I want to go after the FBI. I want to go after all these people. Like when he's literally saying all these things for 4 years, it doesn't breed a lot of confidence in me that he's not going to go do those things when he's actually in charge of the FBI.
Do you think Trump wants the FBI filled up with Trump brown nosers?
100%.
And do you think Trump wants to go after his political adversaries regardless? Do you think Trump wants to engage in the fishing expeditions?
Yes.
Okay. So you think Trump is going to pressure Kash Patel to go after Shifty Schiff based on no evidence? He's going to say, "Find me something."
I don't think he's gonna say that. I think he's gonna just say, well, I don't even think first of all, he's gonna hope he doesn't have to say anything, right? He's gonna hope Cash just does it. And then if
Right.
Cash doesn't, he's gonna be like, you got to find the deep state actors. I mean, that's what he did.
Right.
His first term.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So this is based on things that took place in his first term that you've witnessed.
Yeah, because right. I mean, and we talked about this a lot. His first term, he put Jeff Sessions as the head of the DOJ, and then was like super livid that Jeff Sessions recused himself from the Russia investigation, and he gave him shit for that endlessly because he wanted to exert influence over Jeff Sessions to get that shut down. And then he literally,
Why did he recuse himself?
because he was involved in the investigation himself.
Right. Okay.
And so Jeff Sessions did the right thing. He recused himself from it because he forgot that this was a new era of politics where no one gives a shit about any of this stuff, and he got penalized for it. It was the same thing with Comey. Trump like literally tells Comey to stop investigating, what's his face, Mike Flynn, and he doesn't, and then he fires Comey. Right? He's telling Bill Barr, I want you to investigate and lock up, Biden and Obama. Like it's a continual pattern. I don't know why we would, how many times we have to get fooled before it's our fault for saying, oh, well, this time it's going to be different. This time Trump isn't going to exert pressure and isn't going to try to tell them to go after his political opponents. I mean, Trump was impeached the first time because he was literally trying to withhold foreign aid because he wanted them to dig up dirt, the Ukrainian Zelensky to dig up dirt on Biden. Like this is just his MO. This is how he operates. I don't see why this time is going to be
Zelensky
different.
To announce who was beginning an investigation,
right?
Which Zelensky actually did. So,
Zelensky didn't. He didn't have an opportunity to, but he was going to. He said he was going to do it.
Right.
So it's just I don't see why this time. Why would we expect that Trump's going to behave differently all of a sudden?
Well, look. Obviously, a lot of people don't think that is going to happen. Like they think Trump is here to save us from this kind of government corruption, these politically driven witch hunts. And I just want it to be clear on the record because look, I'm in the, well, I don't know, category.
Right.
So like if Trump does this, right? And all of a sudden there's investigations into Shifty Schiff based on shaky grounds, right? I want you to be able to come out and say, "Oh yeah, I told you so. I told you so."
Yeah, but that's the issue is, first of all, I don't even think most people have your opinion. I think most people have the opinion of,
oh, there's no way it could happen. Oh.
No, he's going to do it and he should do it. I think that's most people's opinion.
Right. Look, and even if some investigation is launched on shaky ground, like it's easy for me to say, obviously the Stormy Daniels stuff was just a fucking witch hunt and should have never taken place, should have never happened.
Right, because we're looking in retrospect.
But I'm not sure other people, if they start nailing Shifty Shift on such shaky legal theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
People on the right are going to be like, oh, he totally deserves it.
Right. That's what's going to happen. They're going to go after these people. They're going to find something that vaguely looks like they did something wrong and point to it and say, aha, we're totally justified in doing it. And then people will just argue about it and there'll never actually be an acceptance on both sides of like, oh, this was right or this was wrong. If you have if they go after Shifty Shift and they're like, oh, we have evidence that he told, I forget that woman's name, the woman that had that secondhand story about Trump, grabbing the wheel of the SUV on January 6th. If they're like, we have evidence that, Schiff told her to like tell this fake story, then I'd be like, oh, well, that's huge. Okay, go after Schiff, throw him in prison for that. That's fucking crazy, right? But I'm skeptical something like that's going to come out. It's going to be something, kind of vague, like, oh, maybe he did something wrong, maybe he didn't do something wrong.
He cheated on his taxes or something.
He cheated on that, yeah. So therefore, it's totally justified to go after all these people. Like that's the way all these things sort of, fall apart.
Yeah, yeah. I'm in the huge I don't know camp. So I do like the Kash Patel nomination just in that what he's proposing, shaking things up and finding corruption. I do think we need someone that is going to do that. If it turns out to be obviously like a giant bait and switch, that's not good. So
I like the Kash Patel nomination in terms of like if he gets nominated, we will have a definitive answer whether Trump is going to try to go after people.
We will. That's
we will get a
true.
definitive answer.
That's true.
Because
yeah.
Like there's
No one
no
will
one
accept
else.
the answer though, but me and you, Sitch, you know that.
I know, I understand that, but like, there's no one else, at least publicly, that I'm aware of, anywhere near who's been as fucking hungry, thirsty to go after these people as Kash Patel. So it's like, if he gets nominated and doesn't, then I'll be like, oh, okay, I was totally wrong about this entire situation. It was, Kash and Trump actually did the correct thing, the moral thing. Didn't, were not corrupt in abusing their powers.
Will
So
you forgive Donald Trump for January 6th at that point?
I said, unless Donald Trump ushers in the golden age, I will never forgive him for the elector scheme, because it's so horribly despicable,
right,
and reprehensible to me. But
but it would be a huge signal that like Trump is not corrupt.
It would be. I would, I'm not feeling super confident, because also this year, or I guess it was last year, this year, he was suing the lady who had that poll that said, Trump was going to lose Wisconsin or whatever. That's not a good indication of things to come to me. So
no, we got to watch. Megyn Kelly did Frontline, and there's some great stuff in there. We'll try to watch it next week, because it is fascinating. I started taking some timestamps. So
about what?
Because they talk about January 6th, and it's pretty interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, let us continue.
Senator Hawley, I'd like to enter letters into the record from scores of state attorneys general, former U.S. attorneys, former U.S. Department of Justice officials who support the nominee.
I hate all of this fucking shit, because look, this is the same thing.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of randos said this was great. So
yeah, it's stupid.
Who cares?
They state, quote, Mr. Patel.
In my office a while back. Let me ask you this. Is it appropriate for the Federal Bureau of Investigation to attempt to recruit spies or informants into religious institutions in this country, particularly Catholic parishes? Is that appropriate?
I don't believe so, Senator.
Mr. Patel, are you familiar with the recent actions of the FBI in this regard, including this memo that I have right here, making a list of Catholic churches and parishes that they regard as potentially suspect and directing the potential recruitment of informants and other spies, let's be honest, into those parishes?
I'm familiar with that memo, Senator.
Mr. Patel, would you commit to me that you will...
Wait, is he going to tell us why? Why were they doing
the context of this is?
Right. I mean, if they're breaking up like a pedo ring, like, that's good, right? Like, why would you give a blanket statement on this? This doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, that is unusual, isn't it?
If you are confirmed that you will finally and officially withdraw this memo and make it clear that this is not only unacceptable, but that it is an absolute violation of the First Amendment that every American enjoys under the Constitution of the United States.
If I'm confirmed, Senator, yes.
Will you also commit to me that you will conduct an investigation and find out who wrote this memo, who spread this memo, the field offices involved in this memo? Because I can tell you, we've had your predecessor sit right where you're sitting, and he has repeatedly lied to, there's no other word for it, lied to this committee. He told us initially that it didn't happen, that the FBI didn't make any lists of churches. That's not true. We have it. A whistleblower brought forward the list for us. He said then that only one field office had worked on it. Turns out we know from another whistleblower, multiple field offices worked on it. He said that it was never posted on the internal system. It turns out it was. We believe it's still in effect. Will you find out who was involved in this gross abuse of Americans' First Amendment rights? And will you discipline them? And if you possibly can, will you fire them, Mr. Patel, consistent with department policy and law?
Senator, you have my commitment to investigate any matters such as this one that are important to Congress. I will fully utilize, if confirmed, the investigative powers of the FBI to give you the information you require, and also to hold those accountable who violated the sacred trust placed in them at the FBI.
I'm glad to hear you say that, and I'm glad you used the word sacred trust, because that's exactly what it is.
I mean, without the context, this all kind of reads as like woke virtue signaling to me. Because imagine if there was like some undercover FBI agents that they were trying to put into some Islamic religious organization, like, we have some reason to believe that this Islamic religious organization is cultivating Islamic terrorists or something, right?
Yeah.
And so the FBI is like investigating that. So they try to put someone undercover in that situation. And then you have, Rashid Tlaib or AOC say, it's how dare you try to put an FBI agent in this Muslim community? How dare you do? You're like, well, I mean, is it credible? Like, I don't know what are the facts of the case. Like, I don't know what the fuck the situation is. You can't just blanketly say that because of someone's identity that they're magically immune to investigation.
They're Catholics, Sitch, of course.
Oh, okay. Like, I guess
They're
Catholics have
under
never
the
done anything
umbrella of
wrong
God.
ever. It's like,
Well, I mean, there was a pedophilia scandal.
yes, that's like
Catholic Church. So
I'm like, I don't know. Like, tell me the specifics here, Josh Hawley. Like, what are you referring to? What, like, did they like find someone? Did the FBI try to like get someone to commit a crime illegally? Like, what are you talking about?
yeah, Kash seems super low energy too, doesn't he? Even
He always, I
talking
feel
about
like he
this.
always kind of comes off like that, though, when I've heard him talk in other situations. So it might just be his disposition.
Powerful law enforcement body in this nation, arguably the most powerful law enforcement body, at least in a free nation in the world. And to have this body corrupted politically such that it is targeting people of faith in this country and then lying about it to this committee and the American people is unimaginable. I'll be honest with you. I never thought this would happen in the United States of America. I just didn't. If you had told me 5 years ago we'd be reading memos like this, I would have said, no way, that's bad fiction. In fact, it's a horrible reality. The department needs to be cleaned up, the agency does, and rights restored and protected. I'm glad to hear you say that. Let me ask you this. Do you think it is appropriate for the FBI to be sending agents, including counterterrorism agents, to the parents of children who went to school board meetings and asked about critical race theory in their schools, asked about the school's masking policy during COVID? Should those parents be treated as domestic terrorists?
It's like Fox News greatest hits. It really is.
Yeah.
Parents who have the courage to ensure their children are taught what they feel is right, and those who have the courage of their convictions to go houses of worship, in my book, will never be domestic terrorists.
I'm delighted to hear you say that. You're familiar, I am sure, with this memorandum issued by the Attorney General, the last Attorney General, Merrick Garland, directing the FBI and other law enforcement agencies to look into parents who went to these school board meetings. And we know from whistleblowers who've come forward to this committee and given us the evidence that, in fact, the FBI opened multiple cases against multiple parents across the nation, I believe, including in my home state of Missouri. Another gross abuse, incredible political power brought to bear against everyday citizens. Why? Because they went to a school board meeting that they're paying for and asked about what their kids were being taught. Once again, I can't imagine, I couldn't have ever thought this would happen in the United States of America. Will you find out who was involved in this policy within the FBI, who agreed with it, who implemented it, who encouraged it? Will you find out that, Mr. Patel? Will you do an internal investigation? And will you make clear that those who supported this policy are appropriately disciplined? And will you make clear that the FBI will never do something like this again?
If confirmed and pursuant to your congressional request, absolutely, Senator.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to target people of faith, particularly those who hold pro-life convictions? Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to single out and target people of faith in order to discourage the exercise of their First Amendment rights?
There can never be a targeting by law enforcement just based on their people's faiths.
And yet, under this last administration, the FBI and DOJ together brought numerous prosecutions under the FACE Act for nonviolent protests. President Trump has recently pardoned some of these folks, but it also includes individuals like Mark Houck from Philadelphia region, from Pennsylvania, who had an FBI SWAT team arrive at his door in the early hours of the morning, armed, of course, terrorizing him and his children, took him into custody. They charged him with a FACE Act violation. Why? Because he took his young son to a peaceful demonstration outside an abortion clinic. When his young son was shoved to the ground, he defended him. Mark Houck was acquitted by a jury, acquitted. Nevertheless, The FBI used their full resources, including a SWAT team, to try and terrorize him. Meanwhile, how many churches that were firebombed or pregnancy care centers that were firebombed, how many of them were protected by the last administration? Just about zero. It is an unbelievable instance of targeting. Mr. Patel, will you end this targeting? If you get to the FBI, if you are confirmed, will you end it? And will you make clear to all agency personnel that there can be no targeting on the basis of religious belief, and this will never happen again in the United States of America, at least not under your watch?
Senator, if confirmed, and it speaks to an issue we were talking about earlier, there will be no such targeting if I'm confirmed as FBI director. And the resources of the FBI, which are funded by the American taxpayer dollars, in the 7 minutes that you and I have been talking about, 2 people have died from fentanyl overdoses, 1 person has been shot to death in this country, and 3 people have been raped. The resources of the FBI will go to that mission set and that mission set alone, because America deserves a better brand of justice, and I'm going to give it to them.
Fantastic. Here's my last question for you. Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to try and pressure the largest technology corporations in the world, the most powerful corporations in the world, the social media companies? Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to pressure them to censor the political speech of everyday American citizens to try and violate the First Amendment? Is that appropriate, do you think, Mr. Patel?
No, Senator.
Will you put an end to this, Mr. Patel, if you are confirmed at the FBI?
Senator, if confirmed, I will work with Congress to expose any corrupt activities the FBI has participated in, especially involved in the censorship of free speech.
Because we know from the court cases that have been brought across this country, and we know from the voluminous factual finding that was done, and it's in the record, that the FBI and other agencies of this government under the last administration pressured, coerced these social media companies to censor speech of everyday Americans on a range of issues, from the Hunter Biden laptop to COVID to the Dobbs decision, you name it, they tried to censor them. The Constitution doesn't permit the government to do it. The FBI tried to get the social media companies to do it. Will you end this practice, Mr. Patel, once and for all?
Senator, I will always follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal's next.
You know, to be fair to Kash here, he's kind of vague in answering these questions from Holly too, as he was to the Democrats. He doesn't say he's going to shut it down. He just says, I will follow the law. So he is giving a lot of these sort of like very generic, not quite committing answers to.
Well, I don't know what this insane shit is. Maybe they followed the
I have no
law.
clue what he's talking about.
Yeah. He's making it sound like everyone at the FBI is breaking the law, but I don't know that they are. I don't know what any of this shit is about.
Right.
We can skip forward if you want. Obviously, the next one is going to be a Democrat, so there might be some spice. Ted Cruz is after that. There's a huge break in the middle here, so that's why it's like 5 hours
skip
long.
over the break, yeah.
Next, I want to say, when he's done, so let's see, the 30-minute break would make it about 12:25 or something. I expect you to be back here on time. And
we can fast forward through this too. Like
thank the moment that you were talking to me. Welcome, Mr. Patel. Thank you for being here. And thank you for visiting with me in my office at almost exactly the moment that you were talking to me. The Department of Justice was firing more than a dozen lawyers who worked with the special counsel, Jack Smith, simply because they were involved in that case. You've committed that the FBI will not be politicized. So here's your first test. Will you commit that you will not tolerate the firing of the FBI agents who worked with the special counsel's office on these investigations?
Senator, I appreciate the time to visit with you.
It is a yes or no answer, and it is your first test.
Senator, every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard, and no one will be terminated for case assignments.
And I'm not going to accept that answer, because if you can't commit that those FBI agents will be protected from political retribution, we can't accept you as FBI director.
All FBI employees will be protected against political retribution.
Those individuals deserve to be protected from Trump retribution. That was your first test. You failed it.
By saying all FBI employees should be protected?
That is a test of professional diligence, because it is the measure of whether you will stand up and say no to the president if he gives you an unlawful or illegal order. Let me turn to.
So Trump has pressured people into firing attorneys that were in the Jack Smith investigation. It sounds like that's what the accusation. So,
Yes. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. And I think, and, it's funny because I think Blumenthal's like way off on this. And I think the answer for once that Kash gave is like a fine answer. I'm going to protect all people,
Of
assuming they don't do
course,
anything
yes.
wrong. Right. So him spazzing out about that answer seems absurd to me, but.
The J6 choir. You know who the J6 prison choir is, don't you?
It's been referenced earlier, yes.
And you know about the song that, in fact, you produced, you promoted, and you used to, as you put it, support, raise awareness and support for the political prisoners still locked in jail. Those J6 choir, were they political prisoners?
I don't know everyone in the J6 choir.
That's what you said.
That's
correct?
not how I read it, Senator.
This is your tweet. That's your whole statement.
Well, I'm
You
reading
won't
it now.
stand behind your own statements made in tweets countless.
Okay, here, let me read this because I think I can read it. Kash Patel says, "Justice for all" by the January 6th prison choir and former Donald Trump. Oh, I guess Donald Trump's in the song. This powerful and moving song raises awareness and support for the political prisoners still locked in jail without trial following January 6th protest in 2021. January 6th prison choir consists of individuals who have been incarcerated as a result of their involvement in the January 6th, 2021 protest for election integrity. That's a way to frame it.
That's the
They
way
have
they've
song-
always framed it. That's the way the right always frames it.
Right. It's just the election integrity protest. They have sang the anthem every night since being incarcerated. Let's help them. Well, if he's going to just say, because obviously I do think there are people that were probably wrongly incarcerated. I think there are people who were rightly incarcerated. If he's going to give this sort of like, well, I don't know everyone involved in it. I mean, they said he produced it, right? He didn't just like tweet this out. They say he was involved in producing the music. I mean,
I don't know if he was involved in producing it or he was involved in promoting it, producing the. Because didn't he do this for some sort of charity to raise money for these people's families? That's
That's
like
what he
the
said,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
he
that's
said.
different. If they bring him a song and say, "Oh, we can use this to promote," that's
Yeah, but then
different than
he
actually
should-
producing the song.
He should specify. That guy said he produced it.
Mhm.
And I think they said he produced it in the beginning and he never said, I didn't produce it. I just tweeted it out. Right.
Mhm.
Like, is this a Kamala Harris retard retweets the bail fund during the BLM riots situation? Or is it not only that, but he actually had some involvement deeper where he actually was involved in producing the music in the first place, which if that's the case, he should know about the individual people that they're raising money for. Was it for very specific people who shouldn't have been arrested, or is it just a blanket thing and you're going to give it to a lot of people that should have been arrested?
Right. Yeah, obviously these people that went on to commit other crimes that are completely unrelated to J6, it's like, why aren't they in prison for the prior crimes that they committed?
Right.
Like January 6th is just so far away from like the person murdered somebody or
Well, obviously,
raped
someone
somebody.
gets out and does some
Yeah.
horrible crime. Yeah, sure.
It's like, well, they weren't in jail for rape or murder. They were in
Mhm.
jail for protesting or vandalism or trespassing.
Of them. As a matter of fact, as you put it to Steve Bannon on his show, then we went into a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it as a song, now releasing it exclusively in the War Room.
Wait, hold on. Let me go back to that.
Bannon on his show.
Well, I'm
You
reading
won't
it now.
stand behind your own statements made in
JMac for $20 says, to be fair, I'm executive producer of this show and I have no idea what the hell you guys are going to do.
That's true. That's true.
Well, he produced it.
That's true.
tweets, countless of them. As a matter of fact, as you put it to Steve Bannon on his show. Then we went into a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it as a song, now releasing it exclusively in the War Room. That was the J6 prison choir song.
And all proceeds were given away to charity to help families
And you
in
called
need.
them political prisoners?
But wait a minute. He said, the quote he read, if it's the correct quote, is he said, we went into the studio and we produced it. We digitized it. So that would indicate he was a producer, that he was involved in the production of it, not just like retweeting something.
Yeah, but I mean, we could be a group of producers, and it's somebody else's job to actually produce the song. So when he says we, he's talking about that person did their part of the project. I did my part of the project.
Well, then he should
raising money
defend
for
his
charity.
involvement. He's trying to distance himself. It's kind of like saying like, oh, like if someone came to us and they said, hey, Sitch and Adam, you should sponsor this product. And I'm like, okay. And then I sponsor some product. And turns out that product gives everyone cancer. And it was super obvious if I had spent 5 seconds looking into it, I shouldn't have sponsored that product. And I'm like, well, someone just came to me and asked me to sponsor it. Like, well, I think people should do some level of due diligence before they slap their name on something.
Sure. But it doesn't mean that he's being dishonest, that he was actually in the studio singing with them.
Well, no, he's not. He's not. I know he wasn't on the record, to my understanding. No, he's not being dishonest. I'm just saying he's like trying to create some distance. Like he doesn't want to. When he says like, "Well, I don't know who are the people," he's saying that because he doesn't know who the actual January 6th people were. If they're like someone that did something bad or not. That's why he doesn't want to.
Well,
yeah, but I'm saying that's
that.
something that he should have committed to looking up before he attached his name to this project in the first place.
Sure. Yeah. I agree.
Julian Cater.
Now he's going to bring up, he's like,
I don't know.
here's the fucking rapist that you gave money to get out of jail.
I'm glad because
that's why he's distancing himself.
Right. I'm glad because I didn't think you were going to answer this question. So.
Oh, no, he's got it. He's like right here. This motherfucker.
That is, Senator.
Well, he's one of the J6 prison choir.
You seem to know more about it than I do.
Identified in a court filing. And you're saying now you don't know who he is? You glorified him and the rest of that choir? He's the one who sprayed U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick with pepper spray. Officer Sicknick died the next day. Cater.
Did he die of pepper spray wounds, or I think he committed suicide, right?
Did he, or did he have a heart attack?
If he had a heart attack, that's even more juicy. Was it pepper spray related heart attack? I don't know. This is so dishonest.
Says, let's see. Sicknick's death was investigated by Metro Police Department's homicide branch. On March 14th, Julian Cater and George Tanios were arrested for assaulting Sicknick with chemical spray, which would be the pepper spray. So as they're talking about. Cater was sentenced to almost 7 years in prison for assaulting an officer with a chemical agent. The assailant was given a presidential pardon in January 2025. I don't think.
How'd the guy die?
But this is this is the perfect example. If you pepper spray a police officer, there's no fucking justification for that ever. You should go to fucking jail for 7 years. Fuck you. You don't get to pepper spray a fucking police officer
if he's off
in the
duty?
middle of a riot. That's fucking crazy.
What if he's off duty and you don't know it's a police officer?
Well, first of all, you shouldn't pepper spray anyone, right? Obviously. So, but definitely should be pepper spraying a fucking police officer in the middle of a riot.
Right. Yeah.
At the Capitol. And so this is the problem, because people were saying, this is what annoys me with a lot of the conversation about the pardons is, yes, obviously there are people that just walked in. I don't think they should get prison time, blah, blah, blah. Right. It seems to be that a lot of people agree on that. But then this blanket pardon of like, well, I'm just not even going to bother looking through the case. Yeah, there were people that attacked police officers with poles, with weapons, and this guy attacked a police officer with pepper spray. 100% should be in jail. Should 100% not get a pardon. That's absurd.
Chad is saying that he had a stroke. The cop had a stroke.
Okay.
The part that I'm objecting to is the senator making
claiming
it
that
sound
it's
like the guy
he died
killed
because
him.
of the
Yes,
actions.
exactly.
Right. Now,
He died the very next day of natural causes. Holy shit.
Well, I have no clue. I have no clue if getting pepper sprayed could exacerbate some situation that
Oh
gives someone
my
a stroke.
God.
I have no fucking clue. I'm not going to hold that guy responsible for that because
Right.
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he should go to jail for murder. I don't fucking know. But I'm just saying he shouldn't be pardoned and you shouldn't be. And this is the problem.
What's the proper jail time for pepper spraying a cop?
I think 7 years is fine.
7 years?
Yeah. 7 years as a riot to people trying to bust into the Capitol and you pepper spray a
Okay.
cop trying to maintain lawful order. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Right.
And you shouldn't be putting your name on some project to raise money for that person.
Right. Yeah. I mean, 7 years seems appropriate. Like if you're going 15 years, 20 years, that's probably a bit excessive, right?
Yeah, I would say that'd be excessive. Yeah.
What if you found out that the cop was wearing a gas mask?
Well, it'd be less, maybe.
Is it 7
Maybe more.
years?
Well, actually, I don't know. If you're wearing a gas mask, someone sprays the filters with pepper spray. Is it gonna like prevent it from going in, or is it just gonna go right in the mask?
I don't know. Yeah, that's
Like
a good question.
I don't know how that works. I would assume if you spray someone close enough with pepper spray, I don't know. I would think it would. Like, I guess it depends how close you are. Like, if it's just in the air, I would think the gas mask would work. If someone sprays directly, like in close proximity, yeah, I don't know how
Right.
close you'd be because obviously there's backlash from the pepper spray. But
I'm just objecting to the dishonesty of this.
framing as the
congressper-
deaf.
or
Yeah,
the
sure. That's fair.
Senator, yeah.
Right. Right. It
Admitted
says
it's violent.
DC's
Go ahead.
Office of Chief Medical Examiner Monday said that Sicknick's cause of death was an acute brainstem and cerebral infarcts due to what I can't read this.
Infarction?
No, it says, and the manner of death was natural and not a homicide. So it seems
Oh,
like they're
look,
saying that it wasn't related.
Are
so
you
that's good.
aware that he died of natural causes the very next day?
Right.
Like, no.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
fair.
dishonest. Blumenthal's got to stick up his butt.
Yeah.
He's lying.
He pleaded guilty to assaulting assaulting a political officer, a police officer.
A political officer.
Do you believe that Julian Cater was
I
a
am a
political
senator.
prisoner?
Senator, I'm not familiar with his case. You seem to know a lot more about it than I do. And as I've said repeatedly, I will always utilize my resources to help Americans in need, which is what I was trying to do here. And I've never once advocated for political violence or violence against law enforcement.
Ryan Nichols. Ryan Nichols also pleaded guilty to assaulting a police officer. He was one of the J6 choir. He pushed the crowd against officers, defending a door to the Capitol, and sprayed officers with pepper spray. Ryan Nichols, a political prisoner?
Same answer, Senator.
How about
You see that guy's hand shaking? Why is this guy still in office?
He's
Like,
very
he can't.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
it is. Yeah.
Jordan Mink, another member of the J6 choir?
I don't know who he is.
James McGrew, a political prisoner?
I don't know who that is.
James McGrew pushed and struck officers and launched a handrail toward them. And you glorified.
You care if I fast forward a bit?
No, wait, why?
Because this
Listen,
is just bullshit.
how is this? This is not bullshit. This is
Okay.
Kash Patel puts his name on raising money for these people. And I was like, okay, well, it depends. Are these people like, did they commit violence or are they just people that walked in? And it turns out, actually, a lot of these people committed fucking violence. And he's just sitting here like, I don't know. It's like, well, then don't fucking associate it with it. Like, what the fuck? That's highly ridiculous. That's so fucking irresponsible. And if he's involved in more than just promoting it, he's fucking produced it to some extent. That's like, it's insane.
Right.
Why
yeah.
would you trust some fucking guy who's producing music for people and is too fucking lazy or stupid to go actually investigate who these fucking people are to head up the FBI? That's massive levels of incompetence.
He probably took them all out to dinner too. He probably sang karaoke with these
He probably sang
motherfuckers.
karaoke with
Oh my
them.
God, can you imagine?
He probably did, yeah.
He probably took them to the fucking aquarium.
He probably,
They
he
fed
took
the
them to see the
dolphins together.
penguins. Okay.
All of these violent people with their pepper spray.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Terrible.
You promoted and produced a song to raise money for them. And you now want us to believe you don't know who they are?
No part of that song or anything I've done in my 16 years of government service glorifies or advocates for violence against law enforcement. And the fact that you would be willing to say that in front of these people in the American audience shows how much of a divide we actually have to restore a law enforcement that is constitutionally based, de-weaponized, and depoliticized. You have my commitment to do that. In your office, we had a lot of common ground. I'm committed to working with you on things like Section 230 and making sure the citizens of Connecticut aren't pillaged by Chinese fentanyl.
I welcome your statement, Mr. Patel, but it doesn't answer my question, and it doesn't go to your credibility in denying you know who these people are after, and I have to say, in this tweet and in others, I have a raft of them. I'm going to ask the chairman that they be made a part of the record, if there's no objection.
Without objection.
You glorified, you promoted, you supported these individuals. Ronald Sadlin, he struck an officer in the head, hand, and shoulders and grabbed another officer. Was he a political prisoner?
Don't know who that is, Senator.
Well, the simple fact is that you knew about the J6 choir. You knew what they did in assaulting and endangering police officers who sought to defend the Capitol on that day, were severely injured, and some, as a consequence, died.
Oh my God,
the
he's such a
FBI
fucking
deserves better.
liar.
The men and women.
You heard that lie, right?
Yeah, that is
big
a lie
fucking
to say
fat.
that. That is a lie.
And as a consequence.
Right. Well, that's what I said. What they do is someone does something bad, and then they're like, "It's not bad enough. I have to hyperbolize it," and then it transforms something someone actually did bad into a lie. And so you go,
Of course,
right.
yeah. He's way across the line.
Women in the FBI put their lives on the line every day. I've worked with them as United States Attorney for 4.5 years, and then as Attorney General off and on for 20 years. I've admired them for the 14 years that I've been in this body. I think they deserve better. Thank you.
As we turn to Senator Cruz, I'll know.
Yeah, I think that Cash's indignation is completely performatively retarded, because you're gonna say, like, I never glorify attacking police officers. Well, if you're glorifying these individuals who went to jail for attacking police officers, then yes, that is what you're doing. So you don't get to be all, I'm so indignant. How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Notice that the statement that he has up does say without trial, and I think that plays some role in the context of that statement. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, welcome. Let me first of all say thank you. Thank you for saying yes when President Trump asked you to serve in this role. I think there are very few roles in all of government that are more important than Director of the FBI, and there are very few roles in all of government that are more in need of a fundamental change. You and I have both spent much of our adult lives working in and around law enforcement. And the loss of respect from the American people of the FBI and of the Department of Justice is one of the most tragic developments of the last 4 years. Both the Department of Justice and the FBI have a long history of being apolitical, outside of politics, of being faithful to and focused on upholding the rule of law and keeping the American people safe. And in many ways, the worst legacy, in my opinion, of the Biden administration was the complete politicization and weaponization of both the Department of Justice and the FBI, turning them into tools to attack the perceived enemies of the Biden White House. Now, you have been charged with going in and restoring integrity of the FBI. That is not going to be an easy task. But before you can carry out that task, and I am confident you will be confirmed and you will be in the position to carry out that task,
what?
You've got to make it through the gauntlet of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And my colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle, who I don't know how many spots on Senator Tillis's bingo card have been filled, but it looks like he's playing blackout and they're all filled right now. But you will be and have been accused of just about everything they can. But I want to focus on what several Democrats have done recently, which is trying to blame you for the violence that occurred on January 6th, which even in the annals of ridiculous attacks, this one really takes the cake. So let's just focus on some facts. Let me ask you a question. What role did you occupy?
Wait, did anyone? Wait, unless I missed it, people were criticizing him. Democrats were criticizing him for being too deferential to Trump. Democrats were criticizing him for being anti-FBI. People were criticizing him for helping the January 6th people. No one has criticized him saying that he caused January 6th.
Criticizing who? Kash
Kash.
Patel?
Yeah. No, I didn't hear anyone say that Kash Patel is what caused January 6th to occur.
No.
I haven't heard anyone say anything remotely close to that.
Did Cruz just imply that?
He said this. Nobody said it.
This one really takes the cake. So let's just, which even in the annals of ridiculous attacks, this one really takes the cake. So let's.
Oh my God, fucking Cruz is.
But it looks like he's playing blackout and they're all filled right now. But you will be and have been accused of just about everything they can. But I want to focus on what several Democrats have done recently, which is trying to blame you for the violence that occurred on January 6th.
Okay. That's
Okay.
ridiculous.
Unless he's going to read some statement or something right after this. No one in this hearing has done that so far.
Which even in the annals of ridiculous attacks, this one really takes the cake. So let's just focus on some facts. Let me ask you a question. What role did you occupy in the days immediately before January 6th?
Chief of Staff of the Department of Defense.
You were the Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense.
Yes, sir.
So to be clear, you were not rioting at the Capitol.
No, sir.
Okay. Where were you physically on January 6th?
In the office of the Secretary of Defense in the Pentagon.
And what were you doing on that day?
On that day specifically, responding to preparing to mobilize and deploy the National Guard once we got the lawful request from the local governing authority, which was the mayor of D.C. and the Speaker of the House.
Now, how many days in advance were you working to prepare the Department of Defense to help secure the Capitol on January 6th?
Days in advance, Senator, we were in the Oval Office on an unrelated national security matter with the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and myself. And the President authorized up to 20,000 plus National Guardsmen and women to secure any security measures necessary related to the Capitol. So we were moving to the fullest extent of the law before the requisite request came from a local governing authority days ahead of time.
And while you were Chief of Staff at DOD, how many times did DOD approach Capitol Police and ask if they needed National Guard assistance?
I believe those letters are well documented, numerous instances, and numerous of those instances, those requests were shut down.
Now, am I correct that the Capitol Sergeant at Arms said assistance was unnecessary?
That's correct, Senator.
Who did the Sergeant at Arms report to?
The Speaker of the House.
That would have been Nancy Pelosi at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
And would that also be Chuck Schumer, then the Senate Majority Leader?
The Sergeant at Arms, yes, Senator, reports up there.
Did Mayor Bowser, the Democrat elected mayor in D.C., either request or allow National Guard assistance?
She put in writing on the days leading up to January 6th a declination for National Guard additional support. And that letter is available publicly to the world.
So just to speak English for folks at home, a declination meant she said no, don't send National Guard. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a simple question, because from the questioning from my Democrat colleagues, they might think otherwise. Do you condemn violence against law enforcement?
All of it.
And by the way, is that true whether the violence is right wing or left wing or anywhere else?
There is no discriminating between types of violence against law enforcement.
And do you believe those who assault and commit violence against law enforcement should be prosecuted and should be sent to jail?
Especially those that kill them.
May I ask you, how many years?
Do you think those who committed violence against police on January 6th should have been pardoned, Kash Patel? Ask him the question. Ask him the question, Ted.
Ted's not going to ask. What are you talking about?
I know.
Ted's running for president.
Have you worked in public service?
About 16, Senator.
And how many years have you worked in particular in law enforcement and prosecution and national security?
Over a decade, Senator.
You know, I have to say it is ludicrous but sadly predictable that Democrats are endeavoring to tarnish you, to paint a false caricature based on innuendo and smoke. And so you're working to protect the Capitol on January 6th, and yet they're trying to blame you for the violence that occurred. Let me ask you this just as a straightforward matter. What is the job of the FBI, and what will the FBI's role be if and when you are confirmed as its director?
The simple motto on the website of the FBI's homepage is to protect American citizens and uphold the Constitution. If I am confirmed as the next director of the FBI, that's what we're going to do and redirect resources to making sure that occurs every single day.
Thank you for your willingness to do so, and this committee will hold you to account on restoring integrity at the FBI, and I thank you also for your commitment to transparency. I think that is incredibly important to bringing back integrity, and I'm grateful for it.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hirono.
That was completely worthless.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Ted, come on.
Mr. Patel, as part of my responsibility as
wait.
a member of this committee, I asked the following two initial questions of all nominees before any of my committees. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator, I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator, I have not.
Mr. Patel, you have been a champion of the January 6th prison choir. You have stated that the choir's members were, quote, incarcerated as a result of their involvement in the January 6, 2021 protest for election integrity, end quote. And one of the choir members is Julian Cater, who pled guilty. He pled guilty to assaulting officers with a deadly weapon. On January 6th, he attacked Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick with pepper spray, and the next day, Officer Sicknick suffered from 2 strokes and died. Mr. Patel, was Mr. Cater protesting for election integrity? Yes or no?
I don't know who that is.
I'm not asking you who that is. I'm asking you whether, having heard the description of what he pled to, whether he was protesting for election integrity, yes or no?
I don't know who that is.
That
and
is not
statement-
responsive to my question. You're not willing to say that, but you were willing to describe this choir as consisting of people who are protesting for election integrity, and yet you testify you don't know them. We have heard already your book includes a list of 60 people who you think make up part of the executive branch deep state. Mr. Patel, if confirmed, do you plan to investigate President Trump's former FBI Director Christopher Wray? Yes or no?
I have no plans in going backwards. I have plans in safeguarding.
How about
this-
James Comey? Do you plan to investigate him?
Senator, every investigation will be subject to the same
Do you
legal
plan to
standard.
investigate James Comey, who's on your list?
I have no intentions of going backwards.
How about
and
Bill
every
Barr?
intention of using the Constitution.
How about Bill Barr? Do you plan to investigate him, who's on your executive branch deep state, and you say you're going to ferret out the deep state?
No one
Yes or
that
no?
did not break the law will be
It
investigated.
no answers to any of those. Okay. Over 1 million Americans died as a result of COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccine saved lives. Yet, less than a year ago, you promoted unregulated, unproven, unscientific supplements to reverse the effects of the vaccine on Truth Social. You told your followers that these supplements would detox them of the COVID-19 vaccine. Mr. Patel, did you make money by promoting these supplements?
Senator, do you know of any individuals who died as a result of complications from the vaccine?
Again,
Because I do.
Are you unable to answer my question, which is a straightforward, did you make money by promoting these supplements?
All of my financial disclosures have been made to this committee.
I would like to hear your answer, yes or no. Did you make money?
I don't have
This is
those
my
financial
third and last time I'm going to
disclosures
ask you
in front
that
of me.
question.
You have that information.
doesn't
So
know.
you refuse to answer the question.
I answered
Here
1,300
you
pages.
are, no answer, and yet you spread dangerous misinformation. Mr. Patel, the FBI is the primary agency responsible for investigating election-related crimes, including fraud and the denial of voting rights. So being able to separate fact from conspiracy theories around elections is an important thing for the FBI director. I have a question to see if you can do that. Mr. Patel, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 presidential election? Yes or no?
President Biden's election was certified. He was sworn in, and he served as the president of the United States.
Once again, the people who are 100% loyal to President Trump cannot answer that question. It is alarming that you want to be an FBI director who can answer a simple question, factual question. During a 2023 interview with Steve Bannon, you said, quote, "We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about the American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections." There's your quote. Do you still plan to come after the free press?
Not unless private citizens have been defamed. That's their right.
You said that you would be going after the media. So I want to know whether you plan to do that, go after the free media.
I can't go after the media for other people. That's a decision they have.
So I would say that that was a statement that you made that is pretty chilling to the free media. So I didn't hear a no that you would not go after them. You currently serve on the board of directors for the Trump Media Technology Group, which owns the social media platform Truth Social.
Wow.
If confirmed as FBI director, will you resign from this position and end all ties with the Trump Media and Technology Group?
Yes, Senator, as I've stated to you in writing.
Wow, Sitch.
Over the last 2 years,
We got our first answer. We got our first definitive answer. Look at that.
And a good one.
And
I mean,
a good one,
obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, hell yeah, I've been waiting to sell that shitty platform forever. Thank you for giving me an out.
Well, I didn't know he had a financial stake in True Social. Actually, I think I heard that, but I've forgotten that. Okay, interesting. Very interesting.
FBI has dedicated resources to Operation Not Forgotten, which works to address violent crime in Indian country. If confirmed as FBI director, would you continue the important work of Operation Not Forgotten?
I've made that commitment to many of your colleagues who have tribal issues and tribal crimes plaguing their communities, and I'll make that commitment to you as well, Senator.
My time is almost up, but I would like to note that on the many questions asked about the
What? No, thank
choir,
you?
the J6 choir, it included at least 5 men who pled guilty to assaulting police officers. And these are the people whose record this nominee promotes. Thank you.
They're really
we'll
chapped
go to-
about that record.
Yeah.
Oh my
Jesus,
God.
she really spanked him on that one. Okay.
He submitted to 2 questions and she didn't even give him a thank you.
I know.
Terrible.
I know.
Why is she sitting in Mr. Booker's seat too? Get this lady a chair.
I think it's just the camera angle.
I mean,
For
she's
Senator
sitting
Kennedy,
right behind it.
No, I think it's the camera angle. It's just like diagonal.
For Kennedy next, and then as directed by the chairman, we will take a 30-minute recess at the conclusion of Senator Kennedy's questioning.
See, look, Mrs. Blackburn right there. What's going on with that one?
I know. There's like a step up for the things, and the desk is
happening
lower
here?
below. Yeah, so
What's
it's kind
going
of an
on here?
optical illusion.
Mrs. Blackburn right there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say for the record that Chairman Grassley is the greatest chairman God ever put breath in. And would somebody please tell Grassley I said that?
That's hilarious.
You've made a lot of people mad, haven't you, Mr. Patel?
Seems so, Senator.
Think maybe you've made the right people mad?
As my FBI agents, the BRIC agents told me when I was running cases with them across this country and around the world, if you're not ticking off some people, you're not doing your job right.
My colleague
Typical law enforcement.
and friend Senator Durbin called you a conspiracy theorist. You remember that?
I do, Senator.
You were instrumental in revealing that the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I was a lead investigator.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Facts matter, Senator.
Yeah. I mean, conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0. You're not saying that everybody at the FBI is bad, are you?
Never said that. I've overwhelmingly said multiple times that 98% of the FBI is courageous, apolitical warriors of justice. They just need better leadership, especially those who participated in these conspiracies that actually turned out to degrade them.
Who put away the Unabomber?
The FBI.
Yep.
Conspiracy.
Who put away Timothy McVeigh and his
Oh, that one definitely is a
Stalin's
conspiracy.
stomach for blood?
BRIC agents at the FBI.
Who helped investigate Jussie Smollett, who,
Nice.
in an effort of self-aggrandizement, set back the fight for minority rights for years?
I think that was local authorities.
It was the FBI that opened an investigation, wasn't it?
Eventually, yes, Senator.
There have been or were some bad people at the FBI and the Justice Department, which work hand in glove, weren't there?
Unfortunately, yes, Senator.
Secretary Clinton's lawyer, a gentleman by the name of Michael Sussman, had a pass to come and go at the FBI building as he wished. Don't you think the American people have a right to know about the details of that?
Not just that, but what a political party was doing with the secure compartmented information facility with direct access to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Mr. Hunter Biden cheated on his income taxes. Didn't pay $1.4 million in income taxes over 4 years.
What?
And he filed fraudulent returns. He tried to deduct his hookers as a business expense, for God's sakes.
You can't do that?
And they hit him with two.
Yes.
You
Hasn't
can't
tried
do
to
that?
deduct hookers and blow from your taxes for a business expense. Like, wait a
Oops,
minute.
I
Hold
need
on.
to call my tax attorney.
Wait a minute.
Right now.
Wait a minute. I don't think Mr. Kennedy's here is being fair. Okay. How do we know that he didn't procure those hookers and blow to try to sway the Burisma executives to
Oh,
do
yeah.
something his father wanted? That's a total business expense.
That is exactly. You got to pay the honeypot.
Yeah.
And that's a write-off.
Come on.
Jeez, come on.
Come on. What a square Mr. Kennedy is. Come on.
They hit him with 2 misdemeanors before there was a public outcry. Don't you think the American people are entitled to know the details of that?
The American people are entitled to a singular form of justice and the details to every public corruption investigation.
You remember Peter Strzok,
I sure do.
one of the lead investigators for Mr. Mueller's Russian collusion hoax?
Yes, Senator.
Do you remember when the Inspector General, not his colleagues, turned him in? Inspector General found that Mr. Peter Strzok said, quote, sent an email to his girlfriend, quote, just went to a Southern Virginia Walmart. I could smell the Trump support, end quote. Remember that?
He did that while employed at the FBI while working on that investigation.
Do you remember when the IG revealed another email by Mr. Strzok to his girlfriend? Mr. Strzok said, quote, I am riled up. Trump is a fucking idiot, is unable to provide a coherent answer, end of quote. You remember that?
Peter Strzok said that.
You remember when his girlfriend texted Mr. Strzok, quote, Trump's not ever going to become president, right? Right? And Mr. Strzok replied, no, he won't. We'll stop it.
I do remember their insurance policy.
And then Mr. Strzok testified in front of God and country that never had his political beliefs impacted his work. You believe in the tooth fairy?
When I was a kid.
You believe Jimmy Hoffa died of natural causes?
He's also not in the end zone of Giant Stadium.
And then Mr. Strzok got fired, and next thing we know, the FBI and the Department of Justice, after he sued, gave him $1.2 million. Don't you think the American people are entitled to know the details of that?
Absolutely.
Now, I want you to think hard before you answer my next question. Do you believe in the adage that two wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even?
Senator, I think if anyone commits a wrong in government service, the American public deserve to know the absolute secular detail of that corrupt activity.
When reforming the FBI and the Justice Department, two wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even, is the wrong approach, isn't it?
That's correct.
And we're going to hold you accountable for that.
I hope you do.
Now, there's some good people at the FBI.
Lots.
And there have been and may still be some bad people there. And you've got to find out who the bad people are and get rid of them in accordance with due process and the rule of law. And then you've got to lift up the good people. Don't go over there and burn that place down. Go over there and make it better. Do you commit to us today that you will do that?
I commit to you, if confirmed, Senator, every single day, 24/7, 365, the FBI will be the premier law enforcement agency in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll now recess for a 30.
Wow. Listen, Ted Cruz, you need to take some notes. Okay. I didn't agree with everything that guy said. I didn't agree with a lot of what he said, but that guy is a top tier political talent.
Oh, yeah.
That was very powerful, good, politically persuasive performance, I guess, whatever you want to call it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, Ted Cruz. Okay. Jeez, get your head in the game, Ted. I like that guy. I don't agree with what he said, but I like him. He's got a lot
I've
of
seen him in
moxie.
other contexts. I don't like this. Is it Senator Kennedy?
Senator
Is
Kennedy.
he Kennedy?
Kennedy.
I don't like him. But,
I don't know anything
that
about
was
him
good.
beyond this showing right here, but he did really good.
I've seen him lying and bullshit in
Oh,
other
really?
contexts, but I don't remember what it is. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I wouldn't be surprised he's a politician, but
Of course.
that was a pretty good performance. That was very good. He did a good job there.
3-minute lunch break. We'll return.
Okay, let's jump past the lunch break here.
Of course.
Do you have a time code on that, or?
No. I didn't get one. I was looking at the thing, but you just skip ahead. I'm doing another poll. We've had 2 polls so far. We had the beginning is, oh no, that's the last poll here. The first poll is, do you support the confirmation of Kash Patel to head the FBI? There was 1,100 votes, and yes was 48%, no was 16%, and 34% was no comment. So, so almost half of you said you do support Kash Patel. Then I had another poll. Is Kash Patel trustworthy? I don't know was the top answer. 42%.
Listen, that's a fair answer. That's a good, fair answer.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I answered I don't know. I just
I don't know.
it's too difficult to tell. So, yes.
I mean, he was hawking vaccine be gone.
Look, I'm gonna try those pills. I ordered some. I ordered some on the stream. Look, I got vaccinated, and I'm kind of regretting it. So
I see. I got you.
Yeah, this is it's basically like the morning after pill for vaccination. So
That's terrible.
I figure, what do I got to lose?
That's awful.
It was between that and the Trump coin, and I figured, well, I'm going to lose like $10,000 on the Trump coin. The supplements were only $50.
Right.
I don't know how much the supplements were. Obviously, I'm making all of this up just for comedy purposes. So for the next for is Kash Patel trustworthy? 33% of you say yes, 24% of you say no. So then I was beginning another poll here on whether or not you believe he will be confirmed. So will Kash Patel be confirmed? That's going to be the new poll.
Okay. I think he is. I'm guessing he's going to be.
What do you want the third option to be? Yes, no, and what? Pepper spray?
There you go. Pepper spray.
Pepper spray.
Yes, no, or pepper spray.
Okay.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm struggling with a bit of the flu here, but thought it was really important to come.
Everybody's got flu.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough, but I appreciate the time. And Mr. Patel, if I can jump right in, 12 prosecutors, career prosecutors, were involved in an investigation and prosecuting the cases against President Trump and were recently fired. Some of those that were involved.
Somebody's got to fucking ask about this hostage situation. I'm going to be real mad. Okay. No one has asked about the fucking hostages yet.
It's worse than that because 5 of them have droned on about this fucking choir that nobody gives a fuck about. Well, look, obviously you care to some extent, but you don't want to hear it.
You don't need to hear it 5
rehashed
times.
5 times.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
One person going over it is fine.
Yes. Yeah.
Were involved in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Do you know who Brett Reynolds is?
Wait, hold on. Give me 1 second here.
Some of those that were prosecutors, career prosecutors, were involved in an investigation and prosecuting the cases against President Trump and were recently fired. Some of those that were involved in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Do you know who Brett Reynolds is?
Maybe, but it doesn't ring a bell at this point. So.
You're under oath. You have no recollection of who Brett Reynolds is?
He was
You
in
can provide me
Smokey and the
with a little more
Bandit. Come on,
context I
guy.
could possibly remember.
Are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations?
You never seen Boogie Nights?
Senator, just to be clear, I did not participate in any of those DOJ
Sir,
decisions.
that's a yes or no question. Are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations? Yes or no?
I'm not aware of that,
Thank you.
Senator.
There is no evidence of wrongdoing by FBI employees involved in these investigations. If you do pursue investigations of those involved, will you commit to using standard processes, including a standard review by the FBI Inspections Division and the Inspector General?
Senator, I will honor all those review processes.
You will honor those review processes.
Yes, Senator.
If these are actions that the FBI employees, if there are actions against FBI employees that do not follow those standards process that happen before you get in, will you commit to reversing any decision prior to your arrival so that those standard processes and the standard review by the FBI Inspections Division will take place?
I don't know what's going on right now over there, but I'm committed to you, Senator, and your colleagues that I will honor the internal review process of the FBI.
Have you made any commitments to anyone about pursuing any investigations or targets if you are FBI director?
Only violent criminals and terrorists.
Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Only following the Constitution.
Again, are you certain
That I have told.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh no.
He's
That's
just
not good.
freestyling, Sitch.
That's
Come
not
on.
because they're like, oh, are you going to go after anyone? Only violent criminals. Have you talked to anyone on the Trump team about, going after people for political retribution? I'm
Only
gonna follow
following the Constitution.
Yes. Oh no, that's a yes. That is a fucking yes.
Nah, he's just freestyling.
That's a big motherfucking yes.
Put on the good faith Gary hat. Come on. He's just
That's
freestyling.
That's
you know,
the
he's,
biggest fucking yes ever. Oh my god.
He's just
Holy
like
shit.
hate violent criminals. On the side of law enforcement. Constitution. He's just he's hitting the buttons.
Interesting. Wait, what was
Stay
the
within
question?
the law.
What was the
This-
question
these
he
are
asked
like
that he said the violent criminals? Wait.
commitments to anyone about pursuing any
Now over there, but I'm committed to you, Senator, and your colleagues that I will honor the internal review process of the FBI.
Have you made any commitments to anyone about pursuing any investigations or targets if you are FBI director?
Only violent
So if you've made
Only
any
violent
commitments
criminals. Come
to
on.
anyone, and he says only violent criminals.
criminals and terrorists.
Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Okay, see, because here's the distinction. So first, I'm like, well, didn't he just ask the same question twice? Because wouldn't people on Trump transition team be anyone? Well, it's a slightly different question because he says,
Yeah. Have you talked about anyone to go after specifically? Yeah.
well, it's actually, and listen, I'll be good faith to Cash here. I'm gonna put on my cherry hat for Cash here, because listen very closely to what he has.
Or FBI director?
Only violent criminals and terrorists.
Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition?
Because he said, have you had any
look-
conversations, right? So that would mean that someone could tell him that and he could not answer or say no, but it would still be, you had a conversation about it because someone else said it, that you should do it.
This is,
So,
I mean, even the last one, his answer's shit, because obviously there are a bunch of other crimes outside of violent crimes and terrorism that should be investigated by the FBI. There's like all kinds of fraud cases and shit.
right.
So, I mean, it's a bad answer. He's just like camming it up for the cameras.
No. It is a bad answer, but I'm saying I will give on one hand, I don't know, like one hand, I want to be like 100% confirms it. But on the other hand, I will pull back. I will give charity to Kash Patel here. The question is broad enough that you would want to answer that in a non-committed way.
Right.
Team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Only following the Constitution.
Again, are you certain?
That I've told people on the
Are you
administration.
certain? Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
See, we spoke too soon. They're elaborating.
Senator, to the best of my recollection, I've only said I will use the Constitution.
Have you discussed specific investigations or targets you would pursue as FBI director with the President of the United States?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, no.
Are you certain?
To the best of my recollection, no.
I mean, it sucks that he has to hedge, right?
I know.
But look, that makes me think maybe he did, right? Because the hedge is because you did.
Well,
oh my God,
maybe the
how could you forget a conversation that you had about this?
I mean, on one hand, you want to say, okay, because obviously what's going on here is either A, Cory Booker is about to drop a nuke on him, which I don't think is going to happen because I think it'd be all over the news.
Right,
or,
he's worried about impeaching the witness. Yeah.
Right. Or this is a setup to try to catch him in a perjury trap later down the road.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
And so that's like the point of it. So on one hand, I'm like kind of like, okay, I understand what's going on here. So I'm more deferential to give him
The benefit of the
leeway
doubt,
to
yeah.
give the hedge answer. But on the other hand, you are correct. Who's going to have a conversation with the president of the United States where the
And
president
forget.
tells you like, hey, I want you to go after my political opponents. And you're going to be like, oh, I forgot that happened. Right.
Yeah, you tell him, look, as long as it's within the bounds of the Constitution, right?
Right.
But
right.
then he's like, okay, we'll work on that.
Yeah.
We'll work on that after you're confirmed. Oof. This is why the answer is to resign.
Yes.
because you really don't have any other option. So
Right.
this is why, it's probably why Sessions recused himself. He's like,
It
oh my
is.
God, do I
Yeah.
want Trump on the phone with me every single day asking me about every single detail of this case?
Well, also
No.
it's just the right thing to do.
Yeah.
According to public reports, you were subpoenaed by the federal prosecutors to testify as a witness before the grand jury investigation investigating the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. And you testified before the grand jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were before the grand jury, you pled the fifth on the basis of self-incrimination, correct?
I utilized my constitutional rights during that process with the advice and consent of counsel and appeared before that grand jury.
I will take that as a yes. And you are familiar, I imagine, with Section 6002 of Title 18.
Off the top of my head, Senator, not.
Well, Section 6002 is the immunity statute. Whenever a witness refuses to testify or provide other information before a grand jury based upon the privilege against self-incrimination, the court can order the witness to testify. The witness must comply with the order, but they receive immunity, which means that no testimony or any other information provided before the grand jury can be used against them in any criminal proceeding. You were compelled to testify as a witness in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case. Did you participate in any criminal conduct involved in that case?
Involved in which, the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case?
Yes.
No, I testified through compulsion by court order.
You received immunity for providing information that was self-incriminating. Do you remember the name of the prosecutor who questioned you?
There were multiple, Senator. I do not.
Was it one of the people, were any of them people that were fired this past week?
I have no idea, Senator.
Shit.
Are you certain? You're under oath.
I'm aware that I'm under oath, Senator, and I have no idea, and I did not participate in the removal of any DOJ prosecutors.
What was the information you provided that you received immunity for?
Senator, I would love my grand jury testimony to be released, but as you know, that grand jury testimony has been sealed by the Department of Justice, and I'm not allowed to discuss it here.
Well, I find it troubling that you do not know the law here, and let me tell you what the law is. Rule 6
I'm surprised he hasn't explained the context of this, because it's pretty bad. The context is when they were hitting Trump with the documents case, Kash Patel came out and said, I heard firsthand that Donald Trump told me that he declassified these documents. He's totally innocent. And then the government's like, oh, he told you this? Would you be willing to testify to that under oath? And he's like, I plead the fifth.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, oh,
They're
that
going to get him
doesn't-
on some kind of collusion.
Because it's like, well, wait a minute. So that makes it sound like he just 100% lied. He just made that up, that Trump told him that 100%. And then that's why they gave him immunity. And then he said something, which I guess we will never know the answer to. But
Yeah. Interesting, huh? So they're
now-
like, you have immunity, but we need your testimony. They compelled
Right.
him to testify. So,
right.
so what
see,
was the
that's part of
testimony? Did he
why-
say, look, I made it up. I totally fucking made it up.
Well, we're not going to know because the case never was, the case isn't going to ever go to trial now because, got thrown out or dismissed or whatever since Trump was president. And now Cory Booker here is saying that the lawyers involved have been fired. So it obviously seems very retribution-y.
Right. Yeah.
So, which is highly corrupt, obviously, but no one's going to care about that. But that's part of why I said, to me, Kash Patel seems like he's just going to be a Trump stooge or a toady. Is, if he seems like he totally lied to cover Trump's ass about it.
No, that's horrible. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
horrible. That's totally horrible. If he just made something up off the fly to
Right.
the claim was that he saw Trump personally declassify the documents. Is that
he
where
said he said he heard him do it, or Trump told him or something. Let's see if
Is
I can
that-
find the exact thing.
that's like the standard, like that argument goes all over the place. Oh, as president, he can just declassify the documents with a wave of his hand. Something tells me that's not the way it works. Like, it seems like that would be something that you at least have to let someone know that these documents have been declassified, right?
I mean, I would presume.
You can't declassify documents in secret, right? I, president, secretly declassify these documents. Because there's corollaries already in the documents archive that should be also declassified, right? It's
one of those,
declassified in one place and classified in another.
right. It's one of those things where it's like one of those like legal loophole situations. Cause I remember hearing all the lawyers argue about this at the time, where there's like no, supposedly, like there's no strict legal way in which it's all supposed to be done or procedure,
Right.
because there's just like a standard traditional procedure that everyone has followed up until that point, and so it never like came up. And that's why people were like, well, there's a question of like, if it actually went to the Supreme Court, would they grant that, or not? Because a lot of, including Bill Barr was saying that it was preposterous, this whole idea that you could just declassify documents in your mind without telling anybody. It's also preposterous that was even like a real thing, because like if that was the case, then when they asked for the documents in the first place, Trump should have just responded and said, I don't have any top secret documents. I declassified the documents. Right. But he never said that until he got caught with them. And he's like, well, I declassified them. It's like, well, wait a minute. You're only saying that after we caught you.
Well, I don't think they went after ex-presidents for boosting classified documents before.
Well, I don't know if it's ever come up before.
Right.
Before
well,
this.
Look, I think presidents probably take a bunch of documents and
but
they
remember,
just don't go after them. It's like, that's the rule. We don't go after ex-presidents.
Well, that's not true though, because it is against the law. First of all, the way this all came about is presidents are not supposed to keep any documents, period. And all the presidents had, I think this came into fruition after Nixon, because he destroyed a bunch of evidence. And so up until that point, the presidents, to my understanding, have followed the law. And if there was some mistake, whether intentional or not, they would hand over the documents. The only reason that this came to pass to be this way is that when they realized that Trump had documents, they fought for a year for Trump to hand over the documents. Then he finally does, after an entire year fighting about it because he doesn't want to do it. And then they find out, oh my God, there's top secret documents. We thought they're just normal documents. There's top secret documents in here. They refer it to the FBI. The FBI gets involved. They say, give us do you have any other top secret documents? And he says, let me check. Here, I found some more top secret documents. Here they are. And they say, okay, do you pinky swear that there's no more top secret documents? He says, I pinky swear there's no more top secret documents. And then some whistleblower that works for Trump comes out and says, no, he literally is lying. I 100% know that he knows that there's more top secret documents. They raid Mar-a-Lago and find out.
I know all of this. I know all of this. Everyone
I'm just
knows
saying,
all
I'm
of
just
this.
providing the context for the audience.
Okay, that makes sense. Look, if the cultural norm is, the law is you don't take any documents, but presidents break that law all the time and take documents willy-nilly as much as they want. But we just never go after them. Like, that's the cultural norm. That's the way it's always been.
What is it though?
Look,
I don't know.
Yes. So look, maybe somebody tells Trump, look, everyone takes the documents. This happens all the time. I don't know the cultural norm. I'm just posing a hypothetical here.
Right.
Like, if that is the reality of the situation, Clinton took documents, fucking George W. Bush took documents, Senior Bush took documents, Reagan took documents. All these motherfuckers take documents as souvenirs. So Trump takes documents. And all of a sudden, they're coming after Trump. Of course he's going to be pissed off. Of course he's going to fucking stall. He's going to be like, what the fuck? Right? And then everyone's going to lose it. Oh my God, no one else took documents. Oh my God, he's Hitler. He took some fucking documents.
Yeah, but first of all, again, I mean, I have no idea whether this is true or not. I mean, I've never heard this. There was the situation with Biden. They had documents. He had them in his garage. And
he wasn't even president.
No, I know, he was vice president. And then when they found out about it, he's like, here you go. Here are the documents.
Yeah, but that doesn't go with the hypothetical because he wasn't president.
Well, wait, hold on. I'm saying there was no the reason, you have to be very hyper clear here. Okay. The problem, they didn't say you took documents, we're going after you. They said you took documents. You said you gave all the top secret documents back and you didn't. And we have evidence to believe you intentionally lied about it. Not that you just like, oopsie, there was some in my closet, I didn't know about it. That's why they went after him. That's the very specific part of it. So to my knowledge,
all of that.
I've never heard of Biden or anyone else doing anything like this, where they said, here are the documents I took by accident, and then intentionally or accusedly intentionally lied about it. That's the issue.
Like, if the norm is that they're just going to look the other way, obviously there's not going to be records going back to Reagan, going back. Well, Nixon is a extreme case, obviously. So, but look, I understand. Look, people want to lose their shit over Trump taking documents. So,
well, to me, it's the lying about it is the very sus part, not even necessarily taking them in the first place. Because even if I were to grant that way, you're like, even if I were to grant your hypothetical that there's some sort of cultural attitude that they can take documents or whatever, which, assuming that's even remotely, true, once the FBI gets involved and says, we're going to, like, you need to give us the top secret documents back, or we're going to fucking come after you, you think you'd be like, oh, okay, well, let me give back these fucking top secret documents I'm not supposed to have.
God, it's just, look, if you personally know that 10 other presidents before you took documents and nobody fucking hassled them, and you're like, oh my God, they're hassling me, you just feel like, oh, this is bullshit.
Okay.
A lot of people can come out and say, oh my God, look at the horrible thing that he did that everyone else does.
Okay.
I mean, that was his argument.
That was not Trump's argument. I don't remember Trump saying everyone does this, so it's okay that I do it. His argument was that he declassified them.
Right.
I mean, I've never even really heard someone make this argument that you're making now.
I've heard it. I've definitely heard it. Yeah. That presidents regularly take declassified.
I've heard that it's
documents.
I've heard
they
that
talk
regularly
about Clinton's sock drawer all the time.
I've heard about I've heard instances where it's happened before. I've not heard instances where they've gotten some, they looked the other way or they had some protracted fight about, once it was found out that, like, oh yeah, it's totally fine. Just let them keep it. I haven't heard that before.
Okay. Well, the whole point of the hypothetical is the logic of why Trump was upset about it and did not comply.
It's possible.
Right?
It's a possible scenario, I guess.
Yeah. You'd be super chapped. Be like, what the fuck? Anyway, let's move on.
Governs grand jury proceedings under Rule 6E. Grand jurors, court reporters, and prosecutors are bound to secrecy. But witnesses are not bound by secrecy. You were a witness in the classified.
Are you searching Clinton's sock drawer right now?
No, I was trying to find the specific quote of what Patel said about the documents thing.
Documents case. You are not bound by secrecy. You can tell us everything that happened in that room and everything you testified about. I'll ask you again, what information did you provide to the grand jury?
In this, we are agreement, Senator. Get my grand jury testimony. I want it made public. I asked the Department of Justice to make it public, and they refused to do so.
There is no legal bound against you telling us right now what you testified to.
When I asked for my transcript to be released,
Sir, did you or did you not commit a crime?
Senator, I did not commit a crime.
Then why won't you tell us what you testified to?
Because it occurred over the course of 3 weeks. I don't have the ability to recall everything I testified to, but I'm asking you to put my transcript out.
Did you testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents?
Senator, what I testified to is best captured by that transcript in real time.
So you're not willing to tell Congress, after making many pledges today about transparency, whether or not you testified to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents. In the name of all the values you have said today, did you or did you not testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents?
I testified accordingly and under oath, and I encourage you to get that transcript.
And by the law of our land, you are free to tell people, what are you hiding from Congress? Answer the question. Did you testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents, yes or no?
Senator, the grand jury testimony is available to you. I encourage you to make it public.
As you likely know, the second.
Oh my God, this is fucking awkward, Sitch.
This is real bad.
This is incredibly awkward.
It's real bad. Yeah.
It seems like he probably did testify that he witnessed Trump declassifying documents, which, I mean, I just want to see.
No. It's the if that was what he testified, he would just say it. It's the opposite.
What do you mean?
He claimed before he had to go on record, he claimed in the article that he personally witnessed Donald Trump declassify records.
Right.
And then when they said, "Will you testify that under oath?" he pled the fifth, which
Right.
makes
But
it sound
they
like
compelled him to testify.
Right. And
So
then he compelled him.
Did he lie when he was compelled to testify, or did I
No,
don't know
it's-
if Corey, if Booker here has the transcript,
I don't think
if
he
he
does.
has access to the transcript.
I don't think he does. But this makes it sound like that when he was compelled to testify under oath, he admitted that he
That
did
he
not
didn't.
actually
Right.
witness him declassify the
Right.
documents.
So that is the crime that he would be immune from. Any sort of prosecution on collusion with Trump to get out of the classified documents case.
Right.
Yeah. God, this is fucking horrendous. This
Pretty
is
bad.
totally horrendous.
It's pretty bad.
Second volume of Jack Smith's report about the classified document case is not public yet. To fulfill our constitutional duty of advice and consent, the president, on nominations, members of this committee have asked the DOJ to review the report. Do you agree that Congress should thoroughly review its nominees? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, last question and I'll be done. When you and I met, you told me that you wanted to remove 11,000 FBI personnel or move many of them, and you said that again today. You have looked at an org chart to understand what offices and functions that you'll be pulling from. I don't think you've done a serious analysis, but I do think you have an assignment from Donald Trump to gut the FBI. You said yourself, I'll shut down the FBI Hoover building. There are people specifically that you are targeting, I believe. And do you agree?
He in his book, he was talking about moving it. He wasn't talking about shutting it down. Because that's one of the reasons I was reading the book, because I wanted to know if Kash Patel was a defund the government, close all the institutions, drown government in a bathtub type guy. And he wasn't at all. He talked about moving the Hoover building from Washington, D.C. because of political bias to somewhere out in the United States where there wouldn't be the political bias of all the employees that could that could mess up the institution. That was
they should put it right next to Mar-a-Lago, right?
Well, that probably would not solve the bias issue.
Oh, okay.
But to frame it as he wants to completely close down the FBI is just dishonest. It's totally dishonest.
Well, I feel like the concern is, you're going to go after anyone who went after Trump. Essentially, you're going to go after anyone who doesn't, toe the Trump line.
Well, and if you're if you're covering up shenanigans that you yourself are involved in.
Sure. But what if, but that's the problem, is like anyone who just doesn't agree with prosecuting Trump for any reason is going to say, well, anyone who investigated Trump or went after him for anything is just a bad person who should be fired.
But you agree that they had a get Trump mentality. Like they were going to go after Trump for any little fucking infraction. Trump jaywalked. They're going to fucking prosecute him, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. The FBI would do that. No. I think there were local prosecutors that did that. I think the New York prosecutors 100% did that. But the federal government, there's no indication. With the documents case, I think it was 100% legitimate. With the January 6th case, 100% legitimate. The electors case, 100% legitimate.
Yeah. The documents case. I'm not sure. I'm definitely not sure that it's legitimate.
That you have already prepared plans to remove certain individuals from their offices. For example, individuals that will be replaced by political personnel. The political personnel that are being put in an institution that you and I discussed that has no political appointees but one, the political personnel involve these names: Erica Knight, Tom Ferguson, Greg Bitzner.
You stated your question. Would you answer? Or don't you want to? Okay.
We can move on.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He's like saved by the bell.
Yeah.
Mr. Patel, there is absolutely no doubt that you have the experience and the expertise to lead the FBI, and we welcome you here today. We are pleased that you are here. I've been listening to my colleagues across the dais and listening to their questions, and it has led me to one thing. Why are the Democrats so afraid of you?
I don't know, Senator. You'd have to ask them.
Well, I tell you what I think, and listening to their questions, and
I mean, I think they've laid it out pretty extensively throughout the last few hours, but
your responses, which we appreciate, they know that you're going to go in and you're going to clean up that political cabal that has been over there for years. You are going to reposition the FBI to its core mission. You stated that earlier in this hearing, and there will be no more political persecutions and no more two tiers of justice, and they have liked having two tiers of justice. They have enjoyed it, and it has helped them, they think, in their political.
Do you believe this, Sitch, the two tiers of justice?
in regards to the federal government going after Trump, or just in general?
Yeah.
I asked you yes. I asked you multiple choice, and you said yes.
In any case, going after Trump, or
Oh.
look, in either case, going after
Right.
Trump or just being partisan in any means.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some inherent bias in a lot of government people going after Trump just because he continually attacks them. And it's like, okay, like obviously they're going to be skeptical of someone who's attacking them and their organization. But I don't believe it's from a federal perspective. As I said, I don't include the New York cases in this because I think those were 100% just bullshit and corrupt. I don't think the federal cases have been corrupted. I've never seen evidence of that. I don't think there's a two-tier justice in this country. I mean, I think there is a little bit two-tier, and generally, I think there is, just in terms of like, obviously, if you're rich, it's much easier for you to have.
Well, I'm
you
not.
know,
I'm talking
high
about
political
political bias, not
No, but
wealth
okay,
bias.
right.
Obviously,
I mean, there is a
so.
wealth bias, I think.
Yeah, of course. Look, everyone acknowledges that. The
Right.
the big question mark is there a political bias, right? Are people able to set their political bias aside and say, I'm going to work within the bounds of the law? Or if they're just like, I mean, obviously you believe some cases against Trump were completely farcical. So,
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Mission.
But I mean, it's
They've
like
enjoyed targeting.
just for
Cap-
it's interesting because like going, the whole case that Kash was mad about in his book about the judge yelling at him, like that judge was yelling at him because that judge hates the federal government, and he didn't like that Kash Patel was representing the federal government at that moment. And so it's kind of ironic that now like Kash is essentially playing for that side to say, well, the federal government is, biased, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. That is political bias.
yeah, there's lots of people that are biased on individual levels, sure.
Well, just the way to deal with that institutionally is to have a closer to 50-50 mix. I mean, this is what Jonathan
Yeah.
Knight always talks about. It's
Right.
like as soon as the institution gets a 70-30 advantage, it's just going to continue to the winning side is so apparent. It's just going to continue to go down that path until it's 100% turns into like a church.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that's my question about FBI in DC, whether or not DC is going down that path. It seems like Los Angeles is going down that path. So,
I have no idea whether the FBI as an organization is going down the pathway of being politically biased against the right. I mean,
Right.
actually, they might now because everyone on the right fucking hates their guts. But before everyone on the right started attacking them, were they going down that direction? I've not seen any indication of that.
Okay.
It'll be very difficult. That's unfortunate. I think it'll be very difficult for them now to sort of to put that all aside and remain unbiased.
They've enjoyed targeting parents, but the American people have said they want no more of that. And our colleagues know you're going to clean it up. I want to talk to you about the Epstein case. I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and who helped him build this international human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. Now, earlier I urged then Chairman Durbin to subpoena those records, and I ended up being blocked by Senator Durbin and Christopher Wray. They stonewalled on this, and I know that breaking up these trafficking rings is important to President Trump. So will you work with me on this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senator. Child sex trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past and how we are going to countermand missing children and exploited children going forward.
Thank you for that. I do want to touch on the political persecution. I find it so interesting that they feel like you would carry out political persecution. Your parents are with us today. They fled Uganda and persecution from Idi Amin. And I think that with your background and given your family's history, that you would never move to political persecution. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator, that is.
And we appreciate that you would remove any kind of 2 tiers of justice from the FBI because they have practiced that every day for years. Not all FBI agents. There are some good ones, and we certainly want to keep them, but the politics has got to be moved out of the agency. Now, they've tried to frame you as being anti-police. We've discussed that some today. And I know that you grew up working with NYPD officers in your community. And I know that law enforcement groups, including the National Association of Police Organizations, have endorsed your nomination. And on top of that, your brother is a law enforcement officer. Is that accurate?
Many of my family are, yes, Senator.
How many of your family, sir?
Well, I guess the Indians have a different definition of family. We got a really big one, and they're all family.
We all love big families.
So we got a lot.
I appreciate that. But it is accurate to say that in your role, you're going to do everything that you possibly can to protect the men and women who are protecting our communities.
That is of the utmost importance.
Thank you. I want to go to the Nunes memo. You were the principal author of the Nunes memo. Is that accurate?
Yes, me and staff.
Thank you. And that did really so much to focus the light on the Russiagate hoax and the political cabal that was for years operated out of the DOJ and the FBI. And I know that there are some that felt like that memo was not accurate. We know now differently. And I'm quoting a comment that was made about that memo and by a member of that House Intel Committee, and I quote, "It was meant only to give Republican House members a distorted view of the FBI," end quote. I find it so interesting. They use the term distorted view. I think the American people who for 4 years under Biden saw the FBI weaponized against them, against parents, against people of faith, weaponized against President Trump, I think they would disagree with that. Do you stand by the good work that you did on the Nunes memo?
Our team, and yes, absolutely.
And the Nunes memo was accurate in its description of the details, correct?
As confirmed by the Inspector General, the Special Counsel, because the Nunes memo only contained sworn information received pursuant to transcribed interviews and production of government materials, including FBI 302s and DOJ memorandum.
So the Nunes memo is accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. In your new role as director, how will you work to root out 2 tiers of justice at the FBI?
The same way I have always done so, ma'am, with the utmost fidelity to the Constitution and integrity to law enforcement. Government must allow those who are privileged to serve to execute their law enforcement duties fully, but at the same time, the American people deserve accountability inwards to government to any of those who violate that sacred trust.
And as you prepare to take this new role, what are the top areas of concern for you as we look at our national security?
The top areas when it comes to national security, ma'am, have remained unchanged and the threat dynamic has increased. It's thwarting terrorist activities and terrorist attacks here and overseas against our citizens and our allies. And it also includes CCP espionage, which is running rampant these last 5 years through our country, including our cyber infrastructure and our agricultural properties. And it also includes taking on Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, and any other adversary that wishes to harm America.
Thank you. I look forward to a yes vote on your confirmation.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Padilla.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes.
Since the senator from Tennessee raised my name, I'd like to respond.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, while I was chair of the committee, protecting children from sexual exploitation was one of our highest priorities. We chaired hearings on kids' online safety, and we decided on a bipartisan basis to call.
Are you reading shit? Or are you watching this?
I'm reading and listening. And there wasn't anything I wanted to felt need to jump out and comment on.
I'm doing the same. I'm more interested in like the document shit.
The big tech CEOs in for an important, maybe historic meeting of this committee. Last year, the committee reported 6 bipartisan bills to help protect child safety online, including one of my own, Stop CSAM, and Senator Blackburn's Report Act. In the previous Congress, Senator Blackburn and I led legislation that was signed into law that eliminated statutes of limitation for federal civil suits by survivors of childhood sex abuse. I've worked to ensure the DOJ's unethical non-prosecution agreement with Jeffrey Epstein is investigated. As I've argued in this committee, my Inspector General Access Act would allow the Inspector General to investigate that. Yet, in 2023,
All right, I don't know if we've read this super chat. The Mongolian something I can't. It cuts off for me. For $20 says, "Hey Sitch and Adam, I have an actual serious question this time. Is it immoral to have?" Oh, I think you already read this.
Yeah,
one.
I read this one.
Yeah, okay. And I read the JMac one. And then there's the Justice 35 for $20. Did you guys see that Rogan intentionally blew off Harris for the interview? What?
I did see. Well,
let me finish. It was
Yeah.
reported that Rogan's team gave the Harris campaign the runaround and blew her off in order to interview Trump and endorse Trump. Pretty sus. So now you can respond.
it definitely seems like that, which is pretty shitty if that's the case. Because the story, and this is unfortunate because I remember we talked about this a lot.
Someone sent me the story. I didn't read it, so I can't
Right.
really comment on
Well,
it.
no, I'm
so.
saying the story was at the time we were like, Harris is a pussy. Harris is a pussy for not going to Rogan, right? And turns out her staff was actually trying to move heaven and earth to get her to show up on Joe Rogan.
Really? Holy shit.
Yeah, they were, and it was crazy because apparently, and it actually doubled. It's like doubly blew up in Harris's face because what basically was happening was Joe Rogan was like, "We'll only do it if you come to the studio. You have to come to the studio."
Well, I heard that part.
And,
That's
right.
that's
We
not a
heard that part.
secret.
Right.
Yeah.
And so then they didn't really want to come to the studio because of, they didn't have a lot of time and it was in Texas and they didn't really see a reason to go to Texas because she's not going to win the state of Texas. But so they eventually decided that they thought it was worth enough for her to fly to Texas in the coming days of the election. And so they scheduled a rally in Texas. And this is the rally that Beyonce was going to be at. And when they were like, okay, we got this day in Texas so that you can, so that she can talk to him on this day, he's like, oh, he can't talk to you on that day. He's taking a personal day.
No way. No way.
Well, this is what they say. This is what the Harris people say, right? He can't, I don't know if Joe Rogan's made a comment on this in reply. He can't talk to you. He's taking a personal day that day, which is kind of like insane. Like, cause it's like, what the, like, you're not going to talk to the fucking person who's running for president because it's a personal day. Like that sounds like you're obviously
that's a ridiculous excuse. Yeah.
Like totally blown off. Right. So they're like, oh my God, we basically built a whole rally in Texas just to go see Joe Rogan, and he's totally just blowing us off. And then, so then they're like, well, at least Beyonce is going to be there and she's going to sing. So it'll be like, at least
And then
that'll be worth
she
it.
wouldn't sing.
And then she doesn't sing. And they're like, no. So like doubly blew up in the Harris campaign's face. They were like super demoralized
Oh
afterwards.
my God. Okay. Well,
And
that's some
then-
drama.
And then they got triple demoralized because then it turned out him taking a personal day was a total lie because that was the day that he interviewed Trump.
Oh, well, why didn't he just say, I can't do it that day? Trump's already scheduled.
I don't know.
Why didn't he just say that?
Well, either A, I don't know, they just lied about it for some bizarre reason, or B, he actually was taking a personal day and then he put that aside for Trump, but he wouldn't put it aside for Harris.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, well, maybe they were leaving it open for Trump and they were still negotiating the Trump
you know what?
time.
You're probably right. That's probably what was
Yeah.
going on, right? But it seems the thing that seems weird to me, which the interviewer didn't ask, or at least it wasn't the article I read about this, was setting this all up. I would imagine that they like before they try to set up a fucking rally in Texas to do this, they would make sure that that day was open on Joe Rogan's show. Like you wouldn't think they would
Of
set up a
course.
fucking rally first and then. So that's why I was confused about like
Yeah,
how the
lock it in.
communications were going, right? Because you would assume this would all be done like otherwise it's totally fucking pointless.
That
So
person
I'm not
should have
sure.
been immediately fired for that fucking mess.
Right. So I'm not sure exactly how that all went to pass, but so I don't know if this was this morning. I don't know if Rogan has replied to it, but it 100% seems like they were giving her the runaround, which I mean, you know, obviously he's a private guy. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He doesn't have to interview Harris. That's totally fine. But if that's the case, they should just publicly say that I'm not going to interview her because it did look really bad for her. And it looked like she was dodging when in reality, Joe Rogan seems to be the one, if this story is true, was the one dodging.
Yeah, that sucks. Toaster McToastin for $20 says, I'm way back in the stream. Sitch, I was feeling for you against Adam at the start, but the fact that you don't know the puppet from the song is named Billy means I have to go with A-Team. Sorry, man. So
Wait, really?
I didn't know that either. So.
Who's
Well, I
Jigsaw?
mean,
Oh,
I
is Jigsaw
definitely knew Billy was the name of the puppet. How dare you, Sitch? How dare you get that
Oh, is
wrong?
Jigsaw the guy's name and the puppet has a different name? I didn't know that.
Look at that. How do you not
Okay.
know that?
I
Terrible.
listen, I didn't know. You're right. Look at that. Saw Billy why is he named Billy? What kind of fucking name is Billy? You can't have your creepy evil clown puppet and you're like, what's it called? Oh, it's just Billy the puppet. What the fuck is that?
Jadic for 20 pounds. First super chat. Welcome. Says, Sitch, his first answer was correct. He said he said who he works for. I think this was Kash Patel talking about
When he was trying to
the
get him to
chain
say
of
you work for the
command.
American people.
Yeah, of
Is
course.
what he was trying to get him.
Yeah.
He's trying to prompt him.
I think technically it was correct.
No, he was correct. That's why he asked him a second time. It's very listen. It was super obvious what the answer he was trying to get out of him. It was like
Right.
incredibly obvious.
Potentially criminal for $10 says the best answer would be at that moment it is when someone like me is needed the most to resist unlawful actions. Oh, okay, that would be a good answer. At that moment is when it would be best for me because I would resist unlawful actions.
That is a good answer. That's a great answer. You're right. Yeah. I'll be
Yes.
there. I'll be in that room
I'll be
fighting
safe.
for the American people.
The Wooster for $5 says, this period of hysteria against Trump in the FBI will be referred to as the Orange Scare, much like the Red Scare of the McCarthy era.
I like that.
I wonder
The orange
that.
scare. Funny.
I was asking ChatGPT about the document stuff.
Mhm.
And it does say that several U.S. presidents and high-ranking officials have been found to have retained classified documents after leaving office. Notable cases, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Mike Pence. And then it says other presidents. Well, there have been instances of improper handling of documents in previous administrations. No major case of classified document retention by past presidents have been widely reported or prosecuted. So my question is, have they not been widely reported or prosecuted because people just look the other way? That's like the social norm. Or because obviously Trump is horrible and he did these things and nobody else ever did these things. Obviously, those are the two narratives out there. And then I said, is it the political norm in the U.S. not to go after former presidents with legal prosecutions? And it says, yes.
That is the norm, yeah. Obviously.
Historically, it has been the political norm in the U.S. not to prosecute former presidents, largely to maintain political stability and to avoid the appearance of partisan retribution. Instead, the U.S. has generally relied on institutions like Congress, independent investigations, and the courts, and the court of public opinion to hold former presidents accountable. So, but it says, however, there have been exceptions and shifts in this norm. Richard Nixon, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump. So the classified documents case seems more like a fucking parking ticket to me. And I know everyone's like, oh my God, but he didn't respond. The government told him, you have to return those documents. And he gave him the finger. So
it's one of those situations where, like, if the cop talks to you because he's like, hey, you know, you look suspicious, or let's say actually you did something, right? You jaywalked, and the cop's like, hey,
you're the president
you know,
of the United States.
Well,
So it's a completely different situation.
Wait a second. You know, you jaywalk, and the cop's like, hey, you know, you jaywalked, you know, I'm going to write you a ticket. And then, you know, you get into some big altercation with the cop. You know, you're acting super belligerent. He's like, okay, I'm going to take you downtown. And then you start resisting arrest. Okay. And then you're like, you get, you know, beat up by the cop because you're resisting arrest, and you complain about it. Like, he beat me up because I was jaywalking. It's like, well, no, he beat you up because you were resisting arrest, right? Jaywalking was the initial infraction. You made it significantly worse. And this is what we would see very often with these police shootings.
Let me make my argument. Let me make my counter argument.
Police
to that
would
first.
let me finish.
to.
Let me finish, and then you can go. Police would interact with a lot of people who were doing something at a much lower level. They say, oh, it's not such a big deal. And then they resist arrest. And that is what causes the problem. And that's what I'm saying is the problem with Donald Trump. It wasn't initially having the documents.
We
the
get
problem.
it. Okay.
It
Can I
was
just
lying
respond?
to the government about
We get
them.
it. We get it. Okay. Can I just respond?
You can respond.
Never mind. Let's move on.
Okay.
I was falsely accused of preventing releasing the names of Jeffrey Epstein's network by Mr. Patel. When my Republican colleagues prevented...
Skip Durbin defending himself about the Epstein accusation.
It is extremely boring.
I have no clue about any of this stuff.
All of this has turned out to be far more boring than...
Not really relevant.
Durbin, I had raised it on the floor that we wanted to get these records.
Oh, okay. So she's arguing back about the Epstein files here.
When you were looking...
Oh my God, this is supposed to be Kash Patel's
nominee for FBI director. That's before us today, but there's been a lot of chaos and confusion this week in regards to executive orders that have been issued as it pertains to the federal budget, federal spending, hiring freezes, etc. But relevant to this confirmation hearing, colleagues, the FBI has paused its new academy classes while they assess how the firing freeze impacts them. President Trump's executive orders has a national security exception, but it is unclear how it will apply to agencies like the FBI. The FBI has a large civilian employee population, so it's not certain if they will qualify for exceptions. The White House memo stated that nearly 1,000 probationary FBI employees would stay on only.
If you want to call it a day here, I'll listen to the rest of this, or you can listen to the rest of this and talk about any other bits later.
We have a bunch of super chats to read.
What's
so.
I mean in terms of calling it a day, in terms of not listening to the rest of the thing on stream, because I think there's like another 2 hours left here.
Right.
So.
Look, the thing that I didn't say was if Trump, people in the chat are asked, they're like, tell us in the chat. If the social norm is not to go after presidents on fucking bullshit, then it's completely not even close to the jaywalking situation. That would be the equivalent of like the sergeant or the head of the police force jaywalking for some reason and some fucking beat cop coming up to him and getting in his face about it. He's like, what the fuck? I'm working. This is, you don't do this to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm your senior officer. What the fuck are you doing?
Mhm.
So I could see why Trump would say, look, you're the one that's breaking the social norm here. You're the one making a big deal out of nothing.
Right. Well, yeah, but again, if I use your analogy, it wouldn't be the senior officer, it'd be the former senior officer who now thinks because he was a senior
Oh my
officer, like it's
God.
okay. It's like,
Oh
well,
my God. Okay.
that's not really how it works. I
But
understand your
look,
I understand, listen,
acknowledge
I
just
understand,
acknowledge the social norm has been
I un-
broken. Just
wait,
acknowledge
ho-
that.
wait. You don't know if that's true. You're posing a hypothetical.
Yes.
Okay. I already
Look,
said I understand the hypothetical. I don't know
do
whether it's true or not.
do you disagree with this? That yes, historically
Listen,
has
if
been the political norm not to go after former presidents, largely to maintain political stability and to
obviously that's
avoid
the
the
case,
appearance
yeah.
of part. So
Of
look,
course.
you agree with that then?
No one's ever disagreed with that. We've talked about that several times on the show.
Look, you were saying that they should go after Trump on the documents thing.
Yes, they should.
Okay, well, that's disagreeing with that then.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
How is it not
The
disagreeing?
norm is that you probably shouldn't go after presidents. Not ever. You should probably only not go after presidents unless it's like something pretty significant.
That's hence using jaywalking, something insignificant. That's why we're using jaywalking in the example.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Okay. The president has top secret documents. They don't know exactly what the top secret documents are that he has. Okay. And I don't know when they knew about him, flapping them around to the women that was on the audio recording. I don't know if they knew about that before they tried to seize him, or if that was after. Because if that was before, that's definitely going to raise a red flag about like, holy shit, he's being super fucking reckless. He's literally just showing random women who the fuck knows what, right? Top secret documents, which you don't want former presidents to do. I assume you agree with that, right?
I stopped paying attention. I've already moved on. So
okay, I'm glad you asked me a question and then you just decided you didn't care about the answer.
It's so simple.
It's only simple because you're literally choosing to actually engage or refuse. So
well, no,
it's like I literally don't even care that much about the topic.
Look, I understand your argument is like, okay, if Trump is stealing documents and selling them to the Russians, then it is a big deal. So obviously we have to investigate. I get that. I totally get that. But did it turn out to be that?
How do you know that until you investigate?
Okay.
Wait a minute. How do you know that until you investigate?
Well, you assume that because Donald Trump was president of the United States, that he's not a fucking spy, that he's not selling shit to the Russians.
Okay. If the FBI gets that recording, theoretically, because I don't remember the timeline here, they get the recording of Donald Trump showing those women the top secret documents willy-nilly, do you think that merits them to be concerned about him being reckless with top secret material?
I'm not sure. I'm definitely not sure.
Okay,
I mean,
I would say yes.
I would look into the players that were involved, definitely. And I would, if one of them was a fucking Russian spy, I would say, oh yes, we need to look into this. But if it turns out that they're just fucking dumb journalists, like one guy's writing a book, I'd say this is not worth, creating political instability or the appearance of partisan retribution. And I would say maybe we shouldn't do this. That's what I would say. You have a different opinion.
Yeah. I would say if the president is showing random women who are journalists these top secret documents, why would I not think that some hot Russian or hot Chinese lady, can't get into his good graces and also see top secret documents?
Oh my God.
Why would I not think that? That's the most obvious thing on the planet.
You should just put a bug on every single former president to make sure that they don't misbehave. Then you can record all of their conversations.
Or they should just turn over the top secret documents they have like they're supposed to.
Or maybe you could just wait till actual something significant
that kind of
materializes.
That's kind of the problem, right? The whole point is to try to prevent a problem from occurring.
Well, look, the thing is, you really have to look at the balance here. And like I said, the balance is political stability and the appearance of partisan retribution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Weighed against potentially documents being waved around in front of a potential Russian spy, right? First of all, they would have to be serious documents. First of all, the people would have to have a direct connection. Like there's all these contingencies where as soon as you open up the investigation, you've already breached the political instability and the appearance of partisan retribution. Like, you're already there.
Okay, so let me.
So the thing has to be huge. It has to be like President Trump sold nuclear secrets to the Russians. Then you're stepping in, right? That's not jaywalking. That is the head of the police department murdering his wife and kids, right? You have to step in at that point.
Okay, so let me ask you, if you're like the head of the FBI and all the information that you have is Donald Trump has top secret documents.
Look,
wait, hold, no, let me just
don't say it again. Okay. I've heard this argument.
No,
like 3
you
times.
don't
That's
know
why
what that is
why I'm
have,
getting like,
Adam, I'm
triggered.
literally trying to ask you a Peter Boghossian question so we can move forward, and you're not
Okay.
letting me. Okay.
Go ahead. Ask me.
If you're the head of the FBI and you get this
don't know what the
information
documents are.
that there's some
Yes.
top secret documents that Trump has, okay,
Mhm.
what additional information do you need to say we should investigate? And then what additional information do you need to say, okay, we should actually like go to Mar-a-Lago?
I would need to know that the top secret documents were very serious and that there was some threat that he was going to use them for nefarious purposes.
Okay, so what if you like there's no way to know what he has? Like there's just not.
Then I wouldn't go on a fishing expedition.
Okay, so your position is if the FBI knows his top secret documents, they have no way of knowing what they are, they should just blow it off and say, okay, whatever, we're not going to bother. Or the Justice Department, I should say, because it wasn't the FBI, it was the Justice Department that was doing that.
You agreed to the original statement that the threat is.
Look, listen, that's fine. We just have a disagreement on this. I don't agree with that at all. I think if they knew what documents they were and they're like, oh, whatever, it's like bullshit, then I would agree. I'd say, okay, maybe you just let it pass. It's not a big deal. But if they don't know what documents if they have no clue what he has and he's being reckless and he's lying about it, yeah, you 100% have to investigate that, in my opinion.
Right, but I don't think they would have done it for other various presidents. They wouldn't assume other presidents are like a Russian
agree.
asset that are going to use the thing. You think they would think, oh, Clinton is going to sell nuclear secrets to the Russians. We have to get in there and find out what documents he had. You think that would be the thought process with Clinton?
No, I
or
would think,
George W. Bush or any of the former presidents?
I would think, well, if it was Bill Clinton, I think, and they had a recording of Bill Clinton showing documents to women and then him lying about it, they think, oh, he's going to get seduced by a Chinese honeypot and show a bunch of documents. That's what I would think.
I don't look.
For
They
Bill
wouldn't
Clinton.
do it. They wouldn't do it.
I don't agree. I don't agree at all. I don't agree.
Okay, that's fine. At least it's fully articulated. So
okay.
But anyway, so do you want to read super chats and move on, or do you want to keep going?
Sure, we can read the super.
Is there any? I don't know if there's any. If there's fireworks in here.
Well, I mean, I have no clue, but
yeah.
I will listen to the rest of it because I am bothered that no one has asked about the fucking Nigeria hostage situation, which was one of the big things I wanted to listen about.
Mm-hmm.
So
everybody, obviously, this is how this is going to break down. It's going to be like everybody that hates Trump and fucking totally has TDS is going to be like, of course you have to investigate Trump because Trump is fucking a Russian asset and they don't give a fuck about the social norm. And everybody who likes Trump and is a total Trump simp and Trump brown noser is going to say, oh my God, the social norm is more important than anything. And obviously these people had a political axe to grind and they're just going after him for nefarious purposes. Okay. Those are the partisans. The only people I care about are the people in the middle who want to kind of look at it objectively. And I do think that there is a cost benefit analysis to be done here. I completely disagree with Sitch. I think the cost benefit analysis should have been done in favor of, the whole reason why we're having this Kash Patel thing is because there is the appearance of political partisan bias in these institutions. So I just think that has been breached by the situations that have taken place with Donald Trump. So I think we're already past that Rubicon. So, but whatever, we can move on.
I mean, it's possible.
Do you have anything you want to say
if,
as a final thought?
If January 6th didn't happen, I don't know. Maybe they would have been more amenable to it. They could have influenced their decision making. I have no clue.
January 6th probably did affect
I mean,
their
it might be
decision
too.
making, obviously, but I think it probably affected their decision making more towards this motherfucker, like is a threat to democracy.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like it's very possible. I don't know. I'm the
Look,
fact
they
that
get the murderer on jaywalking if they can't get him for the fucking murder, right?
you should you can look into this. I don't think this is accurate in terms of the documents thing. That because my understanding was that I'm sure there are presidents that have documents. I don't think it's intentional or not supposedly intentional that they have them and they're like, oh, should I have documents, whatever. They never return them. That my understanding was from day one of, or I guess the day zero of Trump's term ending, the first term, that he was in fights with the presidential record people because normally all the presidents are supposed to hand all the documents over from day one, and he was in this year-long fight with them to do this. And I'm sure that year-long fight also colored the DOJ's opinion about why is he being so cagey on these fucking documents, right? So all these different things might have added up to create bias in people's minds. I don't know, but again, as I said, I think if someone's running around with top secret documents, you don't know what the fuck they are, you got to investigate that, especially if they're lying about it, which is why they did what they did. So
I'm bringing up super chats.
okay.
Just, I don't know where we're at. I think we've got all the $20 ones, so it's just going back up to the top. We read some of them. The first one, let's talk about prepping for $5 says, conformation does not equal confirmation. I think that's a spelling error on my part, but thank you for pointing it out. I fixed it.
Libertarian Sasquatch for 2 hours says terrorist attacks is like a shark attack, low odds. That is true. That is a low attack. That's one of those there's a term for it. There's like the low odds but high impact situations that people have a strong reaction to usually. So Magor for Torres says voting yes so you get rich from contentious supers. Thank you, Magor. Automata for Torres says, is no one gonna ask if Kash gives great hugs? Shaking my head. That's the real. I mean, can we really have an FBI director that doesn't give good hugs? That's the real question.
Of course. Sounds like he's going to be confirmed too.
Right.
So
oh my God, for 2 hours says Kash and fam break out into Bollywood dance at the end. That would be pretty cool. I'd be in favor of that.
oh my God. Talk about stereotypes.
Yes. I like that. I remember like a million years ago when Slumdog Millionaire came out. Have you ever seen that movie?
Of course. That was the first big one from India.
It was a very intense movie, very, very dramatic movie. And when you get to the end, you're like, oh my God, what a dramatic movie. And at the end, they have the classic Bollywood, all the people in the movie happily doing a fucking Pixar dance routine at the end. And I was like, this is nice. I like this. It's like after that very intense drama, we have this, like, it's just a movie. Everyone's still alive and it's very happy. Like all the dead people are dancing. I was like, I like this. This is good. I think we need this in American movies. Okay.
They couldn't escape that Bollywood ending, could they? It's like the whole movie. Well, was it like a musical throughout the movie?
No,
was there
was
no, it wasn't. Yeah.
Zero music.
So it was
zero
like
dance.
came out of nowhere.
It did. I liked it. Listen, I'm a fan. I want that in American movies.
I don't want that. I'm like, holy shit.
It.
When did this become a fucking musical?
I want the end of every dramatic. I want the end of Schindler's List. You see all the Jews and Nazis dancing together.
This watch, this watch could have been.
Exactly. That's what I want. Okay. It's nice. Chad Summer for €5 says Trump is going to crush his enemies, see them driven before him, and hear the lamentations of Sitch. Okay, I'm sure.
Well, look, he fired all those people. It's hard to argue that wasn't retribution.
Libertarians asked, well, listen, we have Kash on record repeatedly saying, I'm going to look forward, not backward. So if there's any investigations into anything backwards,
Oh, he did say that a couple times.
Did say that.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Libertarians Sasquatch for $2 says, meh, informants get tons of leeway.
Right. Because they don't want to lose the source, obviously.
I'm sure that's true too, yeah.
But a lot of people are just, it's so easy for people to go, oh, my principles, oh my God, you're letting them get away.
Brian for $5 says, it's kind of true. The government gave a nudge to ex-agents to sign a letter, and then the government helped release the statement to the public. Is that true? I'm unaware of that information. That's
really
crazy if that's true. I don't know about that. Lethal Strain for $5 says Biden on debate stage said the FBI said it was Russian disinformation. Yeah, that's true. He did say
The
that.
Hunter
The
laptop.
Hunter
You're
Biden
right.
laptop. Yeah, that was pretty
I
ridiculous.
had forgotten about that.
That is true. Was that the same? Was that the debate where his brain melted? I think that's why it kind of got overshadowed. Carabao 502 for $2 says White House is the worst member of the Senate. But he's got the name. He's got the name.
Yeah, the White House. White House.
Ryan Wolf for $10 says not a great idea for a website, but Silk Road was made during the heyday of the internet. This guy was made an example of by giving him 2 life sentences. He served plenty of time making the website.
Yeah, a lot of people think that as well. So
Yeah, but see, to me, that makes like that's like an argument that I'm like a lot more amenable to. If you say, okay, the guy has served enough time, versus the people making the argument that like, well, he shouldn't have ever been tried. I'm like, that's ridiculous.
right.
BW85 for 22 months says regarding January 6 pardons, does punching a cop really deserve more than 3+ years in prison? Also, Silk Road investigation was corrupt. Look into it. Oh, that's interesting. It would. I think so. I would say yeah, because number one, I think if you're, this is the way that I look at it. Number one, if you're punching someone, I think you should get slapped, pretty hard criminally. If you're punching a cop, that's like an extra level of showing like, okay, in my mind, the type of person. Well, I don't even really care about disrespecting authority. It's more just that like the type of person who's going to punch a cop, I feel like is the type of person that's going to punch anyone, right?
Yeah, they're more of a public safety threat.
Yeah, it's a much more of a public safety threat. And then if it's in the course of a riot, it's even worse to me because it's like, well, if you incapacitate a cop, they could either A, get like totally ripped apart by the mob of people that they're like, they won't be able to run away from the mob of people because you just incapacitated them by punching them, or B, also, you could just be weakening whatever defensive perimeter they're trying to, defend by attacking them. So yeah, I would say yes. Valvin Gopher Jar says Twitter memes are more real than human rights. True. That is true. That's very true.
That's got to be about Cash's meme.
Yes, the chainsaw meme. Yeah.
I hate all that shit. They just want to pull out their fainting couch and go, "Oh my god."
Philip Kogan for $5 says the FISA warrants are crazy. They allowed you to snoop up to 2 degrees of separation. The FISA warrant on page allowed them to tap Trump's comms. I'm unfamiliar with the exact claim that you're making. My understanding was that they could catch. It was like they could catch people trying to call in the Carter page, and so the argument is they're trying to catch Trump through that way. I don't believe that they could say, well, Carter Page has or had some association, because this was after Trump fired him. Carter Page had some association with Trump, and so therefore we're allowed to tap Trump's stuff. I don't believe that was ever been shown. And if that ever happened, I mean, you would think the Republicans would be super hungry to show that and blast it out to the world. Okay, you read that one. Sotos for $5 says, who cares about any of this? I already sent Sitch the most important political question of our time, and the people deserve to hear your answer. You did.
Uh-oh. Solidosh.
Okay. What is this?
Coming at you. Gotta watch out that Solidosh.
Sotos says...
He's crafty.
Oh my god. This is terrible.
What is it now?
I'll send it to you. You can bring up this picture. I didn't watch any of this, so I don't know what the context of this interaction is.
Oh no, he sent you a picture?
It's related to the question. So.
What is the question? Oh my god. This has to be horrible.
Yes.
Okay, here's the picture.
The question Soto sent was, I now propose to you the most important question in politics today. Who is getting better head?
What?
There you go.
What?
Bring up that
What does that even have to do with this picture?
Because it looks like they're both receiving some kind of oral activity.
Oh, okay.
So
your mind is in the gutter, Solido.
Yes. Look at Dead Horse sent me something. You gotta bring this
No,
up.
no. This is
This is amazing.
is that real?
No, it's AI.
Why is she doing that?
It's amazing. There's this video of Elizabeth Warren like doing the Native American war cry with her over her mouth. The
Is
RF
she-
Kennedy.
Is there sound here?
There's sound, yeah.
All right, you knew it was that.
That's pretty amazing. Pretty
Yes.
incredible.
Do people even remember why they call her Pocahontas? Why that's
Oh, I'm
like,
sure they do.
why that nickname stuck?
Yeah,
I think
assume
she
everyone.
did a DNA test. She told everyone that she was like 50% Cherokee Indian, and she did a DNA test, and it turns out she's like
Well, no,
one gazillionth.
it was somewhat worse. She said on some college application.
Oh yeah, she lied.
She said that she had some Native American blood, presumably to help her with, some sort of affirmative action policy or something. And then when she did a DNA test, it turned out there was not. So,
Right. Wow. Look at that. She is a DEI hire.
there you go. I guess I should actually listen to whatever she was yelling to Kennedy about. Try to listen through it.
If you
Con-
can.
if I can. Contrast for 34 months says, I love you, Adam, but that was an epic artist brain moment to start the stream. Would watch again 10/10.
It's
Oh,
hard.
Mr.
Like, you liked it or didn't like it? It's hard to tell from that chat.
He said he would
so-
watch it again, so that means he liked it, right?
Of course, yeah.
Fireburn for George says 7 years is insane. That's manslaughter time.
Well, I think the only
disagree.
reason I'm agreeing to 7 years is because it's a cop. Like, people
It's a
should
cop
not
during
be.
a riot. Like,
Yeah, but I do think also it seems completely unfair that in one jurisdiction you'll get 7 years for punching a cop, and in another
Mhm.
jurisdiction you'll get like 6 months. Like, what the hell is going on there?
of
right?
course, yeah, sure. I disagree because it's pepper spraying a cop in the middle of a riot of people trying to break into the national capitol, and that's the context of the crime. So I disagree completely.
Yeah, you're incapacitating a peace officer who's supposed to quell the riot.
Who's supposed to be protecting government officials? So I think that adds to the modifier here. Fireburn for 2 hours says assault starts at 6 months. Libs are evil and spiteful. Missy Tennant for $5 says, for real, the government was corrupt. With January 6th, any information or convictions from those proceedings are suspect and fruit from a poisonous tree. I don't believe any of the January 6th committee hearing, that wasn't like there wasn't a legal proceeding. That was just like a congressional hearing. So the court cases for each of the individual people went through the normal court process. Fate of Morality for $5 says, considering moving from LA to South Beach, Florida, Sitch convinced me to move or stay, whatever your opinion.
Oh, he wants you to convince him, huh?
Well, okay. Here's the thing. If it wasn't for hurricanes, Florida would be fantastic. That's the only thing you have to contend with. Like, because you have in LA, you have the fear of, or the threat, I should say, of fire, an earthquake. And then in Florida, you have the threat of massive hurricane fucking up your shit. Now, with a hurricane, it depends on you. Like, you do have time to get out. It's a big hassle, but you do have time to get out. So that's what I would consider it. Putting natural disasters aside, I think Florida is great. California has better weather because just the dry heat is significantly better than Florida's weather. But I think Florida is great if it wasn't for the horrible hurricanes.
The swamp heat. God,
Yeah, that's the
so
thing, I should say.
painful.
The
skeeters. Oh God.
Do you
get
have
ready.
a tolerance for humidity? Because that's the real question. Because it does get very hot, it does get very humid in Florida. So if you don't have a tolerance for that, I wouldn't move down here.
I see a mosquito like once a year.
You don't have mosquitoes in California?
I mean, we do, but not. I mean, I lived in New Orleans, obviously, where
They were all over the place,
mosquitoes. Like,
Right.
if you didn't have screens on your windows, oh, you were fucked. Like,
Right.
if you leave the front door open too long, oh my God, your house is full of mosquitoes. Yeah.
Sammy says, just buy a hurricane-proof house and no flood area. There you go. Yeah. They actually have, it's crazy in certain places in Florida, like the building code, if you're close to the ocean or like a coast or a flood area, you literally have to build a floor on your house that's like a garage, and you have to put the house above it for any new house built in these flood areas. That's how like bad it is. You can't build your house on the
Can you
fucking
put
ground.
can you put a carport under there?
Yeah, you can put your carport on it. You can put a garage, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's kind of crazy, so. Vanessa, tell me a traitor. That's funny. The loser for $5 says, base Patel not playing bad faith, the obvious bad faith Democrat. Senex never play a battle where you're already predetermined to be the loser. Well, the whole point though is you're supposed to try to look good. I mean, it's gonna just be totally based on whatever your political bias is. So in terms of how you thought he performed or looked.
The Trump the exchange about the classified documents was not good. That was not good. I did not know about that situation at all.
I didn't either. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I knew about him making the claim. I didn't know that guy got fired. So.
Well, and I didn't know he testified to the grand jury and was
Right.
compelled to testify. So
Right. Headless Hussar for $5 says, you guys should look into Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, Roman politicians during the Republic. Oh.
Okay.
Why? I guess. They are considered the
Must be
brothers who are the
interesting.
founders of populism and socialism. Oh. Okay, that's interesting.
Really?
That's interesting.
Wow.
Okay. Robert for $5 says they saw that communism was inefficient, so the neoliberals privatized propaganda and let the free market create superior forms of thought control. I don't remember what that was in reference to, but okay. Vanessa for $10 says, off topic, but Adam, would you do a virtual writer's lab?
The thing is, I did a writer's lab for 10 years and it really taught me how to write, but it was a huge time consuming thing. So I don't know that I would have the time to do it at this point. But look, if anyone wants to do it themselves and wants some pointers, Vanessa, if you want to do one, I'll definitely give you my knowledge in running one. So I put a link in the chat to the writer's lab. The writer's lab that I ran still exists, but I'm confident it's probably pretty woke these days. The website is deadlinejunkies.com, and I came up with the name Deadline Junkies. So, and when I left, I gave it to, we always had probably about 40 to 50 members. So I gave it over to the people who were still into it. So, and I'm like, it's still going, which is kind of cool. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I haven't been in forever. So maybe it's just a woke blight on the writing community.
Ace for $5 says, Sitch, I DM'd you a tweet which lies about a study by Height. And I think fact checking it would make for good content. Oh, nice. I'll check it out. It's about everyone always, I feel like everyone always misrepresents that. It's the whole, liberals, conservatives, do you care about your family or like fish study?
Right.
Oh,
I've seen that one going around again.
Oh, yeah. I guess it comes in waves, right? It always goes around.
Yeah.
So, but now it's interesting. Now it's usually people on the right using it to attack someone on the left. Someone on the left is now using it to attack someone on the right. So interesting. Okay. I'll look at it.
They care too much about their family.
They care too much about their family. Hold on, I'm lagging here. AKA Batosai for $5 says, Sitch, the president has a sole discretion when leaving office to separate out which things he wants to take with him. At what he turns over is presidential records. I don't believe that that's true, actually. I don't believe that's true. My understanding is that all documents that were created, that are not personal documents, that were created in reference to any sort of presidential, what's the word? Any document that was created that has something to do with being president, that's either not a completely personal document or not a document related to campaigning or reelection, you're supposed to turn over by law. That's my understanding. I don't believe he has discretion.
in the recording of Trump with the documents,
Mhm.
that what you're saying is only alarming if the people there are Russian spies. If it's just like a journalist and his assistant or whatever, I mean, everything that takes place on that recording is innocent enough. He's just fucking flaunting the fact that he has top secret documents.
What made you change your mind on this? Because this didn't used to be your position.
I haven't changed my mind. What are you talking about?
Because I remember when that recording came out the first time, you were like, "Oh, that's really bad." Like, got him on recording.
It's really bad for the prosecution, but my
You mean the
position
defense?
has all, yeah. I mean, it's obviously recorded evidence of what they're charging him of. My position has always been that the social norm is that we don't like. There's too big a risk to wade into these waters because it starts tit for tat partisan retribution cycles. That's always been my position. That's a tough position because every single person comes out and says, "Oh my God, I'm the king of principles and ethics. And if the president of the United States jaywalks across the street, we should throw the book at him." Like, no politician should be above the law. That's a normal run of the mill position, right? You understand that?
Yeah.
So you are closer to that position in saying, yes, we have to investigate and throw the book at him. My position is closer to the dictator's handbook position, where I'm thinking of the stability of society, right? God forbid.
Okay. I just disagree with you.
But you understand the position.
I understand your argument. And I agree with the concept of it, that if you start going after people, well, that's always the problem. If you go after people willy-nilly, yes, you are promoting political backlash and, very
The
destructive.
question is over whether this is willy-nilly. And you're
Right.
saying this is not willy-nilly.
I'm
And
saying it's
I'm
not
saying this is fully willy-nilly.
Right.
And the reason why I brought it up again was just because you heard the recording. I heard the recording.
Yes.
It is obviously they got him dead to rights because the claim is that they were making legally is that he has top secret documents. And in the video, he's joking around about how these are top secret documents. So it seems like he knows they're top secret documents, right? But as far as something nefarious happening, it doesn't seem plausible that something nefarious was going to happen. Unless you have like massive TDS and obviously think Trump is, not you have TDS, but
I
whoever's
understand what
prosecuting them has massive TDS and it's like, oh my God, he's going to give these secrets to the Russians, which I've literally heard like Cenk say that, like as a theory.
Yeah. Well, to me, I mean, that was not my concern. I don't think Donald Trump was intentionally selling things to foreign actors. But
Right.
I did have a concern of he's just showing it off willy-nilly. It's kept in a completely unsecure place that anyone could easily break into.
Right.
So that was my concern, is just incompetence and negligence, not intentional selling to foreign enemies.
Right.
Well, and also, lying about it. But, it was interesting because you asked, like, have they ever gone after anyone else for this? And I looked up the Bill Clinton sock case.
Yeah, that's the one
And
everyone
it did.
always
So,
talks about.
yeah, so Bill Clinton had audio tapes that were supposedly stored in his sock drawer. That's like what the myth is, I guess. That was some interview he did with some historian, and he was sued, and this went to court. So they did go after him. Somebody went after him. It doesn't say who sued him. Somebody went after him and said that he was violating the National Archives and Records Act, and they went to court, and he had to prove in court that they were considered personal because it was just a historian interviewing him, and that would not be considered as presidential work product, and he won that case.
Right.
So, I mean,
Did
that was adjudicated.
Did the entire media spin it into Bill Clinton is a threat to humanity?
Well, I don't think having audio recordings of you being interviewed would be
A
as
threat to
contentious as having
humanity.
top secret documents, would it?
Right. Well, it obviously depends upon what the top secret documents are.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
But
Do we know what the top secret documents are now? No, we don't.
no, they're not going to
Yeah.
tell anybody.
Right.
Right.
So it could be something completely innocuous.
It could be something. It could be, as Joe the lawyer said, it could be the formula for bubblegum, or it could be, you know, tactical plans on how to invade Iran.
So
Who the
if
fuck
they
knows,
were, so
right?
if the top secret documents were innocuous, should the FBI come out and say, "Oh, we looked into this, and then the documents were just they were big nothing burger"?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, it is a good
Because it
question.
would, because on one hand, it's like, if they can't, like, even though I 100% say, like, if they went and they raid Mar-a-Lago and it turns out all top secret documents, they're top secret, but they're like, who gives a shit? They're bubblegum formulas, right? I still think they should have done it if they didn't know beforehand what it was. I think the not knowing is completely valid enough, and the fact that, plus the fact that he lied about it, is a completely justifiable reason to do it. So does it behoove them to then come out and say, well, we looked into it and it turned out there wasn't, you know, there was no there, because then everyone's just going to spin it and attack them for doing that. So,
And they never would, because obviously it would vindicate Trump, and they don't want to
right.
vindicate Trump.
Even though it doesn't really vindicate him, but people would perceive it as vindicating him. Yeah.
It would, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So they're still fighting in the court of public opinion.
Right. Well, I don't think, I mean, they're never going to release it because if it's top secret, they don't tell anyone anything what's there. So,
Yeah, but they could come out and say, "Oh yeah, these were super secret, important, very important documents," or they could say, "Oh, they were big nothing burger."
they could.
Trump
say.
could say. Now Trump
he
could
hasn't
just
really said either,
declassify,
which is kind of interesting.
declassify all the documents.
I mean, you know, it's interesting because he's never actually, to my knowledge, I don't remember Trump ever saying, "Oh, these are no big deal documents."
He talks about it in the recording, though. You walk away with the impression that it's some plan that Milley drew up to attack Iran.
What the thing that he was showing the ladies was, yes, that, but he had more than, obviously he had like a shit ton of stuff. So it was more
Right.
than just whatever that was.
Yeah.
But I mean, listen, you don't want to have fucking lying around, you know, government, top secret government, you know, analyst information about how they're going to, you know, how they could potentially invade a country.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if you're a worried person, obviously you don't want to. If you're like, yeah, fuck, who cares? Not too
Actually, for
worried about
$10
it.
says, when it comes to documents, to me, the issue is that no one seemed to care that Biden had documents for years. It lends evidence to the idea that this was the norm. Only excuse is the FBI didn't know he had them. Well, wait, I mean, is that an excuse, or is that just like, if they don't know Biden has documents, how would they act upon that information if they don't know he had them? If, like, that would be the information, like, to me, that would be the evidence for sort of the argument that Adam is making, that if, like, everyone knew, the FBI knew, the presidential records people knew that Biden had a bunch of potential documents just sitting around his garage and no one gave a fuck, then I'd be like, oh, that is very, like, suspect. Like, what the fuck? Like, why did no one care about that? But if they didn't know about that until the stuff with the Trump stuff came out, I mean, I don't even remember how the whole Biden documents thing even came out, or how anyone found out about it. But so that would be the key piece of information to me, is, did people know about it beforehand and no one did anything about it? Iguishadox for $2 says, Amelia Perez review on other channel Lamb. What is
Look,
that?
I'm not in favor of Trump going after Biden for a bunch of fucking bullshit either. So a lot of people are making the accusation that I only care because it's Trump. No, I care because it's fucking destabilizing for society. Like, I don't want fucking Trump digging up a bunch of bullshit on Biden either, going after Biden because he took some fucking unimportant document home with him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want look, I want to get past this bullshit. I'm hoping that we do. I'm hoping that we don't fall into like this retributive political partisan bullshit. And that's the whole reason why we're watching this Kash Patel thing, because that's the big question. Are we going to do this tit for tat thing for the next 20 years? Is that going to be the new status quo?
The problem is we've been doing the tit for tat thing for a while. Well, actually,
really.
You agree that the Republicans going after Clinton on a fishing expedition and then impeaching him was like completely unhinged, right?
I do. Yeah. Look.
Yeah. And they did. There was no tit for tat with Bush. There was the Democrats did not impeach Bush, or I mean, fuck, they probably should have, but they didn't impeach Bush or go after him in any sort of like retribution like way.
Yeah, look, I think this is a brewing storm that's been brewing for the last 30 years or so.
Mhm.
And I think I'm hoping that we're burning ourselves out on this, and that the whole Trump situation is evidence of that, and that we're going to move past the culture war and establish a new kind of cultural norm that everyone is okay with, right? Society goes through cycles where you like flirt with disaster, and then everyone's like, oh, that was fucked up. Like, maybe we shouldn't do
Right.
that again, right? Like, the Great Depression happens, and it's this huge fucking release. It takes us forever to build back from that. We have a world war, and then finally, when we get back on our feet, it's like the 1950s. Everything is just stable for a long period of time. Like, I'm hoping that's in our near future. So when you're talking about these, it has happened. It has happened in kind of this culture war calamitous period that we've just been going through recently.
Mhm.
Recently in that, obviously, it's been 20,
Yeah.
30 years. So,
Well, I mean, that's what I'm worried about is I think wokeness is on the way out, and that's fantastic.
yes.
And what I'm worried is that if Trump implodes in his second term because he spends all his political capital going after people and doing a bunch of shit that looks really terrible, that's going to basically give the left they're going to say, see, we were totally fucking right about everything. And I feel like it's going to, maybe, cause the end of wokeness to actually go back in reverse.
Yeah.
That's what I'm concerned about.
No, I completely agree with you, and am hopeful that doesn't happen. So, but a lot of that hinges on Trump, right? Obviously,
Yes.
if Trump is going to be vindictive and revengeful,
Right.
that's what we're headed for. But where are we at as far as that go? Where do you think? You think we're closer to that or further away from that?
Oh, it's hard to tell because, like, you would point to, as Cory Booker did, firing all these lawyers and stuff that all, reeks of vindictiveness.
It does,
and,
yeah.
and revenge. Now, you could make the argument that, well, Trump doesn't want people who are going to slow walk or stonewall things in his agenda, right? So it's one of those like, okay, it seems bad, but there's some like, nugget of, credibility that you can kind of hang on there. So that's why, to me, is like, well, if he starts going after, Democrats that aren't in the administration or things, or, journalists or things like that, there's not really that nugget to hang on to. I mean, people will say, "Oh, you're draining swap, so it's good," but there's not really that sort of presidential justification for it.
Look, and if Trump goes after people on nonsense in the same way that Democrats have gone after him on nonsense, I'm going to be the first to say it. Like, that's bullshit. You shouldn't do that.
Mhm.
So we'll see what happens.
Is Amelia Perez that weird trans movie that like?
It
won an
is, yeah. I
Oscar?
sent you the preview.
Right. Okay.
Everyone's-
You said we probably should watch that. Talk about it.
I know. Look, I'm telling you, we're going to have to stream, I guess, the Academy Awards on Sunday when we are streaming. So, I'm just convinced the Academy Awards are going to be a complete shit show this year because of the fires, the LA fires.
Right.
Yeah.
It says the plot of this movie is a Mexican lawyer is offered an unusual job to help a notorious cartel boss retire and transition into living as a woman, fulfilling a long-held desire.
That doesn't sound woke.
The mob boss is like, I want to retire and transition. That's what
Yeah.
this movie's about? Oh, God.
And it's a musical.
Oh, no. That's hilarious.
It is hilarious.
I am
yeah.
super. Okay, listen, I'm pumped. I do want to
I
watch
can't believe this. Like, it got nominated for 13 Oscars or something.
Oh,
Everyone's
my
losing their
Lord.
minds. Yeah, exactly.
Is it? And it's not in English, I assume, right?
I think it is in English.
It says it's a French musical. Why is it
Yeah.
about Mexico, though? French musical about Mexico.
Oh, trust me, the woke people are getting super pissed about that. The fact that it's a French director and it's about
Are they
a
actually? They
Mexican
should,
cartel.
right?
They are.
Oh,
Yes,
interesting.
no, everyone hates this.
That's hilarious.
Woke people hate it. Unwoke people hate it. Anti-woke people hate it.
Right.
The only people that loves it is Hollywood. What's new, right?
Right. I think it's in Spanish. I'm kind of reading a plot synopsis. So
Is it?
I think so. You have to read some fucking subtitles, baby. Okay, wonderful. Detective Stabler SVU for $20 says, watch Plot Against the President if you want to know about Cash's background related to the FISA and Rush saga and the 2 degrees aspect of it. I think it's great, but maybe debunkable claims are in it, aka content. Oh, nice. Okay, Plot Against the President. Let me add that to some kind of list to look at here.
We're close to wrapping up, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch
I'm
it right
like
now.
starving. I don't know about
Sorry.
you.
Yeah. Well, I knew this was gonna go long. I made sure to eat a lot.
I did
beforehand.
too, but I didn't really
Yeah.
prepare well. So
Okay, but Toast for $10 says, Sitch, the opinion of the judge in the Clinton sock drawer case was that she couldn't rule that anyone else had authority to sort the records of the president. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. Well, but is it one of those situations where, like, they're like, okay, the president is supposed to do X, Y, Z, but no one has authority to make that determination beyond the president? Is that what the ruling says? Because that's kind of silly. If that's the case. Then it's like completely enforceable at that point. I'll have to read the actual opinion on it. Malik for 11 months says, toughest political question of our time is whether to rename the Panama Canal to the American Canal or the Canal of America. I think American Canal sounds better. Canal of America sounds too much like Mall of America. So you don't want that.
we don't want our name on a canal, like birth canal. Come on.
No, you do. Listen, it should be called Patriots Canal. The most patriotic opening in America in
The
world's
Democratic
history.
birth canal.
We should call it the red, white, and blue of spreading your legs. Okay. We should call it Lady Liberty's. We call it Lady Liberty's Canal.
America's vagina.
Lady Liberty's passageway. Lady Liberty's opening.
Oh my God, that's perfect.
There you go. Shirts off, party on for $5 says, why do I always dislike every nominee in equal measure? Can't one just be good? That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Yes, for $5 says, we shouldn't take the risk of any president who handles secret documents in such a reckless way after the election scheme. Trump deserves this. I agree. Oxy for $10 says, I agree, Sitch. I guess the point I'm making is the argument that the authorities only notice when the Republicans did the bad thing is convenient and almost impossible to prove or disprove. I mean, yeah, it's impossible to disprove. I mean, you could prove it if somehow you found information that showed that they knew about it and didn't care. So, but yeah, I understand. I understand how it looks. Lots of things could look bad. The Trump-Russia connection looked fucking horrible, but then it turned out there was nothing there. So, okay, let me look at the Streamlabs. Sotos for 2 hours says, in the past few days, Trump has already violated the law and firing without notice multiple IGs whose job it is to root out corruption. So I don't know how Adam can sit there and say he's not sure if Trump will do shady things. I don't even have to point to things from the last presidential term. I can show you things he did in 4 days. At that point, I like Adam, but at some point it starts to look like willful ignorance to keep going. Who knows?
But what are the things?
He talked about firing the IGs, the inspector generals. That was which even some of the Republicans were like mad about. So I don't know if that ever got. I know that a lot of the inspector generals said that they refused to be fired. I think they showed up for work anyway. I don't know if there's been any movement on that. So,
But this just happened, right?
Yeah, it just happened.
Look, I haven't read anything on it. Okay, let me don't fucking judge me on shit I haven't read nothing about. So
right.
I'm happy to read it. I'm happy to look at it. I'm not like there's no willful ignorance going on here. I mean,
to be
it
fair, I
just
haven't.
fucking happened.
Right. Well, happened a few days ago, but to be fair, I haven't really looked too much into the inspector general's situation either. So
Yes. Yeah.
Sotos for $2 says, in other news, it's been revealed that multiple DoD employees connected their work computers to Chinese servers to access DeepSeek AI. No, why did you do that? Come the fuck on.
During the Treasury Secretary's confirmation hearing too, he said that the reason why he wanted people to stop working remotely is because all of the break-ins from China, all the cyber break-ins from China were due to remote working software. And that it was a security risk. Yeah.
Okay, if that's the case, then I 100% agree with that executive order.
Yeah, that's why he wants people in the
Oh.
secure network that doesn't connect to the
Okay,
internet.
that's
Yeah.
totally fair. I wish, I don't, who said this?
Yeah, it's not widely publicized at all. It was the Treasury Secretary nominee brought it up in his hearing.
Okay.
That's the only place I ever heard it.
What the
so.
fuck? Yeah, because Elon did such a massive disservice to be like, well, it's about fairness. I was like, what? That's a
Yeah.
terrible fucking excuse. But
Yeah,
if
I
it's
think
about
his
security,
argument is better. Yes.
if it's about security, like that, okay, that 100% makes sense. Okay, that's good to know. But that is insane. How are you so retarded that you work at the DoD and you're like, oh, people talk about DeepSeek AI. Let me check this out. I was like,
oh, I know.
Listen, all those people should be fired on the spot. Like, I don't care who they are, what position they are. Like, you're too fucking stupid to work here. Get out. Like, that's psychotic. That's so stupid. Okay.
Yeah. They've already got a copy in the Pentagon.
I know, it's crazy.
Great.
Solid Joy says, I know an executive order can't change election law. It's just the clause says states set the default, but Congress can override the election law, at least in Congress elections. I don't know what case you're referring to, but they've passed a few laws such as setting a uniform election day and requiring single-member congressional districts instead of multi-member districts. The Dems tried to pass a full federal takeover of elections. I did ask the person what could possibly be worse. Oh, that's a different thing. Okay. Yeah, well, actually, I think maybe it was only in reference to the president. Maybe that was what it was in reference to, because I guess it says, yeah, the time and place and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives can be altered by Congress. But I guess the question is, what about president? And if you made a law that specifically applied to that, does that apply? It would presumably apply to any presidential elections or anything of that nature. So I guess, okay, that does make sense. That does give a little bit more leeway than I thought initially. Solid for Jar says, I did ask the person what could possibly be worse for Destiny than this, and he just pivoted to he's not the type. He also defended him in the past because he fucks tens. Okay.
Oh my God, that's
Well,
no defense.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a very cogent argument from that individual. But listen, I give you credit for trying. All right. So good on you, Sala.
He's innocent because all the girls are hot. You like that argument, Sitch?
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that argument. So, anyways, thank y'all for coming. Thank y'all for incredibly generous donations. We're gonna probably listen to the rest of this. If there's any other tidbits, we'll maybe play it on Sunday or Tuesday or something. And we'll see you all on Sunday.
Take care, everyone. Have a great day.
Actually,
Hello.
wait,
Have a great day.
Wait a minute. I might not be here.